Together they turn to Terra Nova. "Shit," Letha says, and Jennifer looks over at her, nods appreciatively. She's getting better at this whole cussing thing. "Why?" Letha says then, the wind ripping her words to tatters. "Why are we here?" Jennifer hooks her head for Letha to follow, because out in the blasting cold wind is no place to try to explain complicated shit. The first house looming over them, only there in snatches through the storm, meaning they have to assemble it in their heads from shadow and memory, was supposed to have been Letha's. It's crispy black now, but still standing, a charred ghost of itself. Before stepping up onto the porch, Jennifer senses Letha's stopped. "What?" Jennifer says. But Letha's just looking up and up. She shakes her head no, nothing, then ducks ahead, takes the hand Jennifer's got out. It's not because Letha needs steadying. It's because she might be about to fall through the porch into some haunted crawl space. Stories like they're in, they love crawl spaces. The boards hold, though. Jennifer, inside, nods a quick thank you to Shooting Glasses for nailing the porch together so well. She still can't seem to call him Grade. Who names their kid that? Who names anybody that? When she's about to haul on the fancy blackened doorknob, Letha stops her, steps ahead, does it herself. Like this is a ritual only she can complete. The door's stuck at first, so Letha shoulders it hard, harder than Jennifer could. Instead of swinging open, it falls in. Timber! Probably waking every ghost in Terra Nova. Letha steps in onto that tall, fancy door like a welcome mat, and Jennifer follows, her eyes everywhere at once. Since she never knew what it was starting to look like before, she doesn't have anything to match it to, like Letha must. But she'd wager that the beer cans and rubbers weren't part of the original design. The mattress of trash clothes in the corner either, including what looks like the most cast-off county coveralls ever. Does Proof Rock have a homeless population now? "Here," Letha says, and steps purposefully ahead through all of this, ducks into a tall arched doorway and into the house-sized kitchen, which gets them away from the wind now blowing in. The stove's been ripped out, was probably a $5,000 job, so worth getting back across a lake in a quiet boat at night. The refrigerator was more built in, so just the doors are gone, probably in frustration. Out under the snow between the houses, they're probably still propped up, Jennifer knows. Propped up and ventilated as target practice. One thing about Idaho, it don't look good if it's not riddled with bullet holes. Dogs pee on what they own. In Proof Rock, those lifted legs expose guns. "Tiara said she used to cook with her mom when she was a kid," Letha says, running her hand over the granite top of the island, ash piling up in front of her fingertips. Jennifer can still remember Tiara, Letha's blonde bombshell of a stepmom, hanging out in the open space past the yacht's tower, her hands and feet pedaling, trying to fight gravity. And bombshell isn't the nice thing to think, since Tiara did definitely explode upon impact. "What's funny?" Letha asks. Jennifer shakes her head no, nothing. Letha takes one last look around, then seats herself easily on the counter by the fridge, her grace still intact. "Here we are," she says, which is, of course, a question. "You didn't leave Adrian with him, did you?" Jennifer asks, fiddling with a loose cabinet knob, the door either burned open or rusted that way. "Rexall?" Letha says, with her pinched version of a grin. "Ban was there." "Ban," Jennifer parrots. He's not the same as he used to be," Letha says. "People change. They grow up. Did you know that he sat by my hospital bed the whole time, right after? You know, the movie? And he's told me he feels bad about how he used to, in high school, how he..." You know. Doesn't matter, Jennifer says, forcing that cabinet door shut, which is suddenly the most important thing. You're not stupid. You wouldn't be with him if he still was. Thank you, Letha says. Then, I think... I was going to tell you why we're here, Jennifer says. It's because Ginger told me... Wait. You talked to her? Yeah. When? I was over there, at the nursing home. But I didn't exactly sign the visitor sheet, Jennifer says, leaning over to get a line down into the drain of the sink. It's just open space down there. The kind someone could be looking up from. The kind someone maybe should be looking up from. But she doesn't talk to anyone except for Sin. I mean, she used. She talked with me, Jennifer says. She said her and her sister found some gross thing growing up under the pier. Like a pack of old hamburger meat gross. And they fed it, kept it over here. Letha just stares at Jennifer about this. Her and Sin, she finally says, like no way can she believe this. Jennifer nods. Then they're speaking again, Letha says. Good. They should. What do you mean? Ginger's doctors say. Her doctors say? Maybe she's talking to other people now, but she doesn't talk to me, Letha says. Evidently, I would remind her... Never mind. Her doctors say she's harboring a lot of resentment at Sin for having left her over here that night. So Ginger hates Cinnamon? Jennifer says. Sounds like a children's book when you say it like that, Letha says. But yeah, sort of. Or she used to. I mean, but you say they found something together? She was lying, wasn't she? Jennifer says. Not if she believes it, Letha says back, always willing to give someone the benefit of the doubt. I knew it was too Hellraiser, Jennifer says, opening the cabinet under the sink all at once. It's empty. No evil thing curled up there. Hellraiser? Letha says. It's where... I know what it is, Letha says. A woman finds her... What's his name? Frank. Yeah. Frank gets torn to shreds by Pinhead and... Chatterbox and Butterball, Jennifer recites. The Chatterer, Letha gently corrects. But yes, his voice box is kind of on display, you're right. Anyway, Frank's like adhered under the boards? A tumor. More like a zygote, Letha says with a shrug, like meaning no confrontation here. And he fed on blood, so wanting him back, needing him back, Julia fed him more and more blood? That's what Ginger said Cinnamon was doing, Jennifer says, disgusted with herself for having believed this particular children's book. But not people, roadkill, that kind of stuff. When is she supposed to have had time? Letha says. Sin's social calendar is... She's... You, 4 years ago, Jennifer completes. But why would they let Ginger watch Clive Barker movies? Letha says. Jennifer stares through the doorway, out into the living room, the door so open in there. I don't know anything anymore, she says. But you came over here to find this Frank? Letha asks. I'm trying to figure out why Cinnamon's at the center of all these dead high school seniors, Jennifer says. You know how this works. That first night at the motel, he left her alive when he could have killed her. That means that it's about her. Letha winces, like whatever thought she just had hurts. Tell me, Jennifer says. Unless she's Mandy Lane, Letha says with a halfway shrug, like she doesn't believe this but has to lob it out there anyway. Or, Eleanor, Letha adds, her eyes locked on Jennifer. I don't play these games anymore, Jennifer says. You're right. I was hiding in the video store, trying to build myself a little fort of clamshell cases. It was stupid. You were saving your own life, Jennifer. Jennifer looks up to Letha, then fast away. Can't risk that connection. Do you think we get to choose? Letha asks then. I don't. What do you mean? Bay of Blood just happened to be in that bin in that gas station in Idaho Falls. Jennifer dials back 4 years in her head. You did read my history papers, she says. Sin has pictures of them on her phone. She snuck into your room on the yacht? The new history teacher found copies Mr. Holmes had saved, Letha says. He inherited the file cabinet, I guess. Mr. Holmes saved them? Jennifer says, almost ready to actually smile here. Letha shrugs, says, and I know you've still got all those slashers in your head somewhere. You know, Mandy Lane. You know Eleanor. For whatever that's worth. So, I've wasted these last 4 years watching them all myself? It's just, you're watching them to say you're sorry for not listening to me back then. But you can stop now, okay? Apology accepted. I wouldn't have listened to me either. Letha's hands are planted on the granite counter to either side of her knees. She leans forward on them, tilts her head over to look directly at Jennifer. Say it. Eleanor, another final girl who turns out to be the killer. I told you I don't... Yeah, well, don't care. Eleanor. This isn't why I'm over here, Letha. I'm not here to play trivia. Eleanor? Why do you care so much? Because the girl I used to know is still in there somewhere, and we need her if we're going to survive this. Eleanor. I can't. Once I figure this out, I'll tell Banner, then I'm going back to my place and... Eleanor! I don't even know anymore. Fuck! What are you trying to do? Letha slides down, her eyes locked on Jennifer's for her whole walk around the island, like she's balancing books on her head. Eleanor, she says quieter, reaching forward to punctuate it by shoving Jennifer's shoulders. So glad you came along. Eleanor, Jennifer, Letha says again, walking right into Jennifer, so Jennifer has to back into the doorway. Fuck you! It's not me anymore, I told you. I was a scared little girl. I thought if I knew all the rules, then that would mean nothing would happen to me. And now she's crying. God damn it. Nothing would happen to you again, Letha says, right in her face. Now, Eleanor. Jennifer hides her face in her hands, hates being seen like this. You're still you. I know you are, Letha says right into her ear. Just tell me. Tell me who Eleanor is. Tell me. Night school, 1981. Jennifer screams right into Letha's face, driving her back now. And Angela too. Felissa Rose, Letha says, still backing up but smiling too. Sleepaway camp's too easy. Liz, at boarding school. Her name should have given it away, Jennifer says right back. Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her mother 40 whacks, the whole, 2001. In the bomb shelter, Alex, without an axe, talking axes. Edge of the Axe, 1988, Letha cuts in. Lillian, something. Nebs, Jennifer fills in. Crywolf, Triangle, Curse of Chucky. Not really curse, Letha says, like apologetic. Sorry to be seeing Jennifer slip. Curse is intruder, a quarter-century later, Jennifer says, wiping her tears away with the sleeve of her jacket. The final girl didn't do it. She's been framed. Letha grins a sharp, strained grin. is backed up against the fridge, no more ground to give. Jennifer, instead of adding any more killer final girls to this list, just sputters a laugh out, a harsh little bark she didn't even know she was holding in. And Letha draws her to her, and they stand like that, hugging, shuddering. 2 girls against the world. No, 2 women. Back to Frank, then, Letha says after maybe a minute, holding Jennifer at arm's length now, like keeping her upright. Frank was asking for it, Jennifer says. And sin's not, Letha says, turning around, taking her place on the counter again. Something tall girls can do without having to think about. But why her? Maybe they have a sixth sense? Slashers, I mean. They can pick a final girl out of the crowd, like Predator, the T-800. Jennifer can almost see those readouts in her visual field again after all these years. But why like this? She says, finger drawing nothings in the ash on the island. Like what? Letha asks back. Those first 2, Glenda... Gwen, Letha corrects. Gwen and Toby. She was hung and gutted, just like Casey Becker. So, this is Scream? You didn't see those 2 at the nursing home, Jennifer says. They were... She pushes her finger up from her throat, miming Kevin Bacon's death. Friday the 13th, all the way. Darkmill South hid under a bed? Letha asks, not believing it. I think he knows all the same movies we do. Yeah. Shit. And then Jocelyn Cates's kid. He was... Dry cleaning bag over his head. Black Christmas. And at the high school, those others... Winona and Jensen and Abby. The guy, Jensen, Jennifer says, he was up on some elk horns. Antlers, Letha corrects. What? Horns aren't antlers. Never mind. Mr. Holmes much? Jennifer says across to her. Only every chance I get, Letha says softly, and Jennifer wishes she had a pause button right there, so she could hit it, run away into another room, cry more, until she couldn't breathe, then clean her face up, come back like nothing happened. I'm talking Linnea Quigley, she says, though. Silent Night, Deadly Night. That's Christmas too, Letha says, getting it. Or that one in the Friday remake, where that one girl's so proud of her, Jennifer mimes breasts. That's a deer, not an elk, Letha says. But I like that one better. A remake more than Killer Claws? I like that it's not Linnea. Jennifer asks the question with her eyes, and Letha answers. Adrian is Adie's middle name. Her first is... Linnea? Letha nods, looking away. You're now officially my hero, Jennifer tells her. Get out, Letha says back. You get out. No, Letha says. The movie. I mean, Jordan Peele? Jordan who? Get Out? The movie? I've been locked up for 4 years? Sorry, Letha says. Jensen doesn't have to be Silent Night or the Friday remake. In Get Out, somebody's killed with a mounted deer head too. Deer, not elk. Antlers are antlers. And they're sure not horns, Jennifer says with a smile. You really named her Linnea? Linnea's a survivor. She dies in every movie. Her characters do, but she goes from movie to movie, Letha says. She never dies. Huh, Jennifer says. Never thought of it like that. She's not the only one. Only what? To go from slasher to slasher. She just has the best name. Kane Hodder's a pretty good name, Jennifer says. He played Jason and Freddy. Freddy's arm, at least. Victor Crowley, too, Letha says. grinning to be talking to an equal in slasher Q, it seems. And if we're talking showing up in different slashers, then Amy Steele was the final girl in Friday the 13th, Part 2, and April Fool's Day, Jennifer says, sort of insulted. You know, the stunt dude who played Jason the ambulance driver was also Michael in Return. Sarah Michelle Gellar was in 2 marquee slashers in the same year, Letha says right back. But she's no Linnea. There can be only one, Letha says. That's what I want for Adie. I mean, I don't want her ever to be sin like this, but you don't get to pick your genre, Jennifer fills in. Unless you're you, Letha says. If I could go back, Jennifer says. It's not your fault. The Independence Day massacre, we never should have. Letha opens her arm to the grand, ruined house all around them. Jennifer shrugs, says, Flatliners? 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon? I mean, what if? I keep thinking, what if I brought something back, right? I got here 2 days before he did. What if he's here because I am? Dark Mill South. Jennifer nods. You didn't die and come back, though, Letha says. Didn't I? Letha doesn't answer, probably because she can see Jennifer's already made up her mind here. This is her fault. Her trial and DMS's going over so close to each other, both in Boise, and then both of them ending up in Proof Rock, of all places. But this is bogging them down. We should rename this Forest Green, Jennifer says, trying to bring them back to Trivia Land instead of Guilt Central. Or Hillcrest, Letha says, taking that cue. And Buffy wasn't the only one in Scream 2, and I Know What You Did Last Summer that year, Jennifer says. Chris Durand was Michael Myers and also stunt doubled for Ghostface. You've been holding that one in for 4 years? Letha asks, drifting out of the kitchen. Jennifer falls in behind her, says, Ginger said Cinnamon was keeping it over here somewhere. It, Letha repeats. You think it's her, don't you? Who else could come back like that from a goop of brains or whatever? Stacy Graves, Letha says, meaning she must know that jump rope rhyme as well. She's looking all around the living room now. The house that Freddie built, she cites, shrugging after it. Think his name was Grade Paulson, actually, Jennifer says. Letha sneaks a look over, but doesn't ask. Thank you, Jennifer tells her then, after all this time. For my dad. You know, that night. No idea what you're talking about, Letha says, turning away again to look down the long hall leading deeper into the house. Then, so what? You want to look around for Frank? Jennifer shrugs, isn't as into it anymore. Maybe on the snowmobile, she says. My feet are already... She didn't say if Sin was supposed to have been using a basement? An attic? Mr. Singleton's indoor swimming pool? He built a swimming pool when his house was by a swimming pool? Jennifer asks, hooking her head out to the lake. Letha shrugs. Evidently doesn't want to explain the rich to the hopelessly poor. No, Jennifer says. She just said it was over here. Maybe Stacy Graves is nice this time, Letha says. Like Midian. Midian? Nightbreed, Letha says. Clive Barker? Him again, Jennifer says. You're talking that TV thing? Got a Blu-ray in, right before, you know. Huh, Jennifer says. And so the student becomes the master. She grandly offers her imaginary crown across to Letha, only realizes at the last moment that being invisible, it may as well be a tiara. Just so you can pour pig's blood on me? Letha asks. Have I always been this annoying? Jennifer asks with a smile. Everything's not a movie reference. There's nobody else I can talk about it with. No idea what that's like, Jennifer says, settling down on the bottom step of the curving fairy tale staircase and pulling her dollar store haul up from a pocket. Hungry? Digging for the beef jerky, she first has to pull out the WD-40, the novelty lighter that makes Letha wow her eyes out, the 5 wood-handled steak knives, and a Christmas ornament? Cute, Letha says, picking it up and sitting down beside Jennifer with it. A little red soldier. You really plan for everything, don't you? Huh, Jennifer says, and uses one of the knives to saw into the top of the beef jerky bag. She offers the first piece to Letha. Teriyaki. But Letha shakes her head no. It's past lunch, you know, Jennifer says, shaking the bag to show that there's definitely enough for both of them. Letha flashes the metal across her teeth. Oh, sorry, Jennifer says, tearing a bite off herself, then quieter, sort of reluctant. If I chewed it for you? You would? You would for me, Jennifer says. I mean, you would for anybody, and I'm part of that crowd. I'm not as good as you think. Real potty mouth these days, yeah. Letha elbows Jennifer, but her dimples are showing. She sets the red soldier down between them, holds the WD-40 up like a question. In case we need to start a fire, Jennifer tells her, just managing not to add again at the end. My dad always kept a can by the burn pit. Finish the job, Letha says, looking all around. And these? The knives. You really have to ask, Jennifer says, swallowing too early so her eyes water, but doesn't stop her from tearing off another rubbery hunk. You do know that's not real meat, Letha says. Real calories, Jennifer says through the spicy bite. Then, when John Carpenter shot extra scenes for the version of Halloween that played on TV, since the theatrical wasn't long enough, the reshoots for Laurie's bedroom were in the house that was 1428 Elm Street. We're not asking the real question, are we? Letha the philosopher says then. What do you mean? Jennifer asks. Craven or Carpenter? Jason or Freddy? Psycho or Peeping Tom? Bava or Argento? No, not, Letha says, shrugging. In that bathroom in Woodsboro High, who is that stepping down, taking a slash at Sydney? You first, Jennifer says, chewing the plastic meat. Letha nods that's fair, that's fair. We're supposed to think it's another random prankster, aren't we? She says, squinting, like trying to scry into this. One of the ones Himbry expels. But it is the women's room, right? Did this person walk in costume, or walk in and then dress up in the stall? And how to know Sydney's coming to this bathroom at this time, right? Yeah, that too, Letha says. How long was this ghost face there? It was just Father Death then, Jennifer says, tearing off some more jerky. He doesn't become Ghostface until Tatum names him in the garage at Stu's party. Billy or Stu, then, Letha says. They go in costume, they wait, and they're not really trying to kill Sydney, just terrorize her. Because they want her to come to the big party later, Jennifer says. That's where the real fun's gonna go down. And Billy can't kill her until he has sex with her. He follows the rules. Virgins can't die. Their hymens are like armor. But it can't be Billy, anyway, Letha says. He was just with Sydney in the hall. Awkward moment. Speaking of, Jennifer says around this bite of meat that seems to be growing. What? Letha says. In Scream 2, when it's that Wilson guy and Tori whoever, how did the stab people know about that scene? Billy's dead, and Sid wouldn't be talking to Hollywood. Sure, somebody passing by might have seen the two of them there, but they don't hear the whole conversation. Are you saying Stab's fake? Letha asks with a grin. It's real for Scream 2, Jennifer says, but it does kind of make Scream 2 fake. Yeah. Speaking of sequels, Letha says, it could have been Roman in that bathroom standing on that toilet. Sydney's brother, half-brother. He wears those kinds of boots in 3, doesn't he? But the sheriff's wearing them in the first, Jennifer says right back. So who, then, misstalls a lot? Who is it for you? Stu, Letha pronounces, all holy and reverential. When he catches up with Sydney and Tatum on the sidewalk, he's out of breath and sweaty and just a little too happy. He's Stu. Even for him, I mean. Quick shoe change? I already said he's out of breath, but he would have known Billy and Sydney were having their big stab scene. So he sneaked into the closest women's room, the one Sid's probably going to duck into when she's all broken up and confused. Jennifer considers this from all angles, says, though, finally. But really, the only person we're sure it's not is Sydney herself. Paranoid much? Only when I'm breathing. You then? Letha asks. Me what? You think it's Stu? Sure, why not? Thanks for playing, Letha says. Really giving it your all here, aren't you? There's Out in the Weeds with Eleanor and Angela, and then there's In the Lake. Sink or swim, slasher girl. We're not supposed to know. That's my answer, Jennifer says. It screams peculiar magic. Same way we're not absolutely sure who Casey Becker recognizes when she pulls that mask off. Stu, because he's her ex, or Billy, because he's all movie crazy. It could be anybody. How original, Letha says, taking the jerky from Jennifer not to bite or even rub along her gums, but to smell. It makes her close her eyes in pleasure. I'm not saying that scene isn't, that I haven't lived with it, Jennifer says, trying to match Letha's thinking through efforts with sincerity, at least. Letha turns to her, holds the jerky under Jennifer's mouth like a mic. Tell us more, Letha says with her reporter voice. You do remember Gale Weathers gets punched, right? Jennifer says, and bites into the jerky mic, taking the whole stick back. What? Letha says then. You lived with that scene. Never mind. Nothing. We're just talking about a slasher. They were never just that for me, Jennifer says. I don't think they are for you either, now. Letha holds Jennifer's eyes in that way she has. I used to, Jennifer says, trying to get the words right and not stupid. It used to be my dad standing on top of that toilet. On top of every toilet, okay? He was always there, waiting for me. When someone like that, you bring them everywhere. You can't outrun them, I don't know. Father Death indeed, yeah. Letha puts her hand over Jennifer's, holds it to Jennifer's knee. Listen, she says, something I never told anyone, okay? Quid pro quo. Yeah. You're the Latin expert, Clarice. But, okay, I'll just do it. Anyway, the trial's over, right? Jennifer narrows her eyes, has absolutely zero clue where this might be going. When I dug you out from all those dead elk, Letha asks, as warm-up into whatever this is going to be. I never thanked you, did I? Jennifer says, trying to keep it light. Even though she guesses she's the one who geared it down, too. Footshooters Anonymous, member and president, right here. When I was, Letha says, swallowing hard, I saw mixed in with all the elk, I thought it was a human hand. Well, I mean, a glove. I didn't look closer. Mismatched gloves, Jennifer says, with awe. What? I don't know. I never found the other, but elk will eat a leather glove if they find it, won't they? Like the salt from the sweat? Jennifer squinches her whole face, trying to make herself calm, but in her head it's shooting glasses that first night, and cowboy boots, and mismatched gloves. And I'm glad we came here, Letha's saying now, from what feels like far, far away. To Terra Nova? Jennifer hears herself ask back. To Proof Rock, Letha says, quieter. I never would have met you otherwise. Or had Linnea, Adrian, Banner, Mondragon. Letha's whole body shudders with laughter. She shakes her head no, says, Tompkins, Mondragon. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Jennifer puts her hand on top of Letha's, that's already on top of her other hand, and it's so stupid, so Hallmark, but is this what it's supposed to feel like? After 22 years? But no, I don't mean, Letha starts, patting Jennifer's knee with the flat of her hand like to make her point, not be misunderstood on this even a little. We shouldn't have come over here. We're the ones who woke Stacy. I know, I get it. And we shouldn't have come here this time either, Letha adds, kind of sadder. You and me. There's supposed to be sinkholes over in the meadow now. When the lake rose, a lot of the caves over here collapsed. Maybe that's what she used. Excuse me? Cinnamon, Jennifer says. Sin, whatever. The Spice Girl. Maybe she used a sinkhole for that Frank thing she found. That Ginger says they found. But if she did, maybe she used a caved-in cave, right? Because she didn't know what it was going to be, Letha says, nodding, narrowing her eyes like trying to see this. So lock it up, in case it grows up to be mean. Meaning, it's still down there? Jennifer shrugs, maybe. Why not? Nancy Thompson's bedroom was really Laurie Strode's bedroom? Letha says then, still digesting this impossible but perfect amazing fact. I can show you, Jennifer says. I mean, I could have, before all my tapes, you know. I probably own it, Letha says, no big. Jennifer considers this, wonders at this, finally has to ask, how does it feel to own Halloween? There's a reason we're supposed to be afraid of this night, Letha says back. Jennifer considers this, rolls it around her head, finally has to say, what's that from? What you were saying, Letha says, shrugging one shoulder. Halloween. No, it's not. Not 1978 and not zombies. Oh, yeah, Letha says. You wouldn't... There's a new sequel with the same name, no number. Seriously? How long have I been checked out? Letha shrugs one shoulder, and Jennifer doesn't push it, is trying to roll one of the steak knives across the backs of her knuckles. When she starts to lose it, she flips her hand around, which sends the knife spinning down. It sticks perfectly in the scorched hardwood. Shit, sorry, she says. Here, Letha says, and takes one of the other knives, carves a rough J into the wood. Jennifer uses one of the other knives to carve an L just beside it, to the left. Perfect, Jennifer says, and grips the knife in her fist, drives it down as punctuation, but it's a dollar store job. There's not rivets drawing the two pieces of wood into a handle. There's glue, a prayer. The handle breaks away, and Jennifer's right hand keeps sliding down. When she jerks it back, the little saw teeth have chewed into the heel of her hand, and the blood's already welling up like this is the thing, and it's trying to get away. She squeezes her wrist with her left hand, and Letha's right there on this, ready to make it better. But there's no gauze. Neither of them even has a scarf on. When Jennifer realizes the vertical scar on her left wrist is facing up, practically flashing neon, she turns her arm over fast, but Letha's already been seeing. "Fucking cold over here," Jennifer says, her lips grim and thin. "I'll turn the heater up," Letha says, trying to lighten the mood, even going so far as to look down the hall where the thermostat must be, or was maybe going to have been. When she stops moving, Jennifer leans forward, looks down her eyeline, and... "No," she says, pushing back. It doesn't turn the hulking shape of Dark Mill South in the hall to smoke. He launches his hook hand off his forehead in mocking salute. Jennifer falls back, her chest so cold, no breath coming into it at all, and the way she can tell Letha's twice the final girl she ever was is that she stands, placing herself between Jennifer on the floor and Dark Mill South in the hallway. "You," Letha says. He chuckles, steps forward, and, because she's on her ass, Jennifer's face isn't even 2 feet from Letha's left hand. Between each finger of her fist is a steak knife, handle in, blade out. "Freddie," Jennifer says inside, in celebration. And then Letha's right hand is drawing one of those knives out, the blade pinched between the thumb and forefinger. As fluid and beautiful as anything, not ever even considering that this won't work, she spins that steak knife at high speed down the hall at Dark Mill South. It flashes in the light of the open door, is moving so fast, is such an elegant weapon, really. How can it miss when it's so purely lethal? It doesn't. It sticks in Dark Mill South's chest, and for the first time, Jennifer drinks him in, almost gags on it. The way Jason gets larger and deadlier as the franchise goes on, until he's a full-on 6.5 feet tall in the remake, Dark Mill South is what Jason would be in about Friday the 13th Part 18. He's a fucking giant. And that way the Kane Hodder version would heave air in and out, showing frustration, Dark Mill South has that down. He doesn't need a mask either, is already a combination of Freddie's burnt face and Michael's dead eyes. And, while Jennifer's at it, Victor Crowley's hair. Why not? It's a shroud. Hasn't been brushed since his big escape, probably. He reaches up with his left hand to remove this slight annoyance from his chest. Before he can, though, or while he is, another knife flashes across, stabs through the back of that hand. He thins his lips about this, actually annoyed now. "Get the fuck out of my house," Letha tells him. In response, he bites down on that chintzy wooden handle, pulls the knife from his hand slow, just to show how little this is getting to him. "Leith! Leith!" Jennifer says, trying to scramble up, escape, run back to their cave of dead elk, who cares? But Letha's got the last 2 knives in her right hand now, is stepping out to the middle of the living room. "Run!" Letha hisses back to Jennifer. And then she's slinging those last 2 knives down the hall. Jennifer can't see, but she hears them both hit. The sound is distinct and sort of wet. And then she hears the most beautiful sound, some seriously massive body crashing down onto the hardwood from a great height. She stands, only realizes once she's standing that Letha's hauled her up again. "Go! Go!" Letha says, pushing Jennifer ahead of her. "That won't—" No, while he's down," Jennifer says. "Nobody ever carves on them when they're down but not dead. We need to—" She doesn't get to finish. A bloody steak knife spins between her face and Letha's, hits handle first into the door frame they're standing beside. The knife handle flies apart, leaving just that thrumming blade. Next, Letha's pushing Jennifer through that doorway, taking her place just as another knife comes in at high speed. It's thrown hard enough when it hits Letha's shoulder that it splashes out at her collarbone. No! Jennifer says, reaching back to hold Letha up. You've got a daughter! a husband, a life. It should be me. She pushes Letha back into the kitchen, steps into the doorway she has no fucking idea, to stall Dark Mill South for 2 seconds? Letha pulls Jennifer back, though. A second later, a third knife sticks into the door frame, the two sides of its handle calving off as well, tapping into the hardwood floor one by one. Like they tried to hold on, they really did, but they're just from the dollar store. Come on, this is all they could manage. Jennifer turns with Letha to, she doesn't know, run. But now Letha's stuffing her under the sink, closing her in. And then she's bashing the back door open. Before Jennifer can panic, a heavy foot steps into the kitchen. Jennifer breathes in, holds it, even when the counter above her creaks. She looks up through the drain, can see Dark Mill South up close and way too personal now. He's growling in his chest. His blood is dripping down into the sink and it's only natural to look down, see what kind of puddle you're leaving, isn't it? What happens when he sees a lone, terrified eye watching him? But what's he even doing? Looking out the window, Jennifer tells herself. At which point she gets it. Letha is... This is that paper Jennifer wrote for Mr. Holmes a lifetime ago, about how the final girl is like that mother bird who flops and flaps away from the predator, pretending her wing is broken, tempting the hungry whatever away from her nest, away from her chicks. Except Letha's left shoulder and arm really are out of commission. Dark Mill South says, pure frustration, and pushes away from the sink all at once, the whole cabinet shaking with it, the whole house, maybe. Jennifer counts to 100 after he's gone, then unfolds delicately onto the kitchen floor, the ash coating her. She stays like that for another 100 count, and when nothing creaks or breathes, she finally comes up to a hunched stance, not quite taller than the island. The back door is still open. Jennifer steps into it to follow Letha and Dark Mill South, but she comes back in. Because how many times has she watched someone in a slasher walk blithely through a doorway, only to catch a pickaxe or machete to the face? Instead, she backs slowly to the door with the window in it that delivers her down to the cavernous garage. For maybe 20 seconds, she stands there taking stock, letting her eyes adjust, running through why Theo Mondragon would need 4 slots to park cars when Terra Nova is lake access only. Forget it, she tells herself. What's important is that it's another way out of the house, only hopefully not guarded by some hulking killer. She steps forward gingerly, and what's supposed to be slick concrete is ash and snow, because the side door to the garage is hanging on its hinges, has been kicked in. Worse, shit. There's ginormous footsteps moving through that ash and snow, meaning Dark Mill South didn't duck out the back door Letha used. Probably for the same reason Jennifer didn't. It could be a trap. He's seen all the same movies you have, Jennifer hisses to herself, hoping the sound of her own voice will calm her. Wrong. What's good about this, though, is that he wouldn't have set up outside that broken door just on the distant chance that the short girl was going to try sneaking out it. Unless he really studied Letha's footprints, he might even think both girls ran away together. Jennifer, banking on that, follows his footsteps across to the big tool bench, which he veered toward before stepping out. Just like she's doing now, he must have stood here, studied this pegboard above the tool bench. All the tools are scorched in place, except the one he ripped away, leaving a silhouette behind it. The hedge clippers. Jennifer shakes her head no, please, but says it anyway. The burning, 1981. Just, it looks like, this year too.
Hell Night. The tinsel was my idea, Mr. Armitage. If you ask Cinnamon, she'll say I wasn't involved at all. But you know her. If a bulldozer loses control at the top of a hill, is coming down the hill for me, taking out trees and fences and cars along the way, then Cinnamon will step in between me and it, and she won't give an inch. She won't even look away. That's just how she's made. You would think she gets that from her dad, Mars Baker, from the big stands he used to make in the courtroom and the press, but you probably never knew her and Ginger's mom, Macy Todd, or you only know the public Macy Todd, not the one we knew. Cinnamon is a clone of her, like sometimes happens. The good parts, I mean. Illustration. This one time, we're all flying into Boise. This is the early days, before ground even got broke for Terra Nova, when Deacon Samuels was still trying to sell us on Proof Rock and Indian Lake and Pleasant Valley, on Idaho. I'd flown commercial with Dad, and it was my first time traveling like that. I was entranced by the flight attendants, by all the other passengers sitting around us. This was another world. Yes, I check my privilege now, but I didn't even know that word back then. When the flight was over, I smuggled 2 packages of peanuts off in my backpack, certain the flight attendants were coordinating to steal them back. Because Dad had to handle some business on the phone, and the rest of our party was on later flights, he left me with Macy Todd, which really meant I was getting to hang with the big girls, with Cinnamon and Ginger. This trip was just getting better and better. Usually, girls 4 years older will only grudgingly tolerate a kid like me, but to Cinnamon and Ginger, I was a doll they could dress up, the little sister they never had. Macy Todd took me under her wing, and we staked out some chairs in front of a restaurant out in the walkway. While Macy Todd read her book, she despised smartphones and thought listening to music in public was an embarrassment to everyone involved. Cinnamon and Ginger taught me how the springy chairs we were sitting in would leave waffle prints on the backs of our legs. It was winter, but we were all wearing shorts. As the game progressed, 2 of us would sit in the lap of the third for 20 seconds, then 30 seconds, then a minute, to see how deep we could press that waffle print into the backs of our legs. Macy Todd would look up to us from time to time, consider our game, then smile her sharp smile, shake her head in amusement, and go back to reading. My mom had, of course, sat me down by then, told me that Cinnamon and Ginger's mother had done something very bad to a man years and years ago, and that I was never to mention it, so of course I didn't. But it did always make me watch her in a different way. And I know this isn't about the Independence Day massacre yet, like you asked, but I'm getting there. Don't worry. When the rest of this Idaho expeditions party was still late, that was Mr. Singleton's name for it, my father came over from whatever private corner he'd found to apologize to Macy Todd for this. She brushed it off, told him we were fine, obviously, and then asked him to guard us for a moment while she got us some salads. Given the choice, we would have asked for chicken fingers, but Macy Todd's severity didn't stop at music in public. We would each get side salads, appropriate to our sizes, and they would each have balsamic vinaigrette on them, not anything so crude and NASCAR as ranch. While she was at the bar of the restaurant we were parked by, coordinating these salads, which for her involved a deep interrogation about ingredients, their sources, and preparation methods, my father, and I don't blame him, he never was the attentive type, drifted off, lost in the meeting he was sort of in. Technically, he could have still seen us, but listening as closely as he was, I don't think he was seeing anything, really. The people sleeping across the seats, having to thread their legs and arms through the armrests, the woman rushing through from gate to gate, never realizing her peach-colored roller bag was turned around, wheels up, the boy who dropped his pretzel on the ground, considered it, then picked it up, continued eating. My father also didn't see the high schooler who walked by us one time, a second time, and then Ginger was the first to notice, a third time. Cinnamon and Ginger were 12 going on 17 here. I had no awareness what was going on. By the time Macy Todd returned with our 3 salads and 3 bottled waters, always bottled with her, this high schooler was sitting in a booth across the walkway with Ginger, his hand on her bare thigh. Macy Todd's eyes didn't change in the least, but she did incline her head over to the right a few degrees. "Girls," she said to Cinnamon and me, "your food." Our hearts were beating so hard we couldn't have eaten, though. "Pardon me," Macy Todd said down to us, then walked neatly over to this high schooler. He had a guitar leaned against his knee. It's cliché, I know, but he really did, Mr. Armitage. Later, Ginger, thrilled nearly beyond words and head over heels in some kind of love, would tell us he was coming back from a church trip to Mexico, that this service was his senior project. On the way across the walkway to him, Macy Todd, not to speak ill of the dead, really to show the power she had, was unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of her black blouse. At the booth Ginger and this boy were in, she leaned over, probably giving him a view that stopped his breath. Ginger never forgave her for this, as far as I know, but over the next 2 minutes, her mother, who never announced herself as such, quieting Ginger with a glare, lured this boy from that booth, past the shoe shine station, and into the family bathroom. Ginger drifted back to us, the 3 of us watching that shut door so intently. 3 minutes later, Macy Todd stepped out, looked left and right, and then settled back into her book beside us, her blouse buttoned all the way up again. As long as we watched that family bathroom door, it never opened. And then we were being hustled up the mountain to Terra Nova, Ginger's heart forever broken, Cinnamon watching her mother so closely. Not because she hated her, but because she was understanding what had just happened, I think. What had almost happened, if someone hadn't stepped in to stop it. That's why I say Cinnamon is like her, Mr. Armitage. She might be a mirror image of her sister, but she's cut from the same cloth her mother was. If you ask Ginger about the tinsel, she'll just stare at the wall, for which I feel partly responsible. We should have forced her to come with us that night. I know that now. But the same as we'd let her leave our table in the Boise airport, go with that boy, I guess we also let her stay in the yacht by herself until we could come back. But the tinsel. Cinnamon would probably tell you it was just her and Ginger, but I was there too. And it was my idea. Before they let me come with them onto shore after dark, sneaking off the yacht was nothing. Cinnamon and Ginger had just been leaving random batteries and earrings they didn't want on shore for the little girl they showed me grainy recordings of. My contribution was the tinsel. If we gave her enough of it, she was supposed to thread it through her hair, tie it around her wrists, and then we could watch her from the deck, our feet hanging through the railing. She would be flashing in the moonlight, limned in silver. It worked, sort of. From the back of the yacht, we did see that clutch of silver racing away across the lake, but it was falling behind like sparks from a meteor. We imagined we could hear each strand sizzling against the water before it sank. But it did confirm for us what the footprints suggested. She could walk on water, meaning she was probably a ghost. It made her the best secret ever. We watched the trail cam recordings of her over and over all the time, even passing Cinnamon's phone back and forth during Letha's graduation. Cinnamon and Ginger cut their fingers with a stolen razor blade, making up an oath about how they would never reveal her. They didn't pressure me into cutting myself and making the same promise, but I wanted to. They let me. And you know about the yacht we woke up to the night of the 3rd, of course. Everyone knows, and I already wrote about us leaving Ginger in the closet, since her anxiety wouldn't let her swim across the lake with that construction worker. What you probably don't know from all your reconstructions and from everyone else's reports and from whatever video and audio recordings you've been able to gather is that neither Cinnamon nor myself had ever seen Jaws before that night. When we paddled into all the dressed-up boats floating against each other, my teeth weren't even chattering anymore, and I couldn't swim, was just holding onto that nail in the construction worker's back. But I looked up to the movie that was somehow still happening, even though everyone behind us was dead, dying, or trying not to. It was the part with the yellow barrel, and then that old sheriff's face was huge and concerned on screen, and that's what I remember best. It felt like he was looking across the lake to what had just happened, and he was trying to communicate that to all these people in the water, trying to warn them to get out, to clear the beaches. I've read about Jaws since then. 1975, Steven Spielberg, based on the Peter Benchley novel of the same name, and my mind knows that this old sheriff is afraid of the water, afraid of the shark, but my heart remembers it differently. Then the construction worker and Cinnamon are pushing me up onto the pier. The sheriff's airboat is misting water everywhere. A gun is being fired. People are screaming. I wish I could moment by moment it for you, Mr. Armitage, but it was sensory overload piled onto emotional breathness, and I couldn't process. My next memory is, it's not silence. It's wailing, I guess you would call it. The living crying for the dead and the dying. I'm still on the pier, and Cinnamon is hugging me to her and crying, and it's making me cry too. I don't even know why. Some minutes, or an hour later, a police officer or a medic bundles us up into a blanket, but the blanket's wet. She walks us up the pier, and since the parking lot is just more wailing and dying, she opens the door of the sheriff's big white truck, tells us to stay warm in there, that we'll be fine, that everything will be okay. We wait in the truck until dawn, forgotten, watching stretchers of dead people carried past, the whole world flashing red and blue. Across the lake, Terra Nova is burning. There it goes, I remember Cinnamon saying and taking my hand in hers. Because I'm still shivering, she plunders the sheriff's truck for another blanket, anything dry, and from the very back, the cargo area, she hauls up a trash bag of clothes, pours them out between us. We put on as many of them as we can. They smell like cigarette smoke, and what we find among them are videocassette tapes. Horror movies. Because I keep crying and not being able to breathe, Cinnamon tries to keep me occupied by reading the sensationalistic descriptions off the backs of those cases to me, and that's my main memory of the Independence Day Massacre. Her reading to me about movies I would never see but can never forget. Slaughter High, and Graduation Day, and The Initiation, and Happy Birthday to Me, and the rest of Jennifer Daniels' tapes, including the one with the title I'm using for the submission. The only video missing, Cinnamon would tell me later, was A Bay of Blood. But it wasn't really missing. It was right there through the windshield. It was lapping up on the shore, staining the gravel red. Cinnamon hugged me to her, and in her hair, from what we'd just waded through, there was a single strand of silver tinsel threaded through the blonde. She never knew. I pulled it down, crumpled it, dropped it between the seat and the console.
It follows. Standing out in the blowing snow, his frozen stiff hair rattling like an empty wasp nest, his chest seeping blood from that girl with the knives, Dark Mill South looks down at the hedge clippers he figures will do the job. He hadn't had any plans for those two girls specifically, but then they knocked the front door of that house down, startling him awake. If they followed him over here, then they're making the decision for him, aren't they? The fox will run, yes, but the fox also has teeth. Dark Mill South bares his, glares into the blowing snow, and jerks the clippers apart as easy as a wishbone, letting the silver side fall away, only keeping the black blade. It's higher quality steel. He slashes it back and forth in front of him, testing its weight, its reach. It's nothing like a machete. It won't throw for crap, and it's probably sharpened more for chopping than for pulling across necks and leaving the necessary red line, but up close, in tight enough quarters, it'll still plunge into a chest, a gut, and splash out the other side. It's all he really needs, isn't it? He'll have to remember to angle the handle down so as to get the blade going in where he wants, and it won't come out the back in a straight line. Will be like standing in the shallows and spearfishing, where whatever you thrust down at a fish looks broken at the waterline, but it's just a couple of girls. pieced up into the same trash bag. They probably don't go much over a couple 100 pounds. And that's if he can even get them into that bag with most of their blood still on the inside. But that's never how it works, is it? And not like he has a bag, either. He threads his hair from his eyes with his iced-over hook, carves another X in the air like trying to make a hole in the wind to walk through. If he'd been thinking, he'd have snatched the framing hammer out of the garage, not these, but going back would be cheating. If you start a job with Tool X, then Tool X is the only thing you can allow yourself to make use of. Dark Mill South learned the rules young, a long time ago. Another one is that, since now people know about this place, he can't stay here anymore. And it had been so perfect. Dark, out of the way, abandoned. The kind of place you can spend a whole winter if need be. There's probably even bullshit stories about it being haunted. After these two girls, though, he tells himself he's going back for that framing hammer. Never mind that it's probably got one of those bullshit shock-reducing handles, the kind that mute the feel of skull-crunching. Scavengers can't be choosers. And never mind the handle. It's that checkered head he's thinking of now. And the way hair and blood mat into it when you really get going. He has to rub himself with the inside of his right wrist. He spins the clipper blade he's kept and catches it perfect against his left palm, learning the balance already. He's always had a facility with weapons. And this one, it's kind of like a broken-off spearhead. Might be good to haft to a pole for hunting actual animals this winter. If he can just make this side of the lake his. Maybe he hangs these two girls up on trees to warn the people from that town off, right? Same way ranchers put coyotes on fences and let them rot. Except, if the girls are meant to be seen, then I'll have to hang them low on some of the trees close to shore, won't he? And if he does that, then the bears that haven't gone to sleep will come in to feed, undo his warning. You can't hang them high, though. Deer and people. They always case the woods at their own height and lower, hardly ever think to look up. Doesn't matter, Dark Mill South tells himself, trudging along the girls' trail in the snow. There's not going to be enough of them to hang on a tree anyway. And, yep, the blood's starting. That one he caught in the shoulder with the knife, she's spattering red into the snow. If she were a real fighter, she'd push her friend ahead and stand in the trail. Wait for what's coming. But there aren't any real fighters anymore, just killers and the killed. Dark Mill South grins a little, keeps moving. He's breathing deep now, because it won't be long. To the right is a large dim shape of another house, but the tracks don't veer that way, meaning these girls are just asking for it. If they were smart, they'd split up, make him choose which is first, maybe giving the other one time to slip back out onto the ice, slip side across to that town they're from. But Dark Mill South stops, studies the open space over the frozen lake. They didn't just walk across, did they? And they're not wearing snowshoes, and they didn't have skates across their shoulders. They rode across, he knows with a grunt. Either a snowcat or a snowmobile, something with treads. He nods, cycles through each in his head. The cat'll take a key, and, being alone so far as they know, the key would still be in the ignition. A snowmobile has a dead man's key, though, and unless you wrap that bright cord around and around the plastic head of that key, then it's easier to just do like you're supposed to and clip it to your jacket. Meaning one of them's probably wearing it. Something to remember. With a snowmobile, this part of the mountain opens up, doesn't it? Cut back through that sleepy town, ride the ditch uphill to the next one, or just go under the highway and up the other side of the mountain to some cabin with a couple cords of wood already stacked alongside. That could work. But first, these girls who can ring the alarm, give him away, he's thinking they're going to have to pay in skin, too. A few years ago, way up in the Black Hills, he'd hunkered behind a rise and watched some hunters. They'd just popped a big mule deer, and now one of them was talking to the others while he made a series of precise cuts around this doe's shanks and her neck and along her underside. He wasn't gunning her, though, wasn't getting meat at all yet. Dark Mill South had just watched, waiting, curious. It paid off when one of the other hunters backed their pickup up to the deer, and that hunter with the knife looped rope from the deer to the trailer ball and then, unaccountably, from the deer to a tree stump. To stretch her? Get her tight between that stump and the truck? Would that make the guts plop out with just a flick of the blade, maybe? Or was this a new way to squeeze the blood out? Neither. When the truck jerked forward, the rope it was pulling was only tied to that doe's skin, evidently. It peeled it right off the same way a magician pulls a tablecloth out from under all the candlesticks, because that other hunter had cut it in just the right places. Left behind, tied to the stump, was that big deer, just muscle and fat now, her legs contracting back in. The hunters cheered. Up on the rise, Dark Mill South did too, inside. This is the same way he got the idea for the stools and the electricity from watching a white man in his backyard use a car battery to punish a goat over and over. The goat screams ragged and human at first, like trying to call in the rest of the goats, but then weaker once it figured out no one was coming. This could be even better, though, and maybe now's the time to try it out. If he can find that snowmobile, fashion a rope of some kind, and make the cuts just right, then, if he's lucky, he might be able to rip the skin right off of these girls, leave them flopping and jumping in the snow. Because that was the improvement he saw immediately watching those hunters. Leave the animal alive when you do it. Would it even snatch the eyelids away? He stops in the trail, chalks the blade under his right arm, and feels his own eyelids with his mostly numb index finger. They are connected. If the face skin peels, then the eyelids go with it. Now the question is just where to cut. Around the ankles and wrists? Definitely. Just lightly, skin deep, and up either the front side or the back. Which would be better? The front, he decides. That way, they're looking up at the moment the rope tightens on their wrists and ankles, and maybe they fall on their backs, can look up, see him standing there to their north. Because, of course, he'd have pulled them west to east. When he steps to the side, though, if he's waited until they're absolutely locked on him as their one chance in hell, maybe their eyes will stay where he was for a moment, and they can get a glimpse of that magnificent curtain of light way, way out there, way up there. And with their last breath, they'll thank him, because part of them's being allowed to step through that curtain, and because if they're lucky, then they'll be like him that night when he was 12, running away through the yellow grass, his legs sheeted with blood, his face wet with tears, and that same shimmering light undulated into existence directly ahead of him, splashing a pink shadow out behind him, leaving only his darker self running ahead, across the years, faster and faster, until they all collapsed together around him, and he was standing by a trash can in the dirty snow, the fingers of his missing right hand twined in the hair of a man's sawed-off head. Or was that in summer, and he was standing in a river? Doesn't matter. What does, now that he considers it, is the complication of him having to be standing there to enjoy a skinless girl flopping at his feet, and also the snowmobile's throttle needing to be twisted back to make that happen. But he'll figure it out. He always does. How he knows he will? This place is charmed. Walking across the frozen lake, the wind hitting hard enough that it was hard to stay standing, he'd sensed another form out there with him, and so stilled himself. Waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes, ice forming on the right side of his face, then finally it took shape in the swirling snow. A bull elk ventured out onto the ice for elk reasons. Judging by how white he was, meaning how long he had been out here in the suck, Dark Mill South knew that he still had a mile or two to go, probably. Until the elk drew closer to sniff him, and he saw that big bull's coat wasn't frozen. It was white. Dark Mill South's heart beat once, struggling to come up into his throat. The elk sniffed him again to be sure, then ripped his massive walnut antlers away, their sharp pale points slashing a finger's width from Dark Mill South's eyes. His heart beat again, finally. The elk folded back into the storm, continuing his long walk across, and Dark Mill South grinned in the cold, knew two things for sure. He was supposed to be here, and he was on the right side of this. Luck was going to keep falling his way. Like this, 2 girls announcing themselves with a clap of a door, falling. But people are always doing some version of that, aren't they? Asking for it over and over, until Darkmill South steps in, gives it to them. He chuckles, spits. That white elk might be long gone, but he's still watching over Darkmill South, he knows. Which doesn't mean everything's going to just be handed to him, of course. He'd have it no other way. He nods, wipes the accumulated snow from his blade, and steps into the girl's moose trail. That's what it is. A deer will leave peg holes in the snow, but watch a moose in 4 feet of snow. It just barrels through like a train, leaving more of a gouge than footsteps. It's smart of them, though, isn't it? Walking single file like this, either smart or lucky. Could be they're not even considering the trail they're leaving. Just one of them stronger, is the snowbreaker of them. And the other, not weighing as much as taking advantage of a path already made, but doesn't matter either. Neither does whatever sad resistance they think's gonna be enough. All they're gonna have when he catches up with them, he knows, all they can have, is whatever they can scrounge up from these broken down houses. They already threw all their knives at him. And they're probably just running away, aren't looking for the right length of rebar, aren't diving for the snowmobile, which has to be back at the lake, since he didn't hear it pull up to the house. Sometimes it's good when it's easy, right? He deserves easy. And now he's rubbing himself again, but there's no time for that. He runs his hair out of his eyes with his hook and then, fuck it, just winds it around enough to pull it tight, saws it off with a black blade, carving himself a square window to look out of. And no, he doesn't expect to get this skinning right the first time. A girl isn't a deer, after all. But there's 2 of them out there. Even if he messes up at the first, he's got a spare, doesn't he? When it works, though. Will the skinless girl run off into the snow, just a dab of muscular red? Or will she lie there shaking, afraid of what she's become? Her eyes begging him to step down into the delicate bones of her face. The first, he hopes. That's a thing he'd pay to see.
This is Mr. Pangborn's house, Letha's pretty sure. The one she found Jennifer in forever ago. Gal's house, then. Meaning her bedroom must be upstairs. What was going to have been her bedroom before. Everything in Letha's life is divided with that word. Before. On one side of it she has a father, and on the other side she has a jaw molded from plastic. But, her therapist gently insists, that's not the right way to think about it, is it? Rather, on one side she has an idyllic childhood stacked with picture-perfect memories, and on this side, now, she has a husband, a beautiful little daughter, and together they're making memories that no one will ever be able to take away. It's all about perspective. It's all about what you choose to build your psychological and emotional house on. It's all about what light you choose to shine on the past and the present, which is all well and fine for an hour every Monday and Wednesday. For running from a maniac killer through the ruins of your old life, in a snowstorm trying to swallow you, your shoulder on fire, your undershirt heavy with blood, your jaw humming, Letha thinks it's probably better to dwell, for once, on how she survived the ugly parts. There hasn't been a single time on the recumbent bike in the basement that, pedaling herself numb, she hasn't told herself that there's a movie screen across the lake from her, and it's playing Jaws. And if she can just get there fast enough, she can stop all this from happening. Her thighs are iron, and Banner knows better than to come down while she's riding. Ask her where the ketchup is. It's in me, she says inside. The ketchup. And the guy looking to scoop it out is better than 6.5 feet tall, and doesn't care about knives to the chest, or through his hand. And the cold probably isn't slowing him down either. Her only wish is that she would have thought instead of just running. If she were out on the lake, leading him in circles, she could still save Jennifer and Proofrock. But, like Sydney says, slashers are all about some big-breasted girl running up the stairs when she should be running out the front door. A truth bomb she drops right before Kevin Williamson runs her upstairs. And it goes all the way back to Laurie Strode, dropping that icky butcher knife. It's hard to do the right thing in the moment, with a real, live killer in your face. After that moment, though, when you're hiding under the windowsill of a burnt house, a steak knife still poking through your shoulder, its surprisingly grabby teeth scraping the collarbone each time you breathe, and probably nicking deeper into whatever important vessel it's nicking into, then it's obvious what you should have done, and how you should have done it. Given another take-back, Letha would have used the cover of the storm to make a sharp left, run 30 or 40 yards through the snow, then do the Danny Torrance shuffle, walk backwards through her own footprints, finally getting to where she turned and continuing on with her original line, to Mr. Pangborn's never-lived-in living room, which it would now look like she'd run from instead of to. But if she'd just taken Rex Allen's goose gun out to Melanie's bench so she could truck it across to Terra Nova, then she could have blown a hole through Dark Mill South in her own, once-upon-a-time house. He might be able to shake off knives from the dollar store, but at 15 feet, full-choke birdshot would still be tight enough to have knocked him down for a little bit, at least. And, if not the first shot, then the second, and the third, and however many shells she would have had in her pocket. Evil isn't armor, after all. All she can do, finally, is pray that Jennifer held her breath under the sink, and that Dark Mill South cued into the open back door, and that maybe those knives had at least been enough of an annoyance to tunnel his vision down to the girl who'd thrown them. After that, it's all about how fast the storm is erasing her footprints. Maybe the Danny Torrance shuffle would have been all for nothing anyway, the holes in the snow rounding off any prints fast enough that their direction would make no difference. And what's she going to do once Dark Mill South fills the empty doorway? She could lure his great and solid weight out to a collapsy part, she guesses, send him through the floor Jason style, but he'd probably just come back on fire. No. The only thing to do when he shows up, it's run, and then run some more. And, now that she's thinking straight, lure him out onto the ice, maybe out to the dam, past the cones, where the ice is supposed to be thin enough from the turbine intakes to collapse under the weight of a body. The only other option is to scurry from house to house and hope the cold gets to him before it gets to her. Fat chance, though, she knows. He probably has a fire roiling in his chest that provides all the heat he needs. "Sorry, baby," Letha says to the idea of Adrian. "Mommy's going to be late for dinner, and will probably just be a picture on the wall for the first day of kindergarten, and for science fair in 4th grade, and for that first kiss freshman year, and for prom, when her dad is going to have to be the one to help her with her hair, her gown, her corsage." And now Letha's crying, can't control her lips. She wipes the tears away with the sleeve of the ski jacket, wipes harder when there's more. "You're being stupid. You're already giving up." And then actually falls back onto her butt when the phone in her bra buzzes. Sydney would love this, that Letha's got her phone holstered in her left cup. Sitting on the back of the snowmobile, though, she was afraid it would work its way out of her rear pocket, skitter away across the ice, drift down to Drown Town with spring melt. And she has signal over here? For an accidental moment, her heart surges, because if there's signal, then that means her dad's turned the jammer off. Either that or she's close enough to the yacht to pick up its Wi-Fi. But it's 2019, not 2015. No dad, no yacht. She unzips, delicately removes the phone, careful not to move the steak knife in her shoulder too much. And, of course, this isn't a call or text. There's still no signal on this side of Indian Lake. The buzzing is a reminder. Pill time, PT, by name or code. Because if anybody she's having coffee with sees it, it can be physical therapy, and who would be impolite enough to ask about that? Related, who in Proof Rock would have coffee with her? Evil isn't armor, but money sort of is. In high school, it was her dad who was rich. She was only rich by association. So, people could still talk to her as a person. Now that she's writing the checks, though, she's an outcast. Is too high on her Scrooge McDuck pile of golden coins for anyone to ever even consider asking her to coffee at Dot's. Banner tells her it's more about nobody knowing what she can and can't eat and drink with her jaw situation. But Letha can tell. She can see it in the eyes of everyone she's asking for a library book, or for which aisle the staples are on. The least kindness from this daughter of Terra Nova can change this other person's life so completely. Or not. And when not, then resentment. She's an uppity black girl risen beyond her station, and using that to look down her nose at all the unfortunates, working in some version of the coal mines to pad her bank account. She knows she shouldn't make it about race. That probably doesn't speak well to her, but over the years, being the second +1 for her dad at function after function, she's learned to tell between those who are intimidated by money and those who have to tell themselves to smile nice to the black family who made it. And it's not necessarily either or. People's eyes are legion. To top it off, she kind of hates herself for having what she has, too, because it's blood money. If her dad doesn't die, then she's just an entitled princess to the media empire, not the one at the reins of a golden chariot crossing the sky every day, so far above the grubby world. Anyway, pill time. Letha angles her body to reach her little tube of opiates and steroids and anti-inflammatories and immunosuppressants. Dark Mill South may very well remove her head from her body in the next 5 minutes, but Letha Mondragon isn't dying from an infection that results from her body rejecting the foreign materials she needs to live. And, really, she's got the dose after this one with her, too, doesn't she? If there was ever a good reason to double up on the oxy, then a steak knife through the shoulder might qualify. But no. She doesn't know for sure what's coming. Better to hold a dose back. Letha shakes a single dose of pills into her left palm, passes the bigger white tablet to her right hand. Her left arm isn't coming up to her mouth anytime soon. Grabs some moisture from her gums and gets the oxy down. Then it's wash, rinse, repeat, laboriously getting the other 3 down her throat as well. Because she's in the backwash of her big adrenaline rush, her insides hollowed out and hungry, the oxy flushes up and down her body in the most wonderful way. It coats her thinking in what she always thinks of as cold Vaseline. "Come and get me," she hisses into the living room wall most of her face is pressed against. She's just a pair of eyes peeking through a broken window in one of 8 houses. Well, one of 8 houses, but the only one with rounded-off footprints leading up onto its porch. And, as weak as she must be, that single oxy tablet is feeling more like a whole bottle. When was the last time she ate anything? Or rather, drank anything? Avocado shake, 7 this morning. right before warming up the truck to go get Jennifer. 8 hours ago? Still, thankfully, her shoulder is only a dull and distant pain now, and she hasn't thought about the wrongness of her jaw for probably 5 minutes, which is something like a record. She grins with the hopelessness of her situation. Her eyes still leaking, but who cares? And all the shit circulating through her blood must be leaving her sentimental. Instead of sliding her phone back into her bra, she opens the camera, swipes over to video, and, after 4 deliberate breaths to center herself, she makes another one of her just-in-case recordings for Adrian, trying to tell her what's important and trying not to cry too much. But then, only 30 seconds in, a large form coalesces for a moment some 20 feet out, through the blowing snow. "More later," Letha whispers into her phone, and slides it into its place in her left cup, her hand numb from the oxy. Or from fear. From pre-death. But pre-death? That's just life, girl, she mumbles in the cage of her teeth. She zips up, the back of her dead index finger snagging the leading point of the steak knife, which evidently still can hurt. Her back straightens, then sways in, her breath catching even though inflated lungs make her shoulders scream even more. No, Mommy can't lead a merry chase out on the ice. She knows now, and is apologizing for. All she can do is play invisible and hope that when she's found, Banner thinks to look into her camera roll, play that recording. But at least she led this killer away from Jennifer. Maybe Jennifer can stop him, somehow. I'm sorry. Letha can't seem to stop muttering, her head filling with it. And then he's there on the porch, the boards actually dipping down from his weight, which Letha wouldn't have expected. This house is deeper in, though. It must have burned longer. If only she had that big novelty lighter and the WD-40. Or even that toy soldier. He's small enough that the bayonet on his rifle could take an eye out, and his shoulders are narrow enough to fit all the way through that orbit, into the mushy brains Dark Mill South has to have. Like a machete through the head ever stopped Jason. But Letha knows one thing. She's not dying on her knees. Instead of waiting for her end to find her, she stands up all at once, the broken window framing her, giving her hiding place away. Dark Mill South looks over to her. You don't belong here, she says through her teeth. He grins. His lips are knotted and scarred and twisted, but still, Letha can tell that he likes this. Someone not scrambling away. Then you'll love this, she says inside, and reaches behind her head with her right hand and pulls that little knife back through and out, its grabby teeth carving into flesh and muscle it missed, going in. Letha clenches hard enough from this lightning rush of surging pain that the stupid contraption in her mouth starts to creak and give. She holds the bloody knife in front of her, is at least going to leave him with one more scar, one last memory of the girl who wouldn't give up, one last reminder that not everyone goes down easy. Dark Mill South nods about this. Instead of coming for her right through the window like she expects, he steps ahead, into the doorless doorway, and Letha pivots around to meet him head-on, because some things you can't run from, and because this is it, because it's been too long, because she can't help it. She screams, her teeth parting for the first time in so long, all her anger pouring out louder and louder, her whole upper body leaning forward, her chin tapping the puffy chest of her jacket she's pretty sure, an off-putting enough thing that even Dark Mill South stops in his tracks, his eyes widening to take this, whatever it is, in. It's me, Letha says inside, almost falling over frontward now from this effort, from this wash of pain, from the tearing sound so close to her ears, from all the moments she's about to miss with Adrian, with Ben. But if she's falling, then she's falling into him. She's digging with this puny little knife, never mind that black one he's got. She's going in through the belly for the spine, and she's not stopping until... But he's just standing there? Letha falls forward onto one knee, onto the hand holding that knife. She tries to make another sound, anything, but doesn't have anything left. Can't even hold herself up like this anymore. Can't even... Slowly, then, so slowly, Dark Mill South timbers forward, his hook coming fast at Letha, her sucking backward in what feels like slow motion, giving his hook time to rip the front of her jacket open, take some of it with him. And then, not even catching himself with his other arm, he's falling flat onto his face before her, the living room floorboards under him creaking and cracking, then giving, sending him down to Mr. Pangborn's basement. Standing in the doorway behind him, a long blue hammer held in both hands at the end of its high swing, blood and long black hair matted on its head, is Jennifer. Letha wants to smile with her heart, because she can't with her face. She reaches her right hand up for Jennifer, the steak knife clattering away, down with Dark Mill South, her chin loose, the hinges of her jaw screaming muted pain into her ears. Jennifer steps forward, looking everywhere at once, not even close to dropping that big hammer. Her breath coming in gasps. A board falls from the ceiling, into the new hole in the living room floor, into the growing hole. Letha looks up the same way you do when you feel the sky falling. She can feel the wood of the porch she's on starting to tilt, to take her with, and she looks up to Jennifer. Another board up there hangs down by a single nail, pendulums back and forth, finally tumbles into the darkness. "Jennifer!" Letha somehow gets out through her broken mouth, her broken face. Even though it's already too late, she's already falling. But if she's only got one last thing to drink in... She looks out across the frozen lake to the taped-over door she can no longer see, with her husband and daughter standing behind it, waiting for Mommy. "It's Jade, actually," Letha hears Jennifer say right before all the sound and fury, the snow and ash of a whole house collapsing, and the last thing this princess of Terra Nova feels is a hand hot on her wrist. When Jade pulls, it nearly tears that princess in half.
Banner sets Adrian down in Meg's spinny chair. It's her favorite thing. Kneels in front of her to be sure she understands how important it is that good girls stay right here. And then he's running down the hall to whatever the hell's going on in the holding cells. Like this day isn't already full of enough shit. Was this what it was like for Hardy back in 2015? No way, Banner knows. All Hardy was juggling was complaints about the Terra Nova staging area, probably. And the bear, don't forget that bear. And all the dead people on the yacht, and all the dead people on the 4th. Makes sense Hardy wants the high-up silence of the dam, Banner tells himself. He could do a few shifts up there now himself. And, for the 90 seconds the phones had been live again, when they all started in, ringing at once, he'd come around with his pistol out. He'd tried Letha first, and, when the towers were evidently still down, he dialed the only place he thought might get an answer. Pleasant Valley Assisted Living. It's a minute and a half he wishes he had back. In those 90 seconds, he'd had to learn in detail he didn't want how Mark and Kristen and Philip died. Sin still wasn't one of them, which was great, wonderful, finally something good. But he also knows that every good development has an equal and shittier further development. That's something Francie impressed on him day one regarding domestic calls. The equal and shittier fallout of Sin not being dead like her three friends is that she's also missing, unaccounted for, gone. She doesn't have her warm clothes either. Banner's pretty sure that ski outfit Letha was chasing after out there, that Rexall had been collecting as well, was the one Donna Pangborn's kid had delivered up to the station on their fancy snowmobile. Per Rex Allen's orders, Banner hadn't answered any of the questions Gal on her delivery run had more or less been asking with her eyes. Or maybe what she'd really been saying was that Banner was only 5 years older than Sin, and that her giving official statements in just her bra and panties and boots wasn't quite proper, wasn't helping Sin any in the reputation department, her already having had some difficulties along those lines at the high school. But Cinnamon Baker would never hook up with a teacher, and a teacher would never hook up with a student. Still, Rex Allen had sent Francie down in October to make sure. Discreetly. So, Banner just took the shopping bag of ski clothes Gal was handing across, tried to make zero eye contact, and didn't even tell little Gal to be careful going back up the hill, because that might count as an official comment. What Banner suspected was that Sin had had to shimmy out of that ski outfit in order to fit through the window of the ladies' room. She'd pushed it out ahead of her to slip back into, but it had blown away before she could pull it on again. Case closed, thank you very much. And now she's out there in the mix again, probably trying to lead Dark Mill South away from where any other potential victims might be, because she's like Letha. Letha's even said that to him before, when making the case for Sin to watch Adrian. That girl will fight tooth and nail. She'll put herself between danger and her charge without thinking twice. Unlike Ginger, who would sit on the other side of the room and watch a kid cry in the corner for hours, just to see how long their little throat might or might not last. According to one of the orderlies Banner had to deliver home after a rowdy night, the last time that orderly saw someone carry themselves like Ginger was when that construction worker Grayson Brewst was locked way down in the East Wing like the man in the Iron Mask, whatever the hell that meant. But apparently this construction worker had had the same insecty fascination with human behavior as Ginger does. When Ginger's finally released, starts showing up for holidays, then Thanksgiving's gonna be a riot. Yeah. There's not enough beer in the world. But first, Banner has to even get back around to another November. First, he has to somehow wade through the rising sewage this day is. Case in point, Rexall must be standing with his back to the bars and running full tilt for the cinder block wall on the other side, ramming into it with all of his 300-whatever pounds. Or maybe he's hanging onto the bars, trying to pull them back in. Either way, if he hurts himself or the cell, it's on Banner. And if it's himself he's hurting, then who's to say those injuries weren't sustained as a result of police brutality? Was the probationary deputy not fighting out in the snow with the litigant, defendant, whatever Rexall would be? Banner doesn't know. It was hard enough passing the 3 tests it took to come on the force. Leave the lawyering to someone else. As for how he's going to make Rexall stop whatever he's doing, it'll be a feet-on-the-ground decision. And of course, when he's halfway down the long hall to holding is when the phones in the front office light up again. But he can't turn around. Has to see about Rexall. The prisoner is the arresting officer's responsibility, at least until officially handed over to another officer. If only. Banner crashes through the first door at the end of the hall, then the door to holding, and immediately to the right. Rexall is cringing back against the bars. Banner slides to a stop, hanging onto the bars himself. The cinder block back wall is leaking dust. "Did a truck hit it?" Banner says down to Rexall. "It's her! It's her!" Rexall's saying breathlessly. Banner narrows his eyes, considering this, then shakes his head no. Rexall can only be talking about Stacy Graves, can he? From Letha, Banner knows that she might have been really real, that someone with too much strength ripped half Leith's face off, then tossed her across the top of the water like a rag doll that night. But would a dead little girl have enough strength to try to come through a cinder block wall? More importantly, why? Banner stealthily reaches back for the grip of his pistol, then looks down when it's not in its holster. Of fucking course. And Rexall is still repeating, "It's her! It's her!" "Shut it!" Banner tells him. But now Rexall is sputtering on about Misty Christie the dead realtor and Lonnie. Lonnie nearly just brained him, though. Maybe this can make sense. Maybe it's Lonnie in the cat, coming to finish the job. But Tab, Clayt, Kimmy, Rexall goes on. More people than would even fit into the cat. And some of them are dead. "Shut up!" Banner tells him again, and works his pepper spray up from his belt. There's something going on at the metal door at the end of the walkway between the cells now. Banner's twitchy finger nearly fills the whole holding area with pepper spray. "Sheriff Allen," he says weakly. "Francie?" Who else but Law would come to the back door, right? Right? Thank you, he says, trying to reholster the pepper spray, and of course missing. The little canister tumbles and rolls against the bars of the cell. An instant later it's snatched away, Rexall reaching through. Banner falls back, hands up, but Rexall's rushing the back wall? He smashes the pepper spray through the high-up wire glass and sprays it, yelling behind it, like to give it aim, give it reach. When the canister's spent, he is too. He turns his back to the wall, slides down it, and the pepper spray rolls and clatters across the cell, away from him. It stops at the bars. Gingerly, trying not to breathe in case of blowback, Banner two-fingers it up and through, reholsters it, because Rex Allen doesn't necessarily have to know about this, does he? "Don't open it," Rexall says about the door. Banner opens it. All that's there is an aluminum walker with one tennis ball foot. One walker and a lot of snow swirling in. "What the?" he says, and steps out, ready for anything. Anything but Hardy, collapsed beside the door, snow already coating him white, his breath coming in frosted spurts, his eyes rimmed red from pepper spray. "Not how we did it in my day," he says. I, Banner says, but has nothing really. "It was Rexall, he... Had your mace?" Hardy growls right back, seemingly impressed with the ignorance on display here. "Not anymore," Banner says as quietly as possible, and steps out past Hardy, takes a look down along the backside of the jail. Because Hardy came this way on his walker, there's no tracks to say what happened. "Huh," Banner says, and wedges Hardy's walker in under the old sheriff, holds the door. "You haven't asked me why I'm here, deputy," Hardy says, still squinting. "Do I even want to know?" Banner asks. "There's a bunch of kids down on Main," Hardy says between coughs. "And?" Banner asks. "And nothing good can come from that," Hardy finishes. Banner can't disagree. "Your little girl came to the door to let me in," Hardy says, then, meaning the front door, the taped-over door. Adrian didn't stay in the spinny chair like she was supposed to. Surprise. "It doesn't open anymore," Banner says, pretty sure he's nailing the lid on his own coffin. "Letha used this door when she left." "To go where?" Hardy asks, probably because he saw the truck still parked out front, across the handicapped slots. "With Jennifer Daniels, I guess," Banner says, chucking his chin out behind Hardy. Hardy turns, peers into the swirling whiteness hiding the lake, then shakes his head about this, says, "Don't guess anything good can come of that either." He stabs his walker into the doorway, pulls himself in. Banner stands there holding the door, telling himself that Letha's right about to materialize through the snow. And then right about to again. When she doesn't, he stands there a moment longer, waiting.
He wishes he could stop himself, but there's no easy way. It's the opening line from one of his dad's stupid country music songs that are forever imprinted on his soul, his psyche, his heart. Given the choice, he'd of course rather mentally cue up Phil Collins's In the Air Tonight. When he closes his eyes just right, he's standing on that dock, like Pamela Voorhees in the flashback from Freddy vs. Jason, watching Jason drown in Crystal Lake, and for some reason not rushing out into the waters to save him. Does she just stand there because this is the counselor's responsibility? Which is to say, their blame, their fault. Or, evil thought, has her son been holding her back? Will him drowning be escape for her from the burdens of a motherhood Elias left her alone with? Or can she, in her son's final thrashings, already see the delicious revenge she'll now get to enact? Has part of her always been lying under that narrow bunk bed in that cabin at Camp Blood, holding an arrow across her chest, the raspy razor edge of that broadhead hungry to push through that thin mattress? Claude Armitage thinks, maybe, yeah. He understands lying there in that tight darkness, just waiting for a reason to present itself. His lungs swelling with possibility when the bed frame creaks, taking the weight of two people who have no idea what's about to happen and how beautiful it's going to be. He wishes he could stop himself, yes, but there's no easy way. You can't control what you think, what you want, what you need. You can, though, at 16 while your dad's at work, bend all of his golf clubs over your knee. It's so satisfying when that metal crimps over. You can, after he comes at your mannequin collection with that broken driver, hold a lighter under the sleeve of each of his prize country records, going up and down with that hungry flame, just enough to lightly scorch the sleeve. But who cares about the stupid sleeve? It's the vinyl in there that needs to get tacky, melt flat. Johnny Paycheck, Tammy Wynette, Tomple Glazer, Billy Joe Shaver. It took until sunup almost, and partway through he had to refill the lighter, but it was worth it. He didn't wish he could stop himself then. In response, while he was at school the next week, his dad unspooled all of his slasher videotapes, left them coiled and iridescent and forever crinkled in front of the television like, with their dying gasps, they'd try to slither to the one home they truly knew. There was no easy way out, but Claude found one anyway. Good enough grades to get out of high school early, blast off into college, make all kinds of money, never look back, take nothing with him but that last name. Of all the masks staring back at him on two of the walls of his study, the one he puts on in his darkest moods is the only one he took with him when he left Columbus, Ohio behind. His dad's cowboy hat. The one he always said was the actual one Johnny Lee wore in Urban Cowboy, the movie that was a Bible to him. It's crimped and burnished, and the brim is curled, and it's seen sometimes. Has a sweat ring you could probably pull DNA from to prove or disprove its authenticity. And you can't wear it low and evil on your forehead, or else you can't see out from under it to do any of the necessary dirty work. But its feather hatband with a fantail crest up front is as perfect as anything's ever been. Even better, his dad doesn't have it anymore. But that hat, and the welding goggles that go with it, only comes out for the most special of special occasions. For right now, because who else is going to be out here on the ice, it's a pull-over rubber job. Bicycle Girl from The Walking Dead. Not that zombies are even slasher adjacent. Well, not unless you count Friday the 13th, Part 6, where Jason either lives or keeps stalking around anyway, but this Bicycle Girl's face, it's stupid. Claude knows it's stupid and maybe even kind of embarrassing, but what if Curtains had gotten a sequel? It would be easy to duck into the hag mask for that iconic ice skating scene that scarred a whole generation, but a true fan doesn't take the easy way. No, a real true believer ports in what they know about the Captain Kirk mask that replaced the Emmett Kelly clown face for Halloween. Specifically how, when they hauled it out for the sequel after it had been watching the world from under Deborah Hill's bed for a couple of years, it was stained yellow from all the cigarettes she smoked. It was the most beautiful thing. It was something no one could have ever guessed, that the mask could evolve right along with the story. Sure, Jason's hockey mask shows axe and machete scars, but allowing for different makeup crews, Freddy pretty much looks the same from beginning to end, and of course, Ghostface is the same from installment to installment, at least on the outside. Chucky shows damage like Jason, but his mask is his whole little body. Leatherface is always drawing a new peel on the line, maybe according to the day of the week or his mood. But, like Jade says in her papers, dude's not a slasher. He just looks like one. That hag in curtains, though? Had she gone into a sequel, or a stack of sequels, then the same mask would have lost its power to scare, wouldn't it? It would probably never quite lose its wicked queen in the Disney mirror off-puttingness, and it could still startle, sure, like that pig mask Saw uses to such good effect. But what if it started to break down by the second movie, the third? It would start to look like Bicycle Girl from The Walking Dead, Claude knows. She even has hair that's a few shades paler than Curtain's red, making her feel washed out. And what would that bring to the story? That's the thrilling part to consider. The hag mask could be like that cursed wooden mask in You Might Be the Killer, couldn't it? A supernatural parasite that controls the wearer, compels them to kill and kill again, just not with martial arts like the 1981 movie of that name, but machetes and axes, and worse and better. Curtains 2. Season of the Hag could give its trodden-upon wearer freedom to get revenge on her victims one by one, while also cowering in corners right along with them, just trying to survive this night. Also, a pull-over rubber mask is pretty good at keeping the cold out. Given his druthers, of course, the proof rock he prefers would have embraced its hallowed spot in history and let him arrange a formation of mannequins out here right after the lake iced up, so they would be frozen in place now. Cruising through them on his skis with this mask and this shorty scythe, it makes his heart swell nearly to bursting. Just his dad cracked in the ribs of all his mannequins years ago and then peed into their hollow interiors. And anyway, if the ice was just freezing, Claude knows, he would have had to lean on Sarah, the history teacher from the elementary, for children. Because no way would the newly frozen lake support an adult's weight, so he'd have to conscript some third graders to slide out here on their bellies, pushing pieces of mannequins in front of them to assemble when Claude yelled at them from shore that was far enough. Then they would pull the little green cooler across to them with the ski rope he'd already tied to it. Nobody would miss the cooler from the town canoe. Inside it would be warm, wet towels to drape over these standing mannequins' feet. Wet towels that would freeze hard after dark because no way would these third graders' parents let their sons and daughters bundle up enough to lie out there holding these mannequins in place. Be realistic, Mr. Armitage. It's what Gal says to him sometimes when he's pushing her to up her vocab game, to go ahead and assume the audience is sophisticated enough for that syntax. It's what Cinnamon used to say to him before she got too old. Speaking of those two, do they talk? And is that going to be trouble? More important, who even cares? It's winter break. The semester's over, and here he is letting his thoughts clot up in his head again. And that only leads to stroking out. Better to save the stroking for tonight, with all his masks watching him, the candle flickering, and a certain goblin score playing. It's not like there's papers to grade or tests to make. There's just this. Hissing over the ice through the misting frost, an actually sharp scythe held low and angry by his right thigh, the wind only burning his eyes, not his cheeks or chin or forehead. Faster, faster, he tells himself, slaloming through imaginary mannequins, through a whole stationary pool of victims. After the next coffee break and pee, and provided there's no former sheriffs to be ferrying around town by the elbow, he'll be coming back with a different mask, he knows. A different game, a different golden age slasher to swish through. Earlier today it was a recurve bow. Now it's this scythe. Next, he's not sure. Whatever it is, though, it'll be the good exercise he's planning to tell anyone who stumbles upon him out here. The scythe or paper cutter blade or whatever handily dropped 20 feet back to be collected later. The mask, harmless, just a thing he wears against the wind. What? Exercise for the body and for the mind. And each time he carves his 2 momentary lines up by the pier, it'll be like he's a ghost cruising through the Independence Day massacre, or a time traveler coming back to document, to capture that scent in the air of just opened bodies, the sounds of rending and tearing, groaning and crying and thrashing, and he'll want to watch the movie playing up on the screen. But that'll only expose his throat, he knows. You don't make it long in a slasher looking up, daydreaming. Behind, sure, that's where the information is, and ahead, of course, that's where the danger's coming from. But never up for some fire-in-the-sky action. To either side, like always, he's seeing hollow plastic bodies, the reek of urine rising from the holes shattered into their sides, but that's good. You need them. They make you go faster, harder. They focus your eyes ahead better. He doesn't wish he could stop himself, no. And there might not be an easy way out, but there probably is a bloody one, or 2, or 3, however many it takes. Behind the mask, he grins a sharp grin, a knowing grin, and then, it doesn't always happen, but today's a good day. The beat of his heart trips from its usual systole-diastole counterpunch into the distant, gated reverb Phil Collins makes last for the best 52 seconds in all of musicdom, and like every time this happens, Claude Armitage looks out across the water again for Jason, drowning. What he sees through the blowing snow just for a flicker of a moment is a light in a window in Terra Nova? He hockey stops, his whole body tuned for that brief tantalizing orange speck to glimmer in again. Something is in the air tonight. Oh, Lord. He might need his dad's cowboy hat after all.
He was a good soldier, Jade tells herself. Before she doused the little wooden guy in WD-40 and lit him up with a lighter that was so big it took both her hands, she'd kissed him on the tiny face. Never mind that fire never kills the killer. Never mind the snow coating the fallen-down house that's going to douse the fire. Never mind Letha on her knees in some of that same snow, her strong fingers hooked into the pocket of Jade's snow pants, which may or may not have been peeled off a dead Proof-Rock kid in the darkness of a parking garage, along with his jacket, the goggles she hadn't even been able to hold on to. He didn't need them, though. And you do? Jade's still asking herself. It's not on her to take Darkmill South down, after all. That's for Sin, if she's still alive. Jade can sure as hell slow him down, though, and not being a human popsicle can help with that. As could this fire she's trying to start. All Jade can see of it is the tiny candle the soldier is. If she'd thrown him into a pile of rotting elk, then all of Idaho would burn, of course. But throwing an actual flame into dry wood with accelerant, it's guttering out. Because that's how the world is. It doesn't have to be like that, though. Jade scrapes the WD-40's head into the heel of her left hand until the little white spigot cracks off. Before all that aerosoled oil can spurt out, she hurls the whole can at that dab of flame, and it's hissing and spitting the whole way through its arc. And right when this is looking like one more Hail Mary thrown into the uncaring void, that flammable oil ghosts across that little red soldier. And, It's a flaming line of pee leading back to the can. It explodes, lighting everything in its blast radius. And no, Jade insists, that flaming line of pee is not the same one that dog pisses in the fourth nightmare to crack the ground above Freddy open, let him come back into the world. This can hopefully be more like the fuel truck that kills that pretty boy in the next nightmare. Not that she has the luxury of waiting around for that ball of flame. "Come on," she says to Letha, hauling her up, getting under one of her arms enough to take her weight, hitch-walk her against the freezing wind. "Last time we were over here like this, it was you helping me," Jade says, grunting with effort. "Consider us even now." Because Jade's under Letha's right arm, and her left is useless, that means she doesn't have a hand free to hold her jaw shut. "Don't worry," Jade says to Letha. "It'll take him a few minutes to climb out of that." Letha says, or tries to. You need lips actually touching each other to make a B sound. Not that Letha's making any words for the foreseeable future. When you scream your death scream like she was doing, if you go on to live after that, then you don't get a voice for a month or two. Jade knows. But goddamn, this girl. She wasn't even running from Darkmill South, was she? She was about to do what no one had ever done. Stand up to him and try to take him down with her. And with nothing but a dollar store knife she'd pulled from her own shoulder. And Jade saw this in Letha Mondragon nearly 5 years ago, in that restroom down by the boys' gym, when Letha strode up out of her stall, stationed herself at the sink. Awe isn't even the right word. "Listen," Jade tells her, readjusting herself under Letha's arm, which is trying to pull Jade's hair out by the roots. "And I think you of all people will appreciate this. I didn't come here to die, right?" In response, Letha's eyes spill all her tears down her face. Jade wipes them away as best she can with the cuff of her sleeve and keeps them moving. "I didn't come here to die, Alex," she mutters, teeth clenched from the effort of walking for two. 2010. 2 steps later, they spill forward into the snow. 2 minutes later, they're still the slowest 3-legged race, angling for Letha's old house, her never-was house. Alice Cooper," she says to Letha. Letha directs her woozy eyes over to Jade. Her eyes are all she has left to speak with. "He did the song for Jason 6, Jade says, and he was in Nightmare 6. Letha looks ahead, maybe waiting for the shape of her house to sift into place through the storm. "But you knew that," Jade adds. "Kid stuff, right?" She wipes tears from Letha's right cheek. The rest of her face is already frosted white, frozen tears Jade didn't think to catch. "Fucking December," she says about all of this. Couldn't he wait for July like a respectable slasher? 3 minutes later, they're to the back door of the Mondragon house. Instead of allowing them the seductive warmth of its kitchen, Jade walks them around the side of the house to the snowmobile. She situates Letha on the back, holding her steady the whole while, then eases in front of her, guiding Letha's arms around. Only, "Shit," Jade says. She turns delicately to unhook the kill switch from Letha's jacket, only it's not there. Letha looks down her front as well, and sags even smaller. A line of blood seeps from the left corner of her open wide mouth. Jade's impulse is to wipe it away, but Letha would see the red on Jade's hand, for sure. "Leave it, then. Let it dry." Jade checks Letha's pockets, checks her own pockets, but she knows it's hopeless. When she jerked Letha from the house coming down all around them, she'd been dragging her through boards and ceiling falling all around them. One of them had to have snagged that spiral cable, making sure it got buried along with Darkmill South. Either that, or Darkmill South's hook hand snagged it on his way down. "Shit," Jade says again, harsher. "What?" Letha asks with her eyes. We gotta go, Jade says back, and stands off of the snowmobile's long seat, being careful not to catch her heel on Letha's chin. Letha does her best to stand as well. Jade props her against the house, steps back to the snowmobile, and unholsters the long blue hammer from her belt. It's still matted with hair and blood. She draws it back like an axe, brings it down onto the snowmobile over and over. By the time she's done, all the fairings shattered off, and the handlebars are bent down, and she's torn the seat with the ripclaw for whatever that's worth. Letha clamps her hand on Jade's shoulder, shakes her head no once, which means enough. She's right. All she's doing is slowing Darkmill South down here, not stopping him, not denying him proof rock. Like a torn-up seat is going to be insult enough to keep him from getting the snowmobile going again somehow? Like walking across the lake is enough trouble that he'll just retire to some bedroom or basement over here, wait the storm out? Or no, he'd find some cave or sinkhole, more like. Caves and sinkholes are better slasher layers than old houses, for sure. In one of them over in the meadow, probably, are the brittle bones of Cody and mismatched gloves and a whole herd of elk, Jade imagines. Darkmill South should feel right at home. Like Brad Pitt says in Seven, it's all about sitting around, reading Guns and Ammo, masturbating in your own feces. Or is it with? Either way, Jade says, and slides her heavy hammer back through the little tightener strap on these snow pants, which starts a rip that continues down the hip. Figures. She yanks the hammer up, slams it into the strap on the other side, but that just tears the already happening rip more. When she looks up to Letha for commiseration, or just for someone to witness what she's being asked to tolerate here, Letha lifts her good hand, points back into the house. No, we've got to, Jade says, looking behind them for the tall, dark, and pissed-off form about to be taking shape through the swirling snow. Letha keeps pointing. Okay, Jade says, and holding her pants up, she steps into the house again, onto that fallen front door. 90 seconds later, she steps out in those county coveralls. As old and trashed out as they are, though, they look more like a mechanic's, like, she can't help but think it with a thrill, like Michael's. She spins the hammer around her hand, catches it perfect, and drives the handle down through the loop now at her thigh. Fuck yeah. She holds her hand up to Letha, unzips enough to dig in the pocket of the snow outfit she still got on. It's padding now, under the coveralls. Comes up with her eyeliner. There's no time for it, but it's armor. She breathes it smeary in the cup of her hand, then opens her eyes wide, lays that blackness on thick, and just having this back makes her feel like Tina from Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, full on ready to wage some badass war. Just, Tina's secret weapon wasn't telekinesis, like everybody always says. It was the series coming full circle. The original hit so hard in the summer of 1980 specifically because of that Carrie ending Savini tagged on as a fun afterthought. And now, 6 sequels later, Carrie herself is rising to put a certain boy back into the lake. If that's not beauty, then Jade Daniels doesn't know what is. Her finding some coveralls to wear is just the same. The warmth they provide doesn't have anything to do with heat, but with story. You can do this, she tells herself, and ducks under Letha's arm again, stands with her, and together they stagger down the steep slope, step out onto the lake. Out on the ice, the temperatures got to be 10 degrees colder, the wind a wall of tiny daggers. Jade pulls Letha closer, tries to take all those icy daggers herself, and for the 1000th time she wonders how the old-time Blackfeet did it. Them and all the other Indians back then. Before Gore-Tex, before car heaters, before bags of beef jerky. On a day like this? Every day, wouldn't have it just been easier to die? Except they didn't. They pushed through. They insisted. They fought. 50,000 ancestors going back and back, each of them a final girl. But that's just it, isn't it? They were plural, not singular. That's where horror movies have it all wrong. That's where the slasher lies. It's not about a lone girl carving her way to daylight, is it? It's about two girls making it across the ice together. It's not 50,000 ancestors in a single-file line. It's clumps of survivors fighting off saber-toothed cats and dire wolves and other clumps of people. It's about putting the children and the old people in the middle, and then making a circle around them, pointing out with every spear and shaking your head no, saying not this day, not this day. By the time Jade and Letha are what she's pretty sure should be the halfway point across the lake, that mantra's the only thing keeping her feet moving. That, and the thought of Linnea Adrian Tompkins Mondragon waiting for her mommy. And then, of course, the sun slips behind the mountains. The temperature takes another nosedive. Jade's teeth are chattering. What she tells herself is that she's lucky that they can still even do that. Letha, instead of being the dead weight she should be, is walking nearly as well as Jade is, only stumbling every 20 or 30 yards, which has to take a force of will Jade can't even really conceive, especially taking her blood loss into account. Maybe 10 feet past what Jade thinks is the middle of this walk across Indian Lake on the coldest night in memory, her feet and face and hands and mind numb. A buzzing works its way through the shell frozen around her. It drains down her back, touches her spine with icy fingers, and she knows without having to think it that, out here where nobody can see, where nobody will call foul, Leatherface can finally step out of the darkness for her, his chainsaw sputtering blue smoke, its sharp teeth already whirring, hungry for Jade's back. Just because he's not a slasher doesn't mean he doesn't make you pee your pants a little. Jade turns, ready to be chewed in half, turned into a red smear on the ice, and then falls away instead, taking Letha with her, their arms finding each other, pulling close so their snowmobile can buzz past. It doesn't have a headlight anymore, because Jade's hammer took it out, and it sounds wrong somehow, and, worse, with someone as large as Dark Mill South on it, it looks like a kid's toy, but it's working. And there's that guilty kill switch plugged in, its bright spiral cable looped around the bent bars instead of hooked to Dark Mill South. Slashers don't follow the safety guidelines so much. Jade hugs Letha smaller and keeps them that way until the blowing snow's starting to drift behind them, bury them in a mound. Any moment, she knows, that chainsaw Dark Mill South sitting across can strike back in out of nowhere. But it doesn't. And then it doesn't some more. When it's finally down to freezing here or freezing somewhere farther on, Jade stands her and Letha up, shuffles on into the whiteness, and only looks back when she realizes the hammer isn't in her loop anymore, meaning it's ice-welded to the surface of the lake back wherever it was they were hiding. Letha makes some vocalization that Jade thinks must end with a question mark. Nothing, Jade tells her, and walks them on, and when she falls back, leaving Letha standing there, it's not on purpose. It's because one of her old dreams is coming true. Slow motion skating towards them across the ice is the hag from Curtains. How Jade knows she's only ever been a pretend final girl is that her first impulse is to scramble away, to leave Letha standing there for that dangerous little scythe, and that she screams from fear, not rage. This Curtains hag slides to a fancy stop, though isn't on skates at all, but skis? She peels her face up, is a guy, maybe 40, 45. He's looking back and forth from Letha to Jade, Jade to Letha. The corners of his mouth twitch up into a boyish grin. What are you, he says, hooking the scythe back around into the top of his backpack, then rushing forward to catch Letha when she starts to slump over. Jade doesn't want to, but she pushes herself back farther, away from this. This non-hag holds his hand out to her, shaking his head no. I teach history here, he says. Then his face goes slack with wonder, and Jade thinks he might be going to cry from his eyes and his mouth and his nose all at once. Jennifer Daniels? He whispers reverentially, blinking fast, Letha cradled in his arms. Jade says, not even close to loud enough. Then, history? I have so many questions, he says back, kind of giggling in his throat now. And Jade nods, knows the feeling. 30 frozen minutes later, the pier is a shadow through the blowing snow for the three of them. Jade locks her eyes on it, tries to visually pull herself ahead. Step is all she can say to herself. Beside her, right beside her, Letha's weight evidently not enough to get him winded, this new history teacher, Armitage, is somehow still unloading slasher stuff on her, or in her general area. It's like for his whole life he's been a barrel, filling with facts and theories and trivia, and all it took was seeing Jade out here that finally cracked him open. Meaning, it's all shooting out, and Jade's caught in that spray. At first, he was trying to convince her that nudity in slashers wasn't exploitational. It was just feeding the audience's need for the real, since they can tell at some level that all these kills are fake. But the nudity? There's no faking that. Except for that exploding breast in Return to Horror High, right? Jade just grunted, wasn't playing along. It didn't stop him in the least. He flipped channels, went off for long minutes about how the final girl in a slasher was a perfect reversal or inversion of the damsel in distress, see? Wasn't she? Isn't she? Jade shrugged, kept walking, lips pursed, eyes grim. Next, he was wondering what if Adrienne King hadn't had a stalker between the first and second Fridays. Could she, along with Jamie Lee Curtis's Laurie Strode, have made it to where the default setting for a final girl was recurring, instead of one and done? And how would that have changed everything, right? If Nancy's in the second nightmare? Jade doesn't say Ripley under her breath because she wants this to be over, please. Except now he's turned sideways to her, is holding Letha out as proof of what he's calling the breakfast clubification of the slasher. How the Golden Age was actually super progressive in that all creeds and races and nationalities and classes and genders and sexualities made up the slasher crew. They were all brought together not by survival so much as by running away from a common threat. To punctuate it, really send his point home, he steps forward and raises his fist into the sky for a silhouette moment, a celebration, a victory, diversity and unification over fragmentation and othering. Don't you forget about me. But all Jade can think in her current flatline state is, was she ever this annoying? How did anybody even tolerate being around her? Good grief, Charlie Brown. Give it a rest already. Hey, she says then, pointing ahead with her lips. There's something by the pier. A shape, a form, a shadow. Armitage stops, considers this as well. Jade's first impulse is roadkill. By rough shape, it looks like a deer that's been slapped by a cowcatcher up on the highway, then bloated and stiffened in the sun and run over about 50 more times. Except this isn't the highway, and that's not a deer. It's Lonnie, from the gas station. His eyes are frozen open. Well, the one he has left. Jade falls to her knees, steeples her hands over her mouth. He isn't just dead, either. He's been rearranged. His limbs are all bent and wrong. Pieces of him torn, but not all the way through, meaning his joints go farther than they should. And other parts as well. Large chunks of his meat have been ripped half off, left flapping, the blood only congealed because of the cold. It follows, Armitage says, with unadulterated wonder. And Jade looks to him, wants to ask him, it follows what? But then her face flushes when she gets it. The indie slasher one-upping Final Destination from the year before the Lake Witch slayings. Specifically, 5 minutes into the opening, where there's a dead girl twisted and crumpled just like Lonnie is here, a blood sacrifice to get things going. Up from the wreckage, that's Lonnie, jammed onto the bank under Melanie's memorial bench, is the snowmobile, quiet now. Already disappearing in the snow, leading up into town, are the same dragging footprints Jade followed through Terra Nova. She had a long blue hammer then, though. Now, she looks down to her hands, so small. She looks over to Letha, barely conscious. And then she looks to this Armitage history teacher, his lips trying to form his next question, but failing to find the words. Jade understands.
Trigger point. As we all know now, Dark Mill South's escape wasn't as daring and Houdini as America thought and wanted. Not that a whole mountainside of snow crashing downslope at 100 miles per hour is in any sense boring, but there was nothing intentional or strategic about it. Researchers can identify the conditions that precipitate an avalanche. Authorities can issue warnings. But until an avalanche actually starts, until that seismograph jumps or the whistle blows or all the phones on the mountain screech their AVW screech, an avalanche is always potential, never actual. It got actual on December 12th, 2019, 8 miles south of Proof Rock on Highway 20. And, though true believers would have the mountain shaking its snow off specifically to facilitate Dark Mill South's escape, the timing and the result are their main evidence. The facts are that human factors play the larger part. I'm not talking about the federal agents either, Mr. Armitage. Yes, they've been excoriated in all the armchair reconstructions, both on the national news and over coffee, and yes, with hindsight, they probably shouldn't have attempted 20 and a whiteout. But, given the alternatives, I imagine many a federal agent would make the same decision. And neither does it make sense that Dark Mill South, being Native American, could somehow whistle the snow down to take out his transport. Yes, serial killers in America often achieve mythic status, are subject to and benefit from the same folklore dynamic that props up Paul Bunyan and Daniel Boone, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, but that's all after the fact. In the moment, with nature's eraser barreling downhill, shaving trees off at ground level and tossing boulders like so much flotsam, I have to imagine that Dark Mill South flinched just the same as the agents transporting him. Or, if not flinched, then at least grimaced, knowing that this is how it ends. The avalanche was demonstrating once again that nature is an etch-a-sketch, and sometimes it must get shaken in order to start things over. It's a natural, albeit violent, process, Mr. Armitage, and before it, highways crumble, are swept away. Prisoner convoys are blotted out as if they never were. 14 federal agents are lost. But serial killers, of course, serial killers are forever, aren't they? There couldn't have been time for last missives through the radios or cell phones. No last prayers. One moment they're trudging along, and the next, a swirling white darkness is solidifying to their right. A wall of destruction rushing at them, already enveloping them. The proof of this is that that supposed agents stationed directly behind Dark Mill South evidently didn't have time to pull their trigger. Most likely, their SUV was both airborne and buried by the time their lizard brain alerted them of danger. Never mind their sworn duty, the one that would have saved Prufrock another cycle of violence. But, of course, the question of what started this ill-timed avalanche persists even today, all these months later, and probably isn't getting definitively answered anytime soon, as none of the agents or snowplow drivers present at the time are alive to give testimony. As with Dark Mill South's origins, though, theories abound. The one I subscribe to, for purposes of this argument paper, is that the avalanche that swept the convoy down the scree slope on the east side of the highway and finally deposited it in a holding basin of sorts before the long drop down to Indian Creek at the bottom of the drainage was triggered either by vibration or by sound. And of course, those are really one and the same. By all accounts, when the thundering snow finally settled, no vehicle was visible, nor glowing headlights, nor chimneys shaped around engine exhaust. But that powdery surface was, supposedly, broken open in one and only one place, as if a vehicle door had been kicked open to serve as a hatch. This is the birth, the rebirth, of America's serial killer of the moment, Dark Mill South. According to the first responders to the scene, his footsteps weren't in the least bit hesitant nor drunken seeming from being tossed about in the avalanche. Where they lead, with no hesitation, is back up to the highway. This is where Dark Mill South takes his first victim in 4 years, Mr. Armitage. And though the vehicle associated with this is fitted with a dashboard camera as state policy requires, neither Dark Mill South nor this first victim is in that camera's field of view. Sorry, I know how perfect this would have been for your video collection. And no, out of respect, I won't name the snowplow driver. If that means a point reduction for this assignment, then like Sir Gawain in the tradition of Sidney Carton, I lower my head to take that necessary blow. But of course, the lightest search online returns invectives using this driver's name as well as deifications using his name. He's both villain and hero here. Hero to those who would worship Dark Mill South, villain to those who suffered as a result of his escape. I'm of the second camp, obviously. Which doesn't mean I think this snowplow driver intentionally sabotaged the convoy that night. His intentions were, I believe, as he saw them, pure. As were the intentions of his 2 fellow snowplow drivers, who volunteered to escort the convoy over the pass in their tandem axle dump trucks with snowplows mounted on front. But those other 2 drivers were swept away with the convoy, while this driver, the point in their phalanx, saw the avalanche sweep past in his rearview mirror. Of extreme interest here, as pertains to my position on the trigger point for this avalanche, is that neither his snowplow nor the snowplows of his fellow drivers, now entombed in ice down the mountain, were rated for use on Highway 20. They were too heavy, Mr. Armitage. If a gunshot or a branch bursting open from cold can start a mountainside sliding, or if a single pine cone snowballing down from the tree line can become that wall of obliteration, then what about 250 combined tons of rolling, grumbling steel scraping its giant blades against the rough surface of the blacktop at a high and heedless rate of speed? Yes, this is my argument paper, Mr. Armitage, but I hardly feel argumentation is needed for this. It's so obvious. Perhaps it's then best to close not with a conclusion reiterating my premises, but with a dramatic recreation. That snowplow driver, the lone survivor of this disaster, standing by his truck in amazement, possibly laughing and crying both, just to be, against all odds, still alive. He's in awe of this majestic destruction, at the vast scale of it all and the nearness of it. the matter of feet that probably saved him. As for why he's standing there, I think it's because he's watching a lone figure climb the scree slope, sometimes having to go to all fours to continue upward. Perhaps his plan is to hug this survivor, to dance on the road with him or her. Instead, and this is fact, not conjecture, he would end up dead and broken on the road, his truck stolen, his right hand pierced through, as if from a large hook. Meaning, he must have extended his hand to help this lone survivor make that last scramble over the edge. At which point, he was forcibly pulled into the maw of this grand catastrophe his enthusiasm for justice had carelessly engineered. So, it goes on the road to Proof Rock, Idaho, Mr. Armitage, better known, perhaps, as Dark Mill South's playground.
Happy Death Day. For a long time, she was in the lake. Before, she'd only ever been able to see under the water about as far as her hand in front of her face. But then that didn't matter. It was cold, but cold was just a word she'd once heard, already slipping away. When the sun glimmered down through the surface, she would drift among those shards of light, not closing her eyes but her mind, until she could pretend to be feeling that brightness up there. What she remembered was summer, inexactly, a feeling of being released from time, of days melting into days, until a whole series of them behind her could just be then, before, with more to come, and a grinning impulse to rush into them with her arms and her eyes and her heart wide open. When she had arms and eyes, a heart. She wasn't lonely, though. There were friends all through Indian Lake, from the dam and all the way back to the other side. For the first few years, she lived with Silas. His was a story she had held on to. He was the boy from Henderson Golding, whose family was packing everything they could into their wagon or truck or trailer. She's forever uncertain of that. It's because when her father was telling this story to her with his up and down voice, he had also been folding a piece of paper into sharp points, and what he was doing with his hands was so much more fascinating than wagons and trucks. But his tone was serious, too, kind of slanted down at the same angle his face took when he was looking over the tops of his glasses, meaning this was a warning of some kind. So she nodded, soaking it in. This boy was playing in the waters of the creek that was pooling into a lake, right up to their doorstep. His family had waited until too late to leave, so they were all rushing around and blaming each other, everybody grabbing this and that, and making pleading cases for it. The boy hid from it all with his boat shaped from catalog pages, floating it not exactly in the water, since it would swamp, but on the foamy scum that was frothing near shore. He would splash out after it, and then start over, until, the next time he looked up, his house was empty. The truck, or wagon, was gone. His family had left without him. Not on purpose, but because the wooden stool he was supposed to be sitting on, that he had been told not to leave for any reason, had been walled in by furniture and supplies, making a chamber he would be safe in. His family was even taking the doors from their house to walk through again a few 100 feet up the mountain, in whatever this new town was going to get named. The boy looked around at all the nothing, and then his boat was bobbing away, and fingers of water were soaking into its steep sides. He splashed out after it to save it. It was his best one so far, and by the time his family came back to collect him, sure he was going to be at the edge of the lapping water, he wasn't. He was just gone. He'd followed his little paper boat, her father told her, handing her the one he'd folded, and it was a lesson, a serious lesson she had to listen to. But it also came with a new toy. And the boy wasn't just a story, it turned out. She found him, bobbing a few feet off the lake floor, suspended in silt, that white boat still in his hand. She named him Silas because that was an old-fashioned name, and she held his hand, and together they would look up each year when the people from the nursing home, who remember the old stories, would get wheeled to shore to push their paper boats out onto the water in memory. Without Silas to hold her hand those first few years, she might have forgotten everything, dissipated into the murk, become one with the lake. But when you've got a friend, you can see yourself in their face and stay separate. What Silas told her was that he'd gone out into the deeper water because he wanted to see town one last time. She promised to see it for him and tell him all about it, but when she moved that way, it was different. Over the years, she would figure this out more, but this was the first time. When she stayed in one place for too long, the silt and debris suspended in the water would slow around her, congeal into gossamer tendrils, like the finest, most delicate hair, but mushy like moss, like the lake was trying to gift her a body, a form, a shape, but all it had was what was within reach of where she was right then, however long that then lasted. She could still, with effort, extract herself from those cocoon shapes, though, those moss dummies. Extract herself, and then watch these body memories loosen, relax, eventually drifting up to the surface to decay, becoming blots of darkness that soaked the sunlight up. Silas watched with her, in wonder, and she assured him that would never happen to him, that she would keep him safe. It was a lie, but she meant it, too, and that had to matter, didn't it? She drifted downslope, along the lake bed that used to be a hill, because that's where Silas said his town used to be. It was easy to find, the most obvious gathering of shapes down there. She drifted down the main street, hiding on the sidewalk to let that giant fish float past, making its rounds. She didn't know its name, but she could tell it was old. It was ancient, that it fed on the small crumbles that sifted down from above, and that those crumbles added up. There was the mercantile, the saloon with its roof fallen in, its whole self leaning into the store, both their wall boards soft enough that they were bending in. There was a fire truck parked by another building, a rock building that didn't care about the constant water. The rock building was rock-colored, like it should have been, but the fire truck wasn't red anymore. Its two headlights watched her like eyes, and when she looked back to it after passing it, she wasn't sure why, not until that giant fish floated over the truck, up from its alley. Its eyes were as wide as the truck's headlights. Its body may be longer, but crusted and mottled. She didn't know fish like her dad did, but she knew if she were to describe this one to him, from mouth to tail, he would smile, nod, and tell her what it had to be. And that those kind weren't even supposed to be in this part of the world. That this one must have been sleeping in the ground for ages when the water of the creek became a lake over it and seeped tendrils of wet down through the dirt. To her, for now, it was the god of these low waters, feeding on the particles of rot that made their way down from the sunlight. It swished its great tail once, languorously, massively, and then rode that down this main street. She kept moving the other way. At the end of the street was the church, with its doors closed. She could still hear the raised voices coming from it in what felt like a dirge, like a plea, like a last chorus that was the only thing keeping their stone walls from collapsing in on them. "Ezekiel can't still be alive," Silas told her after her report. She shrugged, didn't know about any Ezekiel, just that there was something about the song that made her want to listen, and keep listening. She might have listened for a year or two even, the silt and debris slowing in her thoughts, taking on a form she had to pull herself from and then push away, so it could go be a mat of rotting yuck on the surface. Higher up the slope of the lake bed was a jumble of rusting, silt-coated appliances and Christmas trees, and even one boat. She couldn't stop watching this boat. From under the water, she only ever saw the smooth, fast bottoms of them. But here was a whole one. She made up story after story for its journey down here to her. Deeper, but not all the way at the bottom, were the other people. All of their eyes and mouths open, their arms raised as if they were still falling, not suspended forever. But she avoided them. Not because of their stares, but because one of them remembered her. He was older now, his face all messed up, but he was still the same boy she remembered. And she could tell in his eyes that he knew her, that he would say her name if she drew too close, and that he might laugh in his way after he said it, and she didn't know what she would do then. Higher up, well above them, were the animals. She petted their shoulders and necks and rubbed the tight skin between their eyes, telling them she was sorry this had happened to them. It wasn't fair. They couldn't breathe water. They needed the sunlight and their families. They were dogs, mostly. She didn't understand how or why, but here they were. There were 11 deer, 2 moose, and 3 elk, one of them with antlers that looked the same underwater as they had above, wooden roots branching up and up in worship of the moon to hug that pale light. They were wondrous. Highest up the slope were the trees she knew weren't trees, but posts that had been trees. No, pillars. Posts? 2 lines of them walked up to shore, and a dark and fetching rectangle of shadow hung between them that she would sometimes come up to and then go fast away from as fast as she could, almost to the dam but not quite all the way. She knew to avoid those waters. They were all the way off limits to her. But they also pulled at her the most of anything, gave her that summer feeling. She knew it was a memory, a trap, but it was hard to stay away from. Silas couldn't explain it. The elk with the branching antlers couldn't explain it. The fish that was a god knew but wouldn't say, and there were no actual words in the song coming from the church, just a murmur, a feeling, a prayer. Still, the thrill of flashing from high up the slope by the walking pillars to those dangerous waters by the dam was a game she played over and over, sometimes even flashing closer than she should to the people, hanging in the water under the animals, their mouths open as if calling out to someone. It was during one of those runs that the thing occurred. It was like when the silt and debris tried to congeal around her, but it was faster, worse, better. She was hiding in the shadows between the walking pillars, about to slip away into the dark, wriggle and race for the dangerous waters of the dam, when a circular blade whirred ahead of her, ensconcing itself in a halo of bubbles. Boats were no threat. She'd figured that out long ago. But she liked those spinning white halos, would watch them every time they happened. Only this time, that halo, for the first time ever, changed color, from frantic white to deep red. And the red, when it bloomed her way, was warm and slowed her thoughts. It was a sensation she hadn't felt in ever. Was that what summer actually felt like? There was solid matter in the redness, too. Not ice, but softer, meatier. And when it touched her, there was a thrill so intense it made her surge up, away from this intense pleasure, this impossibly hot thing. And for the first time in she didn't know how many years, she was above the water, out of the lake. She opened her heart, grabbed onto the first thing she could, that rectangular black shadow with the, as it turned out, rough, splintery underside. And then she hung on, clung on, hunching into herself tighter and tighter, only sad she hadn't gotten to tell Silas goodbye. But he would understand. If you can leave, you leave.
This is impossible and stupid. So they pretty much have to do it. Forget the class of 18 who raised enough money to install heating elements on the roof of the nursing home to keep sheets of ice from crashing down onto old people in wheelchairs who just want some fresh air, never specifically asked to be cut in half from above. That community service was just about selling brownies and popcorn, which doesn't take any more effort than sitting at a table and taking donations. And everybody knows that Letha Mondragon had slipped a certain check into the lockbox anyway. Or had it slipped, since she was busy squeezing a baby out. Yeah, it's good that no oldster's going to get bisected by a plummeting razor blade of ice, sure. Who doesn't want senior citizens in one piece instead of two? But the class of 18 didn't have to sweat to raise that money. The class of 2020 is different. Is going to leave a different mark. Case in point. When whoever runs the town snowplow didn't get out and do their job, that meant Main Street was going to be impassable for the duration of this storm, impacting all the businesses that depended on traffic. And this, to the class of 2020, was basically unacceptable. Since cell service was gone, Penny Wayne, and then Penny Wayne and Bobo Richardson, went door-to-door collecting volunteers. Counting Penny and Bobo, 8 seniors were willing. Nearly that many weren't home, their panicked parents asking Penny if she knew where they might be, and the rest were recent arrivals to Henderson High, so Penny and Bobo hadn't been sure where they lived. As for the 8 who were willing to suit up, lean out into the wind for the good of Proof Rock, it was less about community service and really more about there being no internet. That meant no games, no shows to stream, no social media. They could have watched whatever DVDs their dads had left over from before marriage, except the power was spotty as well, and siphoning television juice out of the generator would take some convincing. So it was stay home and deal with their parents' idle interrogations about future plans and current dating situations, or trundle out into the bitter cold to shovel snow while even more snow was still coming down. The great outdoors won. The idea was to rack up nearly half of their mandatory community service hours in a single day. The scam being that braving the elements meant each hour spent scooping counted as 3. At least when they factored in their actual physical endangerment. Hypothermia, frostbite, overexertion, back strain, blisters under the gloves, the mental strain of no cell or Wi-Fi, and whatever jeopardy was involved with getting gored by the big deer Bobo's mom said she'd seen out the window. The unspoken portion of this community service effort, of course, was the self-serving aspect. Yes, clearing the sidewalks for foot traffic would allow anyone in dire need of their medications to shuffle to the drugstore, and anyone with desperate cash transactions to complete could foreseeably get those done at the bank if it elected to open its doors. And the quilt store? Couldn't there be a run on quilts on a day like today? And who doesn't need coffee and cupcakes at Dots? But their collective shoveling effort didn't start at the front door of the drugstore or any of the other retail storefronts. It started at their own, Proof Rock Video. All funds raised over the course of the school year, minus operating expenses, were to be funneled into the prom budget. Never mind that if the power was too thready to watch DVDs, then probably no one would be renting them. Their senior business project was going to be open all the same, perhaps earning the undying loyalty of that one person who decided to come in, walk the candlelit aisles. The candlesticks were all 4 feet high, supplied by Jace Rodriguez's mom, and there were tasteful random-shaped candles flickering throughout the store at strategic locations. And they'd saved the 9 wicks of the one stray menorah for the register, where transactions were to be of the IOU variety, since the cash drawer wouldn't open without electricity. All of which Penny had documented on her phone for the video essay that was to be their final project, for which they would receive a group grade not dependent on net gains or customer ratings, but on the business model itself, and the conclusions they could draw for this retail endeavor. So, starting out, Penny had taken pains to be sure to record each volunteer up close and personal, partially as a way to call out those not in attendance, but also to be sure to capture the bitter cold apparent on each face, for which she had to ask these volunteers to peel their ski masks and goggles. After a snot check, she would record each volunteer saying how "it takes a village," or "Proof Rock Pride," or "Henderson Hawks forever," and then move on to the next. To a person, each of the shovelers she directed her phone's camera at was either plugged into earbuds or wearing over-the-head headphones under their windproof hoods. And they might as well, with the shovels scraping and the wind blowing. Talking to each other, even at high volume, was pretty much impossible. Even the snot check had to be done by sign language and mime. When they started out, the snow against the building was drifting nearly up to their hips. 2 hours later, it's down to their knees for 3 storefronts in each direction. And for brief flashes between gusts, there's even concrete at their feet sometimes. There's always 6 people on shovel duty. 1 thawing out at the register and 1 walking the line, being sure no one's pushing too hard, that no one needs a rest inside, that no one's lost. It's an adventure. They're small business owners. Only the strong survive, and they're open for business at least, ready to thrive, there for their customers, making the sacrifices needed to provide continuity of operation or services or whatever a video rental outfit has to offer in the age of streaming. Nostalgia was what Cinnamon said it could offer when the class was pitching ideas for what business they could run for the senior year. Cinnamon, who, of course, wasn't at her house when Penny knocked. Just Gal and her mother sipping hot chocolate at the door, wearing scarves and sweatshirts and mittens, their generator humming from the other side of the fence. A cat threading itself back and forth between their shins, as if showing off how toasty warm it was inside the house. And neither Mrs. Pangborn nor Gal had been able to say where Cinnamon was. Sorry. Same with Abby Grandlin's dad, Mark Costins' little brother, Winona Fleming's mom, Gwen Stapleton's sister, and Mrs. Cates, though at least Mrs. Cates had been crying, which suggested that Philip wasn't flush to the wall just out of sight listening. So, the 8 diehards shovel and scoop and bulldoze their community service hours, multiplying over their heads like hit points they're earning. There's 0.0 chance of them actually clearing the whole sidewalk. They can all tell this now. But there will at least be footage of them working to keep the video store open for business. And they all saw Dorothy trundling into her coffee shop, meaning surely some pity mugs of something hot and a tray of something warm are on the way. Penny's back to shoveling, about to graduate to line check duty, which is the last step before her 4th time at the register, when a shape coalesces through the snow. It's standing by the bank, about even with the ATM, and her first instinct, conditioned into her by all the cop dramas her mom watches, is that the camera over that little money dispenser is going to capture whoever this is for later. And that's a relief. Never mind the snow gusting through, obliterating all sightlines. Never mind that the lens on the camera is almost definitely frozen over. The blurriest, crustiest peephole. Never mind that she's not even sure if ATMs still work when the power's mostly out. "Hello?" Penny says, and scoops a load of snow into the street behind her. The shape is just standing there. Penny looks up the line for if anyone else is seeing this, but the closest shoveler is 15 feet ahead. Penny cocks her goggles up on her head to see better, but now this figure is gone again. If it was ever even there. It's probably Toby, she thinks. He plays center, has that kind of height, and dressed up for the elements might look that bulky. But what's he doing just standing out there like a scarecrow? "Come in! Help!" Penny calls, waving her arm as wide as she can because her voice can't be making it through the wind. The snow swirls again, as if delivering this shape specifically into her view. It's just watching her. Watching all of them. "Toby?" she says, weaker, not near loud enough. Or Jensen? But how would he have heard? Probably he hound-dogged it to Winona's or Gwen's, heard about this impromptu street party from whoever answered the door, and he's Jensen. He goes where the girls are. But he's not that tall. It's not Philip either. Philip Cates would never walk anywhere in the snow, not when he can show his new snowmobile off. Penny bares her teeth, thinking about him. If he slides up over the curb, sprays snow onto the square or two of concrete she's cleared, then one ass-kicking coming up. But now the shape's gone again. Swirled away. Right before it faded, though, Penny got the sense of dark hair rising around its head, off its shoulders. She also got a sense that she was being x-rayed. "Fuck it," she says, and pulls her goggles back on. She's not freezing her lashes for Toby and his stupid dramatics, always wanting to make a grand entrance, always expecting the home crowd to stand when he jogs out onto whatever he's using for a court today. Still, she does like to watch him jog in those shorts. Penny turns her back purposefully on him, so she can startle around when he's closer. Maybe fall into his arms, his big hands having to catch her. There's been worse things happen in the history of the world, hasn't there? Penny chuckles to herself, runs her yellow shovel into the white snow again, thinks there has to be an easier way, and then, yep, a hand is to her upper left arm, her shoulder, sort of. She spins around, yelping as any half-decent meet-cute requires, and, "Cinnamon?" she says, their faces maybe 2 inches apart. "We've got to get inside," Cinnamon says, all worked up about, what, the cold? This is Idaho, girl. Come on. Penny steps back, grinning, looks down the line, and it's just her and Cinnamon now. "I already got them in," Cinnamon says, shaking Penny to make her point. "Were you?" Penny says, looking down Main, where she was sure Toby was creeping up on her all in good fun. It couldn't have been her, though. She looks the other way, and parked at an angle just shy of Proof Rock Video is the truck Cinnamon came in? Except that's Deputy Tompkins' truck, isn't it? Its parking lights are on, and its wipers are fighting the snow as best they can. What? Penny starts. But now Cinnamon's practically dragging her. "Leave it," Cinnamon says about the shovel Penny's holding to. So Penny does. She's a rag doll bouncing along behind Cinnamon now. "Where were you?" Penny manages to ask. "We came by your..." "Busy surviving," Cinnamon says, and opens the video store's front door, shoves Penny in ahead of her. "What do you mean?" Penny asks. The other 7 small business owners are thawing out at the end of the first aisle. The new release is one that's supposed to be like an impulse rack, with the Blu-rays up at eye level, the individually wrapped candy down at kid level. "What's happening?" Penny says, appointing herself voice of the group. "There's a killer out there," Cinnamon says, standing in the open door, her perfect blonde hair cascading down out of her hood like a ski resort commercial. "Killer?" Penny says, checking the glass front window as if it's possible to see through it anymore. "I saw Toby and Gwen," Cinnamon says. "And..." She's starting to cry. Has to reel that in, it looks like. "And Mark and Kristen." "They're dead?" Jace says, his voice going shriekier than he'd like, probably. Cinnamon nods fast. Seems to prefer nodding to having to give these facts voice anymore. "Just stay inside," she says to all of them. "Promise me, all of you." One by one, everyone shrugs, sure, some of them nodding, all of them squinting because this doesn't really make sense. "Is it another massacre?" Bobo asks weakly. Cinnamon doesn't want to answer, but her eyes say yes. "What about you?" Penny says. Cinnamon sneaks a look to all the open space behind her, then cases all the frozen faces waiting for her to explain all this. "I can't stay here," she finally says. It's me he wants. I'm putting you in danger, even being here." "Why does he want you?" TJ asks. It's the obvious question. "Because I got away from him," Cinnamon says, holding her gloved hands up, hopeless fashion. "I guess I'm unfinished business." "Where are you going to go?" Penny asks, stepping forward to hold Cinnamon's gloved fingers in her hands. I don't, just stay here," she says, and is already backing out, the door blowing shut hard behind her, the cowbell above it clattering. Penny steps forward, locks the deadbolt.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, Claude Armitage is telling himself with a secret grin. Or, in space, no one can hear you scream. The night he came home? According to Jade, this time the killer isn't a little dead girl, but a big, alive man. Be afraid, then. Be very afraid. No. Sometimes dead is better. Yeah. And of course, gotta mix some chainsaw action in. Who will survive and what will be left of them? It's finally really actually happening, and he's right here at ground zero. It's not only a movie. But he can't let Jade see him trying not to grin. Letha Mondragon probably could cue into the joy he's trying to suppress, since he's been carrying her since they stepped up onto shore, but she's in and out, and she keeps spasming or convulsing or something in his arms. It's the weirdest feeling. Man is the warmest place, he tells himself, imagining the thing in her about to take hold of her chest from the inside, spread her rib cage open, xenomorph up, and periscope around for a first meal. This is so much more than he ever dared hope. Lonnie, back on the ice? How is it even possible to twist someone up that much? Lonnie'd gone from tongue-tied to being a human Gordian knot. Claude's first instinct had been to snap a picture for his collection, and then a backup photo as well from a different angle, and maybe even a selfie with Lonnie, one with the bicycle girl mask on, holding the little scythe up, as if this is his handiwork, then one without, but decorum, decency. He's supposed to be mournful, apprehensive, his lips quivering with regret for the lives lost, his eyes blinking too fast from unadulterated terror. Oh, but the questions he has for Jade. All the taglines swirling through his head, threatening with each step to leak out his mouth through his grin. She would know each one and their different market alternates as well, and she could finally reveal once and for all if it was her or Letha Mondragon who faced down Stacy Graves at the Independence Day massacre. And if it was Jade, then why did Stacy Graves's little body never float back up with the rest of them? Over the summer, after a scuba certification class down in Boise, Claude had discreetly slipped into an insulated wetsuit and then ducked under the waters around the pier, sifting through the lake bed for clues, letting the muck and silt run through the beam of his scuba flashlight. But there were phones, there were beer bottles, there were tangles of fishing poles and the rotting remains of generations of three-ring binders. There was the rusted wheel of some long-gone truck he decided was Cross Bull Joe's. But there was no great black hook. Worse, there were no bones of any kind. Not Jade's missing dad, not a little girl's who should have been dead a century ago. Not even any of the jaws that had been ripped off that night, which he was sure had to be there. Still, now that rusted wheel has a place of pride in his study, along with the beer bottles. He's even drank from two of them, without washing them out first. And from a documentary he stumbled upon, he now knows about magnet fishing. It's usually done off bridges, but there's no reason he can't do it at night in a quiet boat alongside the pier, ranging out in gentle GPS-directed arcs. A magnet won't get him any bones, but it's going to find him something, he knows. He's already ordered the kit. It's just a big heavy magnet with a neodymium rope and a climbing-grade carabiner to connect them. But simple's good, isn't it? All the best slashers are simple. This one, for example, Rob Zombie-ish killer escapes, turns up in town, carves through as many kids as he can until some plucky girl finally puts him down. All in 24, 36 hours, under cover of a storm with the sheriff out of town, cell phones down, power unreliable. Claude couldn't have designed it any better himself. And he's getting to walk through it with Jade freaking Daniels. And going by her terms, Lonnie's probably even the prelude to the third real body dump, isn't she? Meaning either the big party's already going on, or they're headed there now. Claude's plan is to be Gale Weathers, sneaking Kenny's hidden camera in among the action. Except that camera's going to be in the chest pocket of his jacket, its lens just peeking out. All he has to do is find a couple of moments alone to delete everything else on his phone so as to make room for all the footage he's about to capture. Except where Jade's taking them, the post office? The library? No, the sheriff's office. That's not where the party's going down. No kids equals no party, and Jade knows her slasher math better than that. When Claude slows, Jade looks back, her eyes flat and humorless, and she must think Letha's slowing this slasher fan down. Her solution: take the skis he's dragging behind him on the parachute cord he had in his pack. She lumberjacks them over her shoulder and trudges ahead, breaking the snow with her soaked, frozen boots. Claude wants to pull ahead, break that path for her with his cross-country boots. They're not the best for walking, but they're not bad. Except Letha is weighing him down just a little. He looks down to her shattered face, his eyes not even starting to linger on the pant rise and fall of her chest. He doesn't not sneak a peek because she's black, of course. He's equal opportunity. It's that she's older than any girl in a slasher should be. Junior year, beginning of senior year, that's the sweet spot, isn't it? Cinnamon, Jade said, when he asked who this was all about this time. Technically she's aged out, but she's not a bad choice all in all. It does complicate things for him, but current killers surely outweigh old enmities, don't they? As for what Cinnamon did to draw this kind of attention from someone like Dark Mills South, there's no way an interstate serial killer, now graduated to slasher, could have seen Cinnamon in Claude's study, randomly pulling a certain cowboy hat down over her eyes, like Jessica Alba from Sin City, and then firing imaginary 6 guns into his wall of masks. But maybe that disrespect smeared an aura of some sort on her, right? Her thoughtless action in the absence of a real prank or crime, maybe that made her the kind of radioactive that slashers key on? Granted, final girls are usually wearing more than a bra and a cowboy hat when they kickstart a cycle of justice that ends in a sea of blood, but it's the millennium, right? And when will it stop being the millennium? Will that be the evergreen motivation for 81 more years? Claude hopes so. And then second star to the right, straight on till morning, on till 2455, the year of Jason X. For sure. And Claude's footage of this slasher cycle will be part of that now. And all because he was out on the ice playing curtains. All because he took a flyer, pretended to care about Idaho history for his school board. He knows the sheriff thinks he's writing a book on the Independence Day Massacre, but it's nothing so base as that. All the accounts he's collecting are for his private collection, which is probably going to be curated into a museum some fine day, one mocked up like a video rental store for the first room, but then you walk through a thick, dark curtain and you're in the land of memorabilia and props, lobby cards and film cells under glass, meaning now you're in a proper movie palace. The logical next room, then, is the real thing that informs those movies. Stills from Claude Armitage's soon-to-be-recorded video of this bitter cold dusk in Proof Rock. The new center of slasherdom. As Haddonfield had once been, as Crystal Lake used to be, as Springwood forever is. No, Sheriff Allen, this is bigger than a book, thank you. Have you ever seen the TV spot for popcorn, sir? Before the horror of Halloween, before the fear of Friday the 13th, before the evil of A Nightmare on Elm Street. Under all of them is your high little mountain town. For proof, there's actual blood on Claude's jacket now, and more blood to come. And because he's just an observer, a slasher raconteur, a devotee, a fly on the wall with the biggest, most hungry eyes, he's functionally immune to beheadings, eviscerations, to whatever happened to Lonnie back there. It's glorious. You good? Jade asks, because he's flagging again. Good, Claude says, and of course doesn't tell her that it's not fatigue slowing him down. He's just lost in his head again, walking through that someday museum, trying to savor every footstep of this impossible journey he's lucking his way into. All he's missing really is some footage of Dark Mill South from before today, after the trial but before this almost here showdown. Because as Carpenter taught in 1978, you've got to have the looming presence before the carving begins, don't you? Work the threat and dread into the muscle before that muscle contracts in terror. But something'll turn up. It always does, especially when you're this charmed. Almost there, Jade calls out, fumbling the skis away and finally just jabbing them into the snow, and a tall X marks the spot. That spot being a few yards in front of the sheriff's office. When she goes to haul the door open for him, though, there's no door. It's just frozen, stiff plastic taped into place. Ding dong, you're dead, Claude says in what he thinks is an under-his-breath tag, but that's right where Letha is, under his breath. She moans, writhes, tries to wriggle out of his arms. Claude repositions, gets his legs under him better, hitching her higher on his chest, and now the deputy is on the other side of that foggy plastic, directing them around the side of the building. He's waiting at the door when they round that corner, and he runs out, takes Letha from him. He's trying to form words, but can't seem to. She'll be okay, Claude says. You're the history teacher, not a doctor, the deputy snaps back. I know the genre, Claude says back with an easy shrug and then holds the door himself for the deputy to maneuver his tall wife in. Jade's next, and Claude follows, unable not to register the long glare she maintains with Rexall, the school janitor, sitting on a narrow bunk in the cell on the right. He's back. Rexall sings songs across to Jade like a taunt. He's never even been here before, Jade tells him, not breaking her stride. You know who I mean, Rexall says with a satisfied smirk, then flicks his eyes to the door they just walked through in a way that Claude has to look back to see if there's a large shape filling that doorway now. There is. Claude stumbles a step, bumping into Jade. It makes him feel for all the world like Shaggy jerking ahead into Velma. Jade looks back, irritated, not Velma, and says it for all of them. Cinnamon. Just Sin, thanks, Cinnamon says, stepping all the way in and pulling the heavy door shut behind her, her breathing deep from whatever wade through the snow got her here. She levels her laser glare on Mr. Armitage, but doesn't say anything. What are you doing here? Jade's already asking, demanding, because there's not an ounce of hesitation in this one. I think I can explain some shit, Cinnamon says, cocking her head over about Rexall, as if either he doesn't belong or, in this context, she's not recognizing him. He lifts his chin to her like, hey, but she doesn't give anything back. Translation, he's beneath her. Claude steps to the side to let her pass, giving her all the room she wants, and she takes it. Doesn't even let her puffy jacket scrape his in passing, which takes some doing since they're practically the Stay-Puffed Marshmallow Kaiju and the Michelin Man here. Rexall chuckles about this. What? Jade says to him. You've been gone a long time, girlie, Rexall says to her. She studies him a moment, then falls in behind Cinnamon. Maybe this is the party Claude allows, and they haven't even been into the front part of the building yet. It could be the big dance at the end of prom night, or no, that disco ballroom in Jason Takes Manhattan, except instead of it being empty enough for a slow murder, Jamie Lee Curtis is pulling some staying alive moves out on the packed dance floor. When it was her staying alive moves that launched the whole golden age itself. Some days just keep on unfolding and unfolding, don't they? Mr. Bridger, Claude says to Rexall in passing. Teach, Rexall says back, their eyes holding for a moment too long, Claude knows. But he's bringing up the rear. Nobody to clock this. They're here, Claude Armitage says to himself about the five of them walking forward into this. Only he's a few steps behind already. His music and camera roll aren't going to delete themselves after all.
Melanie's bench isn't a lost cause by now. It'll never be that, not as long as he can shuffle out to it. But the shit's coming down thick enough now that Hardy would need to conscript Deputy Fife to sweep him off while he was keeping the bench clean, so tomorrow then. Maybe the eye of this snow hurricane will be hovering over Proof Rock by then, providing a column of light for an old man to go out, tend to what needs tending. It does feel good to be back in the offices again, though. Like he always told Trudy, home was wherever she was. But this feels pretty good, too. No Meggie, so the place is kind of a sty, the front door even down to plastic sheeting. But to each sheriff his own, or, for today, to each deputy his own. Not that he's not going to have words with Rex Allen next week. In Hardy's day, if Don Chambers, his shirt still showing pinholes from wearing the badge, were to come in, announce that some fool kids were playing out in the snow on Main, then Hardy would have hustled out there his own damn self, chased their narrow asses home. This Tompkins kid, though, it's shameful. Because he couldn't leave his daughter, who would be perfectly safe here, he surrendered his truck keys to that blonde Baker twin, more or less deputizing her to go save her classmates. Never mind that when she doesn't come back, then Tompkins will have to be going out into it anyway. Just now, minus a set of wheels. As for Hardy, he's here for the night, he imagines. Well, maybe Lonnie will get the tracks back together on the snowcat, he supposes, ferry everyone to their front doors. But this former sheriff isn't holding his breath. And staying here, it won't be so bad. Right now, he's got a little girl on his knee, and she's pulling on his wondrous Russian hat, that dense, soft fur between her fingers making her smile, and while her dad's gone back to the holding cells, Hardy's telling her the story of the sable, and making it up as he goes, like he used to for Melanie. Sables are really house cats that got left behind when their human family moved into the city, so they had to learn to live out in the woods, in the deep snow, but their legs weren't long enough, their fur not thick enough. So they grew better fur, and instead of taller legs, they made their body long like a weasel's, so they could move like snakes on top of the snow, and tunnel down through it, and dart through the water like muskrats. But they still like to race up into the trees higher and higher every day, always looking for their family to be coming back, because it's going to be such a good surprise, how much they've changed. It's going to be the best joke ever. Look at me. Look at me. And now she's got the hat. It's nearly as big as her. Hardy has to blink fast to keep the tears away. Melanie was sitting on his knee just the same when he folded her first paper boat for her. Tomorrow, he tells her. He'll sweep her bench clean tomorrow. Maybe this summer he'll even take this one out to it, hike her up on it so she can see out across the lake, and she'll point to the other shore like this old man, living here his whole life, can't have seen it yet. And through her eyes, he hasn't. Over her shoulder, he hasn't. Hardy shakes his head no, that he won't be talking to Rex Allen next week about his new deputy. Let him stay on. What the hell? He wouldn't have left this little one here either, he imagines. You keep it, he tells her about his retirement hat, but she probably already was going to keep it. And the way she flinches into his chest when the door from the holding cells slaps open, the way she clings to him so he can keep her safe. Hardy wraps his thick arm around her and angles them away so she's less in the line of whatever this is going to be, but it's the kid, the deputy, and he's carrying his wife, and there's blood. Because this is proof rock, Hardy tells himself. He keeps Adrian from seeing her mom like this, and then there's Jennifer, and behind her, the Baker girl, actually back from herding her classmates to safety, and that history teacher from the high school? What? Hardy barks across to any of them, to all of them. Where's the first aid kit? Tompkins asks back. Hardy makes eyes to Jennifer to take the girl, then he's on his walker, pulling across the room to the water cooler. The kit's on the wall right by it, always has been. Instead of opening its plastic door, he rips it off the wall altogether, tosses it across the room to the history teacher, who snatches it, passes it down behind the counter to Tompkins. He's got his wife laid down on Meg's desk. All the shit slid off it, and Letha's trying to push his hands away, but she's moving through a fog. She's not really there anymore. Who did this to her? Tompkins says then, without looking up to Jade and the teacher, and Hardy can tell from his tone of voice that this is the moment right here when the kid's grown up into the man. A man of the law. Jennifer? Hardy says across the room when she's just standing there. She slashes her eyes up to him, says, It's Jade, Sheriff. Jade, the Baker girl repeats, like tasting it. The history teacher doesn't say anything, just slides his phone into the shallow chest pocket of his jacket, which is an idiot move, as, peeking out like that, he's going to lose it. You know who did it, Jade says to Deputy Tompkins. Dark Mill South? The baker girl says, her eyes flitting from face to face. Jade says, We were over in Terra Nova. He was too. Did you? Deputy Tompkins asks. We dropped a house on him, Jade says. A house? The history teacher says. Doesn't matter, Jennifer says. He's already here. We saw Lonnie. By the pier, the history teacher adds in, with a distinct note of excitement. He was all, he mimes. What, being twisted up? Dead? Everybody calm down, Hardy grumbles. First, her. Letha Mondragon. Here, the teacher says, going to her, waiting for permission from Deputy Tompkins. You can, Jade asks. My mother's a nurse, he says. That doesn't mean you are, the baker girl tells him. Anybody else qualified? The teacher asks all around, getting no takers. Do it, Deputy Tompkins says, giving the teacher room. With the baker girl staring daggers into his back, he doctors Letha Mondragon's shoulder with the first aid kit. Then he's on to trying to stabilize her jaw with gauze. Just every time that wrapping touches her skin, she whimpers, moans, writhes. Jade delivers the kid back to Hardy, then leans over Letha, threads her short hair out of the way as best she can without coming into contact with her face. Deputy Tompkins holds his wife's hands in his, trying, Hardy knows, to siphon her pain away, take it on himself. It's a maneuver widowers know well. Hardy hikes the kid onto his knee. Does she have any medicine? This Armitage asks, enunciating over clearly instead of raising his voice, and Deputy Tompkins digs a rattling pill fob up from one of Letha's pockets. How do we give it to her, though? Deputy Tompkins asks. It's a good question. Her jaw's cinched tight with the gauze now. Here, Jade says, taking the stainless little tube and upending it on the table almost in a single move. She takes them at the same time? She asks, and Deputy Tompkins nods. Well then, Jade says, and uses the rounded bottom of the fob to crush the 2 tablets into powder, cracks the 2 capsules over them like tiny oblong eggs, then casts around for a Sharpie lid. She scoops this concoction off the table onto a Post-it note, then folds the note into a funnel, drains the grains down into the Sharpie lid, after blowing it out. But aren't those capsules time release? Armitage asks weakly. Yeah, well, it's time, Jade tells him. With that, she pulls Letha's bloody lips apart slightly, pours this medicine in, saying, Swallow, swallow. Letha does in what looks like a single painful gulp. Deputy Tompkins nods a solemn thank you to Jade, and then steps in to be the closest one to his wife. Let her come over, he says to Hardy then, and Hardy hesitates, but he gets it, too. If this little girl's mom is on the way out, then this could be goodbye. Adrian keeps one hand latched onto his walker all the way across the office, and she can tell her mom is hurt. It makes her feet shuffle, her footsteps small. Her dad lifts her up onto the table, and Adrian lays her head on her mom's chest as gently as any feathers ever drifted down, and Hardy has to tighten his lips, look over to the foggy plastic door. So what now? Armitage says, looking from Jade to Deputy Tompkins. I'm here, too, the baker girl says. Which one are you, anyway? Hardy asks. Cinnamon, Jade says. Sin, Armitage corrects, his eyes already skating away. I got them inside the store, Sin announces. Them? Jade asks. A bunch of the seniors were... Doesn't matter, Sin says. Then, store? Jade says. Doesn't matter either, Sin says, seating herself on the high counter that's the first thing you walk into. Meg's idea some 10 years ago, to form a kind of wall the public has to stop at, until she can get to them. Hardy walks his walker around behind him so he can lean back on it like a stool, one of the few advantages of the thing. The question stands, Armitage says. We can't just wait here. You're right, Deputy Tompkins says, kind of reluctantly, it seems. I have to. Doc Wilson, he's probably still over at the high school, isn't he? You need him for her, Jade says about Letha, seeing where he's going. The truck's good enough, he says to Sin, who kind of squinches her lips up in pre-apology. What? Deputy Tompkins asks, already not liking the answer they can all sense coming. It kind of mired down, Sin says. Sorry? Should have chained up, Hardy tells them all. Deputy Tompkins nods, knows that. Chaining up in the deep stuff is no easy thing, though. I can walk it, Deputy Tompkins says. I'll go, Jade tells him. You should, her. I'm going with you, Armitage tells her. I'm still here, Sin says, insulted. You're the one he's after, Jade says. We should put you in the other cell back there. It's the only safe place. Not so safe, Deputy Tompkins says. Somebody was already trying to get to Rexall. You didn't see who, Mr. Hardy? Sheriff Hardy, Jade corrects. No, he's right, Hardy says. Then, did I see what, son? Whoever was hitting the side of the building with their truck. There was no truck, Hardy says. Truck tracks wouldn't go away that fast. It'd get stuck anyway, Sin adds. She's right. It's just a long grass slope on that side of the building, no asphalt or concrete for tires to dig down to. Snowcat? Jade asks. It's taken apart, Hardy tells her. So he's really after her, Deputy Tompkins asks Jade then, about Sin. I can go, Sin says, hopping down easily. Bullshit, Hardy says. There's guns here, not out there. Guns never work, Jade mumbles. She's right, Armitage says with a shrug. What the hell? Deputy Tompkins says to both of them. Really, if I can just keep moving, Sin offers, then nobody else will be in the way. She's not wrong, Jade says to all. Has that ever been tried? What? Armitage asks. Keeping the final girl in motion, Jade says. Usually she gets put in some version of a silo, but that only makes it easier for him. She's a damsel in the tower, then. Damsel, Armitage says with a knowing grin. Him, though, Hardy asks. The dragon, the slasher, Armitage says, not wanting to slow this down, it feels like. Cherry Falls tried. And how did that work out? Jade says right back to him. Then, but you know what happens if we try to pass her. Sin. Around town like a baton, then he starts killing everyone else, so that the only way she can stop the killing is to come in out of the cold. To Sin now. You would, wouldn't you? Come in, I mean. Sin nods yes, she would. So would she, Jade says, about Letha. So would you, Deputy Tompkins says to Jade. She shrugs that off like she doesn't factor in here. Adrian's sitting up now, looking from speaker to speaker, as if waiting for a word she knows. Sin steps in, scoops her up, rests her on her hip, just like a mom. So what, then? Deputy Tompkins says. Doc Wilson, Jade says. There is no greater plan, no survival strategy, nothing that'll work. I mean, he'll catch her somewhere. Sin again. And, I don't know. Maybe we're there to help, maybe we're not. Sorry, Cinnamon. Just Sin. Adrian's playing with the drawstrings on Cinnamon's hood now. But if she's here, Hardy says, obviously, then we are around to help, aren't we? Not if we're off getting the doc, Jade says. This is always how it works, isn't it? Splitting up, Armitage says, on her same wavelength. We know we shouldn't, Jade says, but it seems like the most rational course of action in the moment. How long, there and back? Hardy asks. Walking through this? Deputy Tompkins says back. 45 minutes, an hour? And that's if Doc Wilson's still there. I'll probably have to pull him on a sled or something. I don't know. He's... Deputy Tompkins doesn't finish it. Old, Hardy completes for him. You can say it. I know what I am, Deputy, but I can still pull a trigger. Set me up in the corner. I'll stand guard. Sit, guard, Armitage corrects. She'll be safe, Hardy tells him back, nodding to Letha and Adrian. Thank you, Jade says. Hardy nods to her, still holding Deputy Tompkins's eyes, waiting. Finally, Deputy Tompkins nods once, hating it. But Jade's right. This is the only course that makes sense. It wasn't even supposed to go like this, Sin says then, rubbing a fleck from the corner of Adrian's mouth. When Sin looks up, all eyes are on her. She cringes slightly from the attention, as if regretting having said this out loud. What do you mean? Jade says, having to work to control her voice, it sounds like. I was just... Sin says, but Jade's glare stops her. Okay, she says, shifting Adrian to her other hip, Adrian's grip on the drawstring threatening to close her hood. She gently extracts that push-button ball from Adrian's small fingers, shrugs like this is nothing, says, You can't blame her, okay? I mean, legally, because none of it ever, happened. It was just... She was just telling me. It was all fantasy, nothing real. Your sister, Jade fills in. Ginger, Deputy Tompkins says. Now Sin's eyes are shiny wet. I shouldn't even... But you will, Jade tells her. I remember you, she says to Jade. From the yacht that night, when you were coming out of the bathroom? What? Deputy Tompkins says. Doesn't matter, Jade says, still holding Sin's eyes. No, it does, Sin says, snuffling a bit but not letting it slow her down. Nearly all our parents died that night, except Mrs. Pangborn and Lena. Lena Singleton, Hardy fills in. He was in surgery, but he read the report about Rex Allen digging her and her son out of some scuba gear closet on the yacht, and how, when he opened the door, all the tanks were rigged to roll out at him, and the next thing coming out, screaming behind a spear gun, was little Lena Singleton, defending Lemmy. Where are they now, even? Gone, hopefully, far from Idaho. Rex Allen's still got the scar on his shoulder, probably, but if the only scars you get doing the job are on your skin, then count yourself lucky. But what I mean, Sin goes on, Ginger, she talks to you? Jade asks. This stops Sin a bit. She's my sister, she says, and that hint of insult under her voice seems to make Jade grin a bit, like she likes that Sin has some fight in her. Go on, Armitage tells her. I'll go on when I'm ready, Sin tells him right back. And he's one of her teachers, right? Hardy logs this. Maybe it'll make sense later. And really, you have to understand, Sin says, getting her drawstring back from Adrian again. She's not wrong. Ginge, I mean. Our mom and dad did get killed that night, and most of the rest of our moms and dads as well. She nods fast down to Letha, as if Hardy or Jade or Deputy Tompkins could ever forget the toll. So what? Jade says. She wanted payback? Revenge? She thinks it was unbalanced, Sin says. 95% of Terra Nova died that night, and not even 1% of Proof Rock. She shrugs like there's no arguing with numbers. Then it's not Proof Rock she wants justice from, Jade says. It's me, isn't it? I'm the one who could have stopped it. You did stop it, Deputy Tompkins tells her. Not soon enough, Jade says, still holding Sin's eyes. Right? Sin doesn't like it, but she has to nod, has to agree. Me too, then, Hardy says. It was my watch, and Jade here told me in every way she could, but I didn't believe her. You're already paying according to Ginge, Sin says, nodding to Hardy's walker. To his guts, spilling into the lake. So what was the plan? Jade asks. Doesn't matter, Deputy Tompkins says. We need to. She wouldn't be wedging this in if it didn't matter, Jade tells him. Then back to Sin. So? She going to invade my dreams, or menace me from out by the laundry line? Can I expect to wake up with my head in a complicated bear trap? What? What? Sin says, not following. She didn't get to do any of it. Because she's locked up, Deputy Tompkins says, shrugging it true. She comes and has dinner with us sometimes. She can get out whenever she wants. Figured as much, Jade says. What do you mean with that? Hardy asks her. I talked to her too, Jade says. She knows a lot about horror movies, you could say. That's just because she wants to be like Letha, Sin says, defending her sister. Letha's her hero. And I'm the villain, Jade says. Cool, fine, great, fair, even. I am the bad guy. She knew not to come for you, Sin says. Letha she wouldn't like that, right? So her plan? God, I can't believe I'm saying this. Frank, Jade says, and it just hangs there. Cenobites, Frank? Armitage finally steps forward to ask. Lament configuration, Frank? Jade nods for Sin, says, Hellraiser, Frank. You're losing me, Hardy says to them. Just let her finish, Jade says, holding her hand up for Hardy not to interrupt, please. That these are delicate negotiations, no blunderers allowed. Hardy holds his hands up, tapping out. It wasn't like she probably told you, though, Sin says. We did find... It was gross, I don't know what it was, and this is my fault. I told Ginge I had it over at the old house in Terra Nova that I was feeding it, and that it was growing. Ginger wanted it to turn into a monster or something. She called it Anthropophagus, Jade fills in. Humongous, pretty much, Armitage sneaks in. You watch these movies too? Hardy says to him. Armitage doesn't acknowledge, is laser focused on what Jade says next. Rawhead Rex, Pumpkinhead, Gunther. That alien from Terror Vision, Armitage says right back. Enough, Deputy Tompkins tells both of them, stopping whatever game this is trying to be. But it was just, I don't know, Sin says, at the end of some emotional rope, it sounds like. I made that up about it growing so she would have something to believe in. Feeding delusions to the delusional, Jade says. Great job, sis. You don't know what it's like, Sin says back to her. We used to be so close, and now... So what? Jade asks. This Frank was going to chew through proof rock? Just the senior class, Sin says, quiet-like. Second remove slashing, Armitage fills in, like identifying a bug on a tray. How do you know about that? Jade asks him. He found all your old papers, Sin says, kind of spitting it seems. They're at his house, in his personal collection. How do you know this? Deputy Tompkins asks. Sin shrugs one shoulder, gets that drawstring from Adrian again, says, I didn't really try to feed it or anything, though. It was probably a kitten a fish spit up or something. I did take it across the lake, but just to throw it in one of those sinkholes. End of story. And this was going to involve me, how? Jade asks. It was supposed to look like you were doing it, Sin says, holding Jade's eyes for a moment. Ginger wanted to let this, whatever it was going to be, let it go right when you got back to town. But like I said, it was all just... Fantasy, Hardy says, wading back in. Sin nods, says, "But then—" "He came home," Armitage finishes. "Except it's not home," Jade fires back. "It's just random, Dark Mill South, showing up here." "Random like Slumber Party Massacre," Armitage says. "A mad dog killer, not a revenge killer." "Which is still pretty damn random," Jade says. "So, thank you, Cinnamon, Sin, whatever. I guess, I don't know. When you left the nursing home, though, she was still there?" "Yeah," Sin says, then quieter. "I don't know." "Doesn't matter," Jade says, standing to get this expedition started at last. "I saw him, Dark Mill South. It's not your sister in football pads and a mask." "I saw him too," Sin says, quieter. "At the motel." "Then you know," Jade tells her. "So, you stay here. If Letha needs anything—" "Of course," Sin says, stepping closer to Meg's desk. "And you," Jade says to Hardy, and finishes it by walking over to the already unlocked gun rack, pulling down the longest gun. She tosses it across to Hardy, trusting him to catch it, as if this is some action movie. "That's Sheriff Allen's favorite," Deputy Tompkins warns. "Any wild geese show up here, they'll wish they hadn't," Hardy says, checking the shotgun out, though he already knows it. "This is stupid," Jade says, shaking her head. "Got a better idea?" Armitage asks. Jade doesn't. "Give me your coat," she says to Sin, snapping for it, and Sin works Adrian back and forth to slip out of the big parka she's wearing. She holds it across. "Letha's always talking about you," she says. "Yeah, well," Jade says. "Small town, not much going on, right?" "So I'll just," Sin says, setting Adrian down on the desk across from Meg's, and Hardy doesn't see it at first. Or, he only sees it in Jade's reaction, in her slack face, and how she's reeling back just fractionally, but it's huge, too. He tracks to where she's looking, and it doesn't make sense at first. His head tries to organize what his eyes are telling him, and all he comes up with is that Sin's playing Toreador with Adrian, head-butting her, just to get that little kid giggle. It makes sense, sort of, except for the unavoidable fact that Sin's standing up by the desk. Hardy tracks up her, following her right hand up past her face to her bare scalp. Meaning Adrian is still holding the blonde wig this twin was wearing. "Ginger," Jade says, aghast, and the corners of this other Baker girl's mouth twitch up into a sort of grin, and then she's charging right at Jade. Jade falls back, trying to lessen this coming impact, but now Ginger's juking the other way, planting one foot up onto Meg's desk right by Letha and vaulting across to the next desk. All this before Hardy can even raise the shotgun 5 degrees up from resting. All this before Deputy Tompkins can even find his feet under him. When he does, he's diving for Meg's desk to cover his wife. Meaning this Ginger Baker, she's already in the hall, papers and wire cage inboxes and desk calendars fluttering and clattering behind her. Hardy finally gets Rex Allen's long goose gun up, but Jade guides it on to the ceiling, shakes her head no. It's too late. "They're identical except for the hair," she says. "I should have seen this coming," and follows Ginger Baker as best she can, but Jade's not tall enough to vault desks, isn't fast enough to leave papers hanging in her wake. When she finally gets to the hall, she edges around the corner in case Ginger Baker's armed herself with a stapler or a dirty mop. A few steps later, Hardy hears Jade opening the metal door into holding, hears her interrogating Rexall, and can about imagine how that goes. By the time he walkers into the hall after her, she's coming back, is a live wire of pissed off. She shakes her head no, then stops, turns to the ladies' room, remembering it. There's a chair cocked in front of it, or halfway in front of it now. "Oh, bullshit," she says, and kicks the door open. The wind pulls at her hair and she turns away, leaving Hardy to chalk the door open with his walker, stare down the bathroom window, still rusted open after all these years. Deputy Tompkins gets there a step late, holding another shotgun from the rack, his other hand spilling shells. "That's how she got out last time, too," he says. "Last time?" Jade says, incredulous. "When she was her sister, I mean." "That's how we all get out," Jade tells him in disgust, going the other way now, back to the front office. Hardy follows as best he can, is just in time to see this high school teacher unlimber a little handheld scythe from his backpack, slice the plastic door open diagonally like cutting open a hole in the world. "Coming?" he says back to Jade, his eyes most definitely grinning, which Hardy doesn't feel particularly good about. "You've got her?" Jade says back to Deputy Tompkins about Letha. "Both of them," Deputy Tompkins says back, already holding his crying daughter, that pretty blonde wig still trailing from her fingers like a scalp she's taken. This is Indian Lake, after all. "Go," Hardy tells Jade, shooing her out with the butt of the goose gun, trusting her to find a way to stop all this from happening. And Jade holds his eyes a moment, long enough to shake her head no about all this, that she can't believe it's happening again either. And then she's gone.
3 customers over 6 hours. And technically, since Kimmy paid the register out of her own pocket, she was one of those 3 customers. It hasn't even been worth however much gas the generator chugged down and smoked back out. But 2, time and a half's time and a half. Kimmy hits the head, because she knows that riding on the back of Millicent's buzzsaw of a snowmobile is going to make her have to pee. She has to bring a candle in with her, set it in the soap tray. The water still runs, of course. This might be the biggest snow since forever, but going double digits below zero's nothing new for Prufrock. Its pipes are always insulated. Instead of taking the bathroom candle with her, Kimmy blows it out, leaves a folding book of matches beside it for whoever gets scammed into coming in tomorrow. Probably her again. Then it's making the rounds through the store. By the second candle, she learns what she should have learned from the costume dramas she used to be a junkie for. Candles blow out easier if you cup your hand behind the flame. Because this isn't the first time she's been alone in the store with the lights out, she's sure to leave one candle flickering, to carry with her like a torch back to the alley to turn the generator off. Philo, holy crow, tells her that with chainsaws and snowblowers, weed whackers, and generators, you always want to run them dry, but it's not Kimmy's generator. She pulls the choke out all at once, the exhaust coughing down, and then, once she's in silence, she pushes the choke back in because really, she doesn't know what's the recommended way to turn one of these off, and doesn't want to catch hell for having messed it up. Walking back through the store, her steps deliberate and slow so as not to snuff her flame, she doesn't let herself look side to side any. Because, of course, the shadows are going to be playing tricks. Of course, all the displays and end caps are going to look different now. It's just the store, though, she tells herself. It's the same one she's known for going on 10 years now. The only difference is that it's empty and dark. Making herself think rational thoughts, and rational thoughts only, should work, she knows. But still, her back's straighter than she's telling it to be. Her steps are deliberate and slow, yes, but they're also shorter than usual. The better to turn and run with. Will she keep the candle, then? Or fling it behind her so she's running into blackness? Into endless shadow. And? What would a real Queensguard do, right? Besides not getting stranded in the same town he grew up in, of course. Besides not working in the dollar store for a whole decade.
Besides not shacking up with someone who's decided his name is Holy Crow and that his spirit animal is, of course, a wolf. Thus all his t-shirt and belt-buckle choices lately. But this isn't about Philo. If a Queen's Guard is standing his post and a surprise solar eclipse comes, say, never mind that eclipses run more on a schedule. Kimmy's not stupid, but still. What if the sun darkens, all the same? The shadows pooling around this guard's feet, then spreading like ink across the sidewalk, climbing the opposite building. That guard doesn't panic, give in to fear, run away. It doesn't matter that no one's watching. It doesn't matter that it's too dark for anyone to see if he does or doesn't keep standing guard. He doesn't move a muscle. He doesn't lick his lips. He doesn't scratch that itch. He just waits for the darkness to pass. Kimmy closes her eyes, imagining a shadow that deep, that quiet, that alone. One where who she is, or what she's done, or where she is doesn't matter. All that does is who she is inside, who she always meant to be. The calmness coats her like a second skin, like a single drop touching her forehead and then spreading cool over her whole body. Cool, because now her body heat's trapped in with her, and that's enough. That's all she needs. Jennifer, she says, in that perfect moment. All day, she's been playing it back. Her daughter walking purposefully through the store for this, for that. Her resolve, the certainty of her steps. It doesn't come from Kimmy, and it sure as hell isn't from Tab. It's all hers, all Jenny's. Under it is a roiling sea of anger, Kimmy knows and understands, and that anger's swirling with betrayal and pain and resentment. But there were good times, too. There was hanging the sheets out on the line in the first days of summer. Jenny in first grade, a big girl now, but not too big to run to her mama's leg when unaccountable snowflakes start drifting down out of the sky, like happens at altitude throughout the year. Kimmy will never forget reaching down with her hand to run her fingers through her daughter's hair. That contact telling her she was safe, that they both were, that this is magic. It's nothing to be scared of. Kimmy opens her eyes a different person. It's temporary, she knows, finding her center like that, tethering her heart to a memory again. But it's good that it doesn't last. It's good that moments like that can be a refuge she retreats to only when she really needs it. If she were always hanging the sheets out that day, then it wouldn't be special anymore. Does Jenny remember even? Kimmy nods yes. She does. She has to. Even if she can't articulate it, that feeling of those great white flakes drifting out of a cloudless sky, the sun shining down after them, that's not something you ever lose. Open your eyes, she tells herself. From denying her pupils light, she can see better in the darkened store now. And no, she's not going to start running. Once you start, you never stop until you are stopped. This lesson courtesy Tab Daniels from one of his stupid westerns, probably. Forget it. Kimmy balls her hands into fists and stiff-legs it down the baking aisle, holding her weak flame before her like the light it casts is a shield. She only stops to fix what the other customer dislodged, the line of candy sprinkle shakers. Your Sugar Jones is pretty bad if you brave the storm just for cake mix, muffin liners, evaporated milk, a nonstick cupcake pan, and a shaker of candy sprinkles. The high school girl who bought them wasn't giving any explanations, though. Egg? Kimmy had asked, even though she's been warned about commenting on customer purchases. In reply, the girl had owed her mouth out, showing this curious checkout girl that she already had an egg, and was carrying it in her mouth, pretty much exactly like a freak. Kimmy swallowed, scanned, made change but no more eye contact, and then, wiping her station down afterward just out of habit, her blue paper towel picked up one of the girl's long blonde hairs. She sprayed its whole length down like drowning it, captured it under her paper towel and deposited it in the trash. Then she shaped her own mouth into an O, imagining carrying an unbroken egg like that. Seahorses do that, sort of. And alligators? Not people, though. Unless they're crazy bakers. Unless their sweet tooth is so uncontrollable that they'll brave any storm to satisfy this next craving. Or unless their whole insides are nothing but eggs, so that if you touch them, they shatter on the inside. It's what Kimmy used to think about the geese and swans that would touch down in Indian Lake on their way back and forth. They had to be packed with eggs, beak to tail feathers, that was why they came here. The water was soft, would keep shards from pushing up between their feathers, yolk from crying out around their eyeballs. But Kimmy Daniels isn't a girl anymore, so she doesn't think like that, even if a customer's trying to make her. This was just another useless shift, she tells herself. And every shift, there's one more weird thing, isn't there? Cataloging them would be a hopeless enterprise. At the register again, Kimmy breathes softly to extinguish her last flame. And with dusk coming on, the front windows show her own reflection instead of the street. Her heart spikes for a jolt when she remembers that the door was running on the generator, and that the generator's off. The match is so far away in the bathroom, but she pulls harder than a Queen's Guard probably would. It's undignified. And the door groans from the cold, opens just enough. Kimmy pulls it shut behind her before the snow can spill in. She can't lock it. No keys, Kimmy. But this is a post she can stand until Millicent buzzes up anyway. Even though it's nearly a half hour after 4 already. But a good store manager knows there's an employee up here. A good manager knows the store needs locking up. Kimmy steels herself, pulls her hood on and draws it tight over her face, thrusts her hands in her pockets, and, through a gust, she sees the first truck she's seen all day. It's 2 or 3 stores down, parked right in the street. No, probably high-centered in the snow, right in the street. Not her problem. She turns away from the wind, casts an eye back into the store, and feels herself become unmoored in time for a moment, as if she's that one eye that was peering in at her earlier. Except that's stupid. She bounces on the balls of her feet for warmth, trying to will the sound of Millicent's snowmobile into hearing. And when she finally exhales, letting the last of her heat go, her breath is frosted white, a cloud she can't see through. And what it feels like, more than anything, is that she's just stepped out of a canoe onto the banks of the old camp halfway around the lake, and is blowing smoke from her first cigarette out before her. And when it clears, one Tab Daniels is going to be watching her over the fire, a long neck tangled in his fingers by his leg. And she would still smile back at him, she knows, just for that one perfect day in the future of hanging bed sheets out on the line, for a perfect little girl clinging to her leg.
It would be physically impossible for Jace Rodriguez to care any bit less about whether the stupid video store is open for business or not. His concerns are more Bobo Richardson related. He likes to imagine saying Bobo into the soft skin just under Bobo's right ear, his lips not quite making contact with the first syllable, then only lightly brushing with the second, both of their eyes closing at the same time, even though they can't see each other's faces. Fingertips roving, hip bones alive, clothes suddenly very bothersome. For the big sale they did in September to raise money to stock the shelves with DVDs, Bobo had been stationed beside him for the early Saturday shift. And then on Sunday, they'd both been in their hard plastic chairs again for the after-church crowd. Bobo was the self-assigned brownie pusher, and Jace, deathly allergic to yellow dye number 5, and most of the red dye family, ran the lockbox, just to be sure he didn't get any icing on his fingers, accidentally lick it off. Jace had always been aware of Bobo for the usual reasons, the shallow reasons he tries to rise above, that make him feel forever a victim of biology. But what got his mind and his heart looking Bobo's way during the sale was how, with each brownie he pushed, he would always confirm that the person buying it didn't have any nut allergies and wasn't going to share this walnut-laden square of chocolate goodness with any nut-allergic friends or family members. Should the starting tight end for the varsity football team really be that compassionate? Jace was wary, at first, half suspicious, as you have to be, that this was bait being left in his peripheral vision, that Bobo was playing up how dreamy he was, so as to lure Jace into the locker room across the gym where the prank would happen, whatever. If you don't have your radar cranked all the way up, your paranoia ratcheted around twice, then bad things. Worse things. And Jace isn't going to be a statistic, isn't going to be the poster child of a cause. By Sunday, he knew, though. The brownies were all gone, replaced with Winona's mom's red velvet cake. Nothing like a brightly colored sin 10 minutes after church. Because Jace had to decline a sliver of it, though, Bobo pushed his away as well, claiming he wasn't hungry, that he was running 40s that afternoon, didn't need anything in his stomach to slow him down. Jace had to look away to hide his almost grin. Bobo's the real deal. In the shoveling line, they were numbers 3 and 4, front to back, Jace's skin crawling from the idea that Bobo was watching his technique. And when Sin came through, nearly crying with the effort of getting everyone inside, it wasn't her who put her hand on his shoulder to turn him around, pull him out of his music, save his life or whatever. It was Bobo. "Hey, we gotta," he said to Jace. "For Jace," hooking his chin back to the front door, his eyes drilling the importance of this across. Oh, Jace said, because his stupid mouth is the biggest traitor in the history of traitors. Moments later, of course, he came up with all the right things he should have said, he could have said, that would have lodged his wit and smile in Bobo, which would have been something at least. But next time, he told himself. So far, that's pretty much all high school's been, a series of next times, a higher and higher stack of maybes. But that tower's gotta crash down into a perfect moment eventually, doesn't it? Maybe that day's today. No lights, the cold making everyone huddle close, some vague supposed threat out in the storm. If that's not a recipe for possibility, Jace can't imagine what would be. "Seen this one?" he asks Bobo, since they're standing so close, the whole group watching the front door. "This?" Bobo asks back, not quite looking over to the new release Blu-ray Jace is holding ever so casually, almost dismissively, completely ready to shrug the movie into oblivion if Bobo isn't into it, even though it's ready or not, one of his new favorites. The goddess Samara Weaving on the cover in that grimy wedding dress and yellow chucks, a bandolier sashed across her chest, not even the hint of a grin to her expression or her carriage because her wedding sucked, and her husband turned out to be an asshole and a killer. Once the power's back, Jace can take Bobo through this one. Be the in-person commentary track, the laughs, the carnage, the bodies bursting, the righteous goddamn anger that makes you want to stand up on the couch and pump your fist at the ceiling. He can already see the two of them doing just that in the basement. Jace's dad upstairs giving them their privacy, as he would say it. But really standing guard, Jace knows. Because this is Proof Rock, after all. This is Idaho. The West. America. "Oh yeah, she's hot," Bobo says, finally stealing a fast look. Then, just as an afterthought, kissing the tips of his index and middle fingers lightly, and then reaching over with his hand to tap that kiss onto Samara Weaving. Never mind how she's glaring at him. Jay swallows, the sound loud in his ears, but his lips don't give anything away. In football terms, in Bobo's terms, it's whatever the opposite of he shoots, he scores would be. Jay sets the case back on the top shelf just as it was. "Hey, yo! Dots!" Someone calls up from the register then. Jace feels his classmates smearing past him to whatever this next thing is going to be. But he just moves with the contact of their fluffy coats, his feet planted. The rest of him a wind puppet, his grin painted on, his head rocking back and forth. "Come one, come all," he's saying inside, way behind his eyes. Who he's talking to is whoever Sin said is out there. Frosty the Killer Snowman, maybe? That evil German Santa Claus. Sven, from Frozen, maybe. That was the goofy reindeer's name, right? Sven, Jace says, mostly to himself, just trying it out to see if it fits. But the shape that wavers in on the other side of the glass door isn't any cartoon reindeer.
Instead of retaping the stupid front door shut, Banner takes some initiative, makes his own decision. Thanks for all the help, Sheriff Allen. And drags the conference table in, stands it up, then stacks stools and chairs behind it to keep it from falling back onto Adrian. She's got instructions to stay on the other side of the counter, and Hardy's stationed at the walk-around to keep her there, kind of making Letha's triage space a playpen. But kids are wiggly, they're squirmy, and this one might find a way. The table isn't a door, doesn't stop all the wind from blowing through. But it's not the cold Banner's necessarily worried about. It's someone with a bad brain and worse ideas crashing through. Ginger Baker, Dark Mill South, whoever was ramming Rexall's cell with their snowmobile. But who would ever ram anything with a snowmobile? That's just asking to shatter your skids, your windscreen. That snowcat, though. More and more, this is what it had to be. Lonnie, insulted, still pissed, out for blood, not dead yet, firing the cat up, trying to drive it into Rexall's cell. And those wide tracks he'd just spent so long tightening might have messed the snow up enough out there that it looked like that's just the way it was, from sliding off the roof. Good job, Banner tells himself more in private now. He's doing what he always does, solving the mysteries he thinks he can, instead of the ones, like this whole day, that he'll never be able to crack. Big difference, of course, being that it doesn't matter whether it was Lonnie or not out there. Does it? Banner slides the little 2-drawer file cabinet up against the table and calls that good enough. He hip slides over the counter, picks Adrian up. She's the one good thing in the world right now, and kneels down by Meg's desk to be close to Letha, who's doped up enough now to only be writhing around every 3 or 4 minutes when her body sends her a reminder of what's happening to it all over again. She's tough, Hardy tells Banner, and it's like he's talking about a dog that got slapped by a car, has gone under the porch to live or die. She is, Banner says back all the same, because it's true. But how much can one woman take? And why twice now? And this isn't a porch, even if Letha has been hit by some version of a car. Doc'll know what to do, Hardy says, still in a sure the kid mode, it feels like. Banner stands, pacing with Adrian now. This morning, Doc Wilson was steady and sure, yeah, his head full of triage, his fingers going to their assigned tasks without hesitation, like born to the job. He might have even saved Abby Grandlin, and she was 9/10 of the way gone. Without a drink, though, without a whole string of drinks, Doc Wilson, he probably won't even be able to raise a cigarette to his lips, his hand will be shaking so bad. Meaning the live version of Operation he needs to play on Letha might be a reach. You used to keep a bottle here? Banner says to Hardy, using his hand to shield Adrian from what he's proposing. Not because she can make sense of what he's proposing, getting the good doctor lit, but because she still keys on the word bottle. Of what? Hardy asks. Of whatever. Something strong. Good idea, Hardy says. Gonna be a long night. Not for us, Banner tells him. Doc's gonna, need it. Hardy holds Banner's eyes a moment, then nods, is following this logic. But Rex Allen never approved, he sort of grumbles. Where? Banner asks all the same. Lower right drawer. Bouncing Adrian, Banner slides past Hardy into the cold hall, that damn bathroom window, and into the sheriff's office. It feels weird and wrong being here without a boss man sitting at the desk. Special circumstances, though. Life or death. Banner checks the drawer, holding Adrian high. And shit. Of course. Banner's seen Sheriff Allen dip into this drawer even. Not for a bottle and tumblers, though, but for the straight lemon juice he likes to take shots of, followed by tomato juice. He says they balance each other out inside, that Banner should try it. It centers you right out. Not today, Sheriff. Banner knees the drawer shut harder than he has to, less than his impatience wants to, and then Adrian's doing her cooing thing she does for puppies on television. Puppies and baby donkeys and dragons just out of the egg. Anything cute, she's immediately in love, which is something Banner never would have guessed must be programmed in. But this isn't the time. Yeah, pretty, Banner says, drawing her close to the mounted hawk Sheriff Allen has on the table by the leather love seat under the window. Taxidermy is the hole he's fallen into since his and Lindy's big split. Adrian's reaching for the window itself, though. Snow, yeah, Banner says, leaning forward so she can maybe touch that cold glass with her fingertips. Get a safe little jolt of the storm. But then he's jerking back, nearly falling from it. There was something out there, just for a moment. Lonnie, back from the dead? Coming for Rexall again? Except no running lights. And the sensation Banner's cobbling together in his head from what he only partway saw, he hates it. He'd never admit it. But his first thought, the one he can't help, is that in a whiteout like this, it can only be that kangaroo ram thing Luke Skywalker rides in The Empire Strikes Back, the one filled with those slimy, shiny guts. But this isn't far, far away. This is here, now. A white-gray horse, then, busted out of its pen. What the hell? Banner mumbles, forgetting he's trying not to cuss around Adrian. But special circumstances. Life or death. And then he sees it again for a swirling instant. An elk. A fucking elk. And if it wanted to, it could rise up, vault right through that glass. Adrian would think the elk was pretty. But being in a tight space with a young bull with a rack like that, and shoulders full of panic, hooves not used to this institutional carpet, no thank you. It's just the storm, though. The storm's got all the animals moving down the mountain. There's probably moose walking down Main again. Bears padding past the motel. All of them angling for that long drainage that'll deliver them down where it's warmer, where it's less harsh. Still, it feels exposed, with only that big window between inside and outside. Banner ducks out, closes the door gently behind him, and by the end of the hall, he knows where the closest bottle is, Lonnie's. In junior high, Banner's dad had him scraping gaskets at the station for $6.50 an hour, and Lonnie was always moseying over to the tool chest, reaching up behind the gear oil and sneaking a fast nip. The first hard liquor Banner ever tried, it was from that bottle Lonnie kept back there. At first, Banner thought it was a joke, that he just swallowed gasoline gone sour. But then at school the next day, Lee Scanlon told him that that's how it's supposed to feel. Like fire in your chest, smoking up your head, clouding your thoughts. Fucking Lee, man. Banner can still picture him in his Lake Witch getup, pole vaulting into the water. jaws blurry behind him. But this is no time to be dwelling on the dead. Not where there's the living to attend to. Not when Letha needs him to get Doc Wilson loaded so he can save her life. So, Lonnie's. And now, passing Adrian off to Hardy, he's remembering the pegboard with the hooks Lonnie hangs all the keys from, and that one of those keys has to start that big Idaho Falls snowplow now parked behind the gas station. He was wondering how Doc Wilson was going to wade through the snow, but now he won't have to. Banner's going to collect that bottle, get those keys, and save the day. Deputy Tompkins, reporting for duty.
On the one hand, going back to the scene of the crime, of one of the batch of killings anyway, is asking for it, Jade knows, even if it's for a good reason, like getting medical help. On the other hand, why would Darkmill South go back to the high school? Does Jason ever come back to the tree he's already left a body in? Does Michael return to the house he just killed everybody in? Or does he move on to the next babysitter? Freddy, though, Freddy's different. He comes back to the dream over and over. And maybe that's what all this is to Darkmill South, right? A waking dream? That doesn't explain what he was doing over in Terra Nova, though. If his path is supposed to start at the motel, loop around to the nursing home, and the high school, what do all those places have in common? That there's people there, unlike Terra Nova. Terra Nova is where you go when you want to pull a snow cocoon over you, hibernate for the winter, away from prying eyes. And even if Darkmill South followed Jade and Letha across the lake, aren't they out of his age range? Isn't he after Proof Rock's graduating class, not the hangers-on, just waiting for the 10-year reunion? Maybe it's that, in this situation, since Jade and Letha are the ones who are sort of the authority figures, they know the genre, anyway, maybe that means that, like the cops guarding the final girl, they have to be taken out. Passing the library, Jade slows, trying to think this all through. Doesn't track, she says to herself, trying to cap her thoughts off. And because she got rid of that imposter of a history teacher, she can speak out loud, not have to worry about him soaking every word in through his very open pores. Was she ever that annoying, only able to see the world through slasher goggles? He was easy to lose, anyway. Being the only one of them with skis, he's now going cross-country to Pleasant Valley Assisted Living to inquire after Cinnamon Baker. Because, speaking of slasher goggles, chances are Ginger conked her on the head, stuffed her in a closet like Neil Prescott to take the fall for all these killings. Jade didn't run through all that with Armitage, though. Instead, she just said that the big showdown can't get started without the final girl, can it? No washed-in-the-blood slasher fanatic could argue with that. Really, though, a final showdown is the opposite of what Jade wants this time. Just because she knows from last time what kind of body count that leaves. Be careful what you wish for. It's something you learn the hard way. No, keeping the final girl in motion won't work. But if Armitage can get Cinnamon back to the station, and Jade can get Doc Wilson back there to work on Letha, then maybe they can wait this out. It's not brave, it's not cinematic, but the fact of the matter is that between Banner and Hardy and all those guns on the wall, something good can happen, right? Haven't they earned that, finally? At what point does something have to go their way? Related, Jade wonders, how many toes will she be losing? She stopped feeling her feet somewhere on the scraping walk across the lake, and there's dead spots on her face, too. They don't hurt, they just push around like hard discs of callus. But she knows that's probably not great. She tells herself her face doesn't matter, though. She was never some great beauty, never the bouncy warrior princess wielding the machete against the masked killer. Her toes, though, she imagines she's going to need her toes. Letha's more important right now, though. And really, you're worrying about toes when a mother and wife and best friend's life is in jeopardy? No, Jade isn't an upright, good-thinking final girl. Leave that to the cinnamon bakers of the world, the Letha Mondragons, who would sacrifice their whole foot to save a kitten, probably. The Jade Danielses of the world, though, they can't stop thinking about their frozen toes. Trudging numbly across the rise by the post office, pretty sure she's not on the road or the sidewalk, Jade remembers spearing litter here afternoon after dull afternoon. Something about the wind, or the buildings, or her bad karma would always deposit wrappers and lids and worse on this specific patch of grass. She tries not to look over by the wall, for fear she might see a version of herself hiding there, the collar of her custodial coveralls pulled up high around her face. She doesn't look to the skeletal line of hedges, either. They were never tall enough to Michael behind, but they did serve to stash a litter stick once upon a time, back when a lot more people in Prufrock were still alive. Prufrock and Terra Nova. But she can't get mired down in the past. Turn your head behind long enough, it'll get lopped by what's rising up in front of you. And then Doc Wilson doesn't get delivered to Letha, and Adrian grows up without a mom to hold on to, and Jade wouldn't wish that on anyone. Will be thrilled to lose some toes if it means Letha gets to live. She's no final girl, no. She just got lucky once. But she knows the game, can fake it for a few more minutes. The quickest way to the high school is straight up Main, then right just before the motel, so she can angle across the empty lot that, when there's no snow, has a game trail the deer still use when the students aren't. How she's going to hike little Doc Wilson all the way to the station? No idea, but one problem at a time. Or first, he has to even still be there. Second, he has to not cop a feel if he's riding piggyback on her, because that decision matrix will be a completely different thing. Slough him off to freeze, or cash her last shreds of dignity in to get him back to Letha. Maybe there's a third option, though. Take that abuse, let him fix Letha up, then lock him in a cell without a drink. Watch his DTs go through all the stages of despair. The kind where Jade's lined bottles up on the other side of the bars, just out of reach. Banner'll owe her, so he won't interfere. And the one bottle Doc Wilson finally pulls to him, it won't be vodka, just warm, fizzy water, which is the worst kind of fizzy water. Dreaming up worse and crueler punishments keeps Jade's legs pumping, and the shit's deep enough that, under Cinnamon Baker's nice jacket, no, Ginger's nice jacket, she's coated in sweat, meaning she also doesn't smell like a final girl. She steps onto the bottom of Main Street, and it's high noon empty, a swirling white wasteland, and something dull but massive surges at the base of Jade's consciousness, even though it's just her here. She cases all the storefronts she can see, studies the snow for tracks, and can't lock onto any obvious reasons she's suddenly breathing deep. Is this that final girl radar she's seen 1,000 times through tracking lines? And now she's breathing faster, having to blink faster too, because her eyes are being stupid. Her hand stealthily drops to the loop at her right leg that still doesn't have that wonderful, perfect, long-handled blue hammer. In lieu, she dials back to slow-motion swinging it into the back of Dark Mill South's head, the hammer's weight bringing her up onto her toes even, because she wasn't just swinging for the fences, she was swinging for Idaho Falls. And, just like Laurie Strode dropping that big handy knife now that the horror's definitely and for sure over, couldn't Jade have taken Silent Night, Deadly Night's lead and used the clawed end of her hammer, and maybe got lucky, scooped a tablespoon or two of Dark Mill South's dream machinery out into the snow? Could have, would have, should have, yeah. None of which count in Slasherland. It's not for her to put him down, though. She's Final Girl's support right now. And, For a moment, through the swirling, skirling snow, like it's painted on canvas that's only tied in 2 places at the top, she's pretty sure she just saw the truck Letha picked her up in this morning, now stationed right in Jade's path like she can step up into it and... What was that poem from high school that Jade had memorized because it was surprisingly metal? The horses' heads were turned to eternity. This truck is the carriage from that goth girl's poem, she knows. It's death, stopping for her because she couldn't stop for it. No, thank you, Jade says as politely as she can, but firmly, too, and to herself. This isn't what you think it is, girl. This is just the truck that Ginger, when she was Cinnamon, said she'd mired down. She'd said it was mired down back at the post office, hadn't she? Why lie? What's to gain with that? So the truck got stuck on Main instead of back there. Does that matter even one little bit? If it does, then the only reason it could even start to matter was that if Banner went to get his truck, Ginger wanted him going to the post office, not this deep up Main. It doesn't make the truck any less stuck, though. It just keeps Banner from standing where Jade is right now. The driver's side door is open, too, which doesn't track. In a storm like this, stuck or not, you don't want to step back in only to sit down in snow, do you? Sure, when Ginger was Cinnamon just now, detailing her institutionalized twins' motivations, she was really monologuing about her own convoluted reasons. That's how the reveal works. But, convoluted or not, nobody wants a wet ass. Still, that door is most definitely open, isn't it? Jade rolls her shoulders, makes her hands into fists, and tells her legs to robot her down Main Street one more time. A few steps back from the truck, she can tell that the truck's still idling, too. Its taillights are coated in snow, but they're definitely glowing red and trembling just slightly with the engine. And the wiper blades are still sweeping back and forth, back and forth. Jade gives the truck a wide berth, draws alongside the cab, peers in through the open door. The snow is mounded on the seat, has the gauges all covered, the steering wheel white. More important, it's empty. Hello? Jade calls into it all the same, because Ginger could be lying on the back seat, a tire iron held close to her chest, which, shit. Jade's shaking her head no, but not because what she's thinking isn't true, but because she doesn't want it to be. She'd been working on the assumption that Ginger Baker was just slaloming through some private slasher fantasy, playing psycho killer, as Tatum would have it, her big revenge plan too complicated to actually work. But it's thinking of her lying on the back seat of this truck, with a crowbar clutched across her chest, that's making Jade have to see her also lying under that Mark kid's bed at the nursing home, an arrow held across her chest to push up through his throat, then standing after that with an axe for Kristen, then walking downstairs for Philip Cates, and collecting a plastic bag on the way, because this killing has to be an homage as well. As someone who knows a slasher shelf front to back would, especially if she's using those kills to speak to someone. To me, Jade says, the base of her jaw tingling. Cinnamon, Ginger speaking as Cinnamon, had said Jade was the real target all along, hadn't she? And then it must have been Ginger at the high school as well, right? In her blonde wig, she could prance right up to Abby and those other two. Except Jade almost has to close her eyes in relief. Except Cinnamon, the real Cinnamon, told Banner that it had been Darkmill South at the motel. Unless she was covering for her damaged sister? Would Cinnamon do that? Jade closes her eyes in pain, then opens them back fast, because, in a slasher, you watch your 6, your 12, your 10, and 2. If you don't keep the whole goddamn clock in view at all times, then someone will pull the pointer hands up from that clock, jam them through your skull. And you'll deserve it. So either it's been Ginger all along, and it's just bad luck that Dark Mill South is in town, or Jade's thinking too deep into this, has her slasher goggles from high school on too tight. Nothing new, right? To prove herself wrong, she steps in, knocks on the back window of the truck. When nobody sits up, caught, you got me, Jade reaches timidly forward for the front door switches, unlocks the doors. She hauls the back door open all at once, already backing up fast from it, wishing again she still had that blue hammer. Or any color hammer, please. There's just the base for Adrian's car seat. What the hell? Jade reaches in, twists the key, the engine going down, plunging her into a silence she didn't realize she'd been walking through. "Hello?" she calls out, all around. "Anybody?" Distant, maybe just a sound she's hoping for. There's a buzzing. The minor key. Maybe imaginary version of the snowmobile she was riding around earlier. Except that snowmobile's dead. Back by Lonnie, back by Melanie's bench. And this is from the other direction anyway. Jade steps farther away from the truck. Why park it here, Ginger? What had she, when she was Cinnamon, told Banner? That she'd gotten all the kids to safety, something like that? Ginger Baker, saving people instead of killing them? Jade studies Maine for these supposedly saved kids. The bank's behind her, the dollar store ahead of her on the left, closer in is Dot's, and next to that, the quilting and scrapbook place? Was Ginger parked here so she could ransack photo album supplies to memorialize her slashery escapades? But what's the storefront right behind the truck, by the quilting place? Jade tries to dial back to unsnowy times, place this, and... was it ever even anything? Has it always just been an empty slot in a dying town? Oh, that's right. The barber shop, yeah. She's heard of it, but it's never been open in her lifetime, she doesn't think. Since she's been gone, it's turned into something else, hasn't it? "What are you?" Jade says, stepping forward, rounding the bed of the truck, her hand on the tailgate, just because she needs something to hold on to, which is when her numb right shin conks into something. At first, it doesn't register, or is maybe just the curb, higher than it should be, and in the absolutely wrong place. Slowly, though, Jade looks down. "No," she says, dropping to her knee, then looking around all at once, because maybe this is precisely what an overlarge somebody wants her to be doing. She can't see far into the swirling whiteness, but nobody's slashed out for her yet, anyway. She bites her right glove off, lowers her bare, frozen hand to the shape obvious in the snow now. Sweep, sweep, and... No, she has to say. Jade rolls the body over, which isn't easy, and she's already clocking the bare skull, this cinnamon ginger face, those frozen open eyes, the screwdriver jammed into the left ear, and, by the angle of the head, used as a handle to crank the neck over, break it. Ginger never knew what was happening to her here. Or... Ginger? Jade sweeps snow from this shaved scalp and sees what she doesn't want to have to see. New nicks in the skin. Meaning Ginger shaved her sister's head after killing her, peeled her out of her big jacket, the one Jade's wearing now, then left her here? This isn't just about getting revenge on the town, on Jade. It's also about stepping into Cinnamon's life. The one she thinks should have been hers, if Cinnamon hadn't left her in the yacht that night. And now Jade understands the open door on the truck. It really was Cinnamon who told Banner she was going to go attend to the kids here on Maine. Cinnamon was walking around the back of the truck to do just that when she heard the loudest, most intimate sound she ever would. A screwdriver driving down her ear canal. And then, with her feet still on the ground, she was staring up into the gray sky. And Ginger trudged back up to the sheriff's office as Cinnamon and spun her big story about how evil and devious Ginger was. Which could have worked, except Adrian unmasked her halfway through. I'm sorry, Jade says down to Cinnamon, touching Cinnamon's cheek lightly, as if the little warmth she has to offer can fairy tale kiss this final girl back alive. She's just a dead kid, though. Another dead young woman, all her promise leaking into the snow, all her plans pooling in the skin of her back. Jade grubs at her knees for the glove she just took off. At least it was fast for Cinnamon, right? But this isn't over yet, either. It can be fast for Jade, too. Ginger's still out there somewhere, cold without a jacket, her scalp bare to the wind, all manner of screwdrivers in her hand, and Darkmill South is still skulking around as well. And the only one who could have stopped him, the only one empowered by the genre to stop him, the final girl to his slasher, is lying dead in the snow. And Letha, the next nearest final girl, is out of commission. Leaving who? Jade says. She wants to laugh about the hopelessness of this, but can't seem to muster it. Maybe Armitage, the unlikeliest hero, is skiing here now, right? Maybe he's naive enough, hopeful enough, that he can do something? Jade pulls Ginger's hood back on and stands. Doc Wilson, she reminds herself. Letha. Spitballing slasher theories doesn't mean Jade doesn't still have a mission. Instead of keeping on down the middle of Maine like a walking bullseye, she steps up onto the sidewalk where the snow's not as deep. It's not easier to trudge through because of any awning. This stretch doesn't have that. It's because it's been shoveled? Huh, Jade says, stepping down onto almost concrete, almost sidewalk. Which is when she sees the shattered glass door. Behind it, there's candles flickering here and there, and... Oh, no way, Jade says, gulping regret down. I'm calling bullshit. Halfway up the aisle of this whatever the hell it is store, there's another body, like it was running for the front door. Jade backs away, reminding herself again about her mission, but not looking away from this body either. But then she stops. Can't just leave it there, can she? She should, she knows. You don't investigate mysterious sounds, you don't go skinny dipping, and you for sure don't traipse into a place where it's obvious people are already dying. Too, though, she wasn't supposed to see this, was she? She's not even supposed to be here. What if it's a trap for Banner? One his stupid ass will walk right into, like a badge is shield enough. Then this long, cold walk Jade's making to keep Adrian's parents alive is for nothing. Don't do it. Don't do it, she tells herself, stepping in through the still technically shut door, and no. Her mouth opens, her eyes trying to warm with tears, whether she wants them to or not. Is this what Letha was talking about yesterday? Proofrock has a video store? Not videotapes, just thin little DVD cases with no heart made of iridescent tape, but still. As Ellen Ripley says right before the world ends, we work with what we have. Shit, Jade says, stepping forward, touching the top new release, a movie she doesn't know, some war-torn blonde in a wedding dress, ready for round 2, it looks like. What Cinnamon Baker was supposed to have been. Jade pulls her hand back when, somewhere in the darkness, another plastic case clatters to the floor. Jade stops breathing, doesn't move, is even trying to will the blood in her veins to be quiet. Her whole body is listening. Who? She knows not to say, because she doesn't want to put a bullseye on her face. Instead, She melts closer to the floor, eyes wide open, and fingertips her way to the body laid out in the aisle, its boots and gloves scattered around it like flower petals at a wedding. It's a kid. A girl. Her eyes are open wide as well, but they're dry. She's dead, has bright pink puke splashed up from her mouth, like she died eating cotton candy. But her parka is pink too, meaning her puke is erasing her jaw, almost. Jade falls back onto her butt, her right arm stabbing out, pulling movies down onto her in clatter, her heart a rabbit in her chest, trying to kick its way free. It can't be her. It can't be Stacy Graves. When Jade stands, desperate like she's underwater, fighting for the surface, it's just DVDs. It's just DVDs. She kicks the girl's puffy pink arm, and the hand flops over, showing the blood sheeted down over it like a slick red glove. From some stab or slice up under the jacket, which somehow didn't cut the jacket itself, release all its foamy batting? Well, either that, or she had the jacket put back on her after being killed. Because, yeah, that tracks. Shaking her head no, that she doesn't really want to know, and trying to keep an eye on every part of the dark store at once, Jade lowers herself to a knee, feels down for this girl's hand, half certain that the whole arm's been torn off and stuffed back up the sleeve. I'm sorry, she's saying to the girl, risking a fast glance down, running that pink sleeve up high enough to see that the blood starts at the wrist. Suicide? Jade's chest goes cold. Her thoughts dial down, and what she's thinking is impossible. If all these dead kids, their deaths modeled on slashers, have been messages to someone who can unpack those messages, Jade, then a wrist being open like this just confirms it, doesn't it? Jade has a matching line on her wrist. She can feel it writhing. No, she mumbles, dropping the hand like if she pushes it away fast enough, she doesn't have to know. This doesn't get to be about her, for her. It won't have anything to do with her, only... What? This girl's wrist isn't only cut on the underside, where the veins are close to the skin. It's also cut on the backside? Jade scans 360 again, absolutely certain she's maxed out on this kneel-by-the-dead girl gambit. Hang around dead bodies long enough in a slasher, you become one. And then studies this hand closer, holding it as delicately as she can. It's been cut all around, like trying to remove the hand? If this is Dark Mill South, is he carving up his kill so that they all look like they've lost the same hand he has? Except, Jade eases forward, over this dead girl, and the other hand's got the same red ring around the wrist. And having to brace herself on her fingertips so as to not faceplant in the girl's body, have to feel that last breath whoosh up past the voice box, which might even turn into a groan, a word Jade doesn't know. Her fingertips slip the littlest bit. In more blood. This puddle is forming from the girl's feet. No, her ankles. She has the same red bracelets there, flashing Jade back to a diagram she'd see on the hall down by Ag Sciences in high school, the dotted lines on a cow, showing all the cuts of meat. Is that what she's interrupted here? Jade guesses she did want to know, about 30 seconds ago. Call it morbid fascination, or really, just call it what it is, compulsion, or genre awareness. In slashers, you die because you don't know stuff. Therefore, the more knowledge you can collect and piece together, the better your survival rate. But now she wants this out of her head, please. Stacy Graves she could understand. People were making noise on her lake, and she wanted to quiet them in the only way she knew. This, though, this is something completely different. In this kind of work, Jade can see the mind behind it, sort of. The way it's reducing this dead girl to a thing, an object, a toy. One Darkmill South probably isn't finished playing with. Jade backs up more, feeling behind her with her fingers, and when the wind rattles the front door in its frame, the door she was hoping to fall out of, she flinches, retreating sideways into the store now, even though this store is the last place she wants to be. Because it's right there, now, she takes the aisle closest to the wall on her left, the comedy aisle it looks like, and, oh shit. This time it's a boy, maybe 17, 18, another plaything, lodged up against some pegs or shelf supports in the wall, his arms out to either side, most of the weight off his legs. This one's skin has been mostly pulled off, but imperfectly, or partially. Thanks to those cuts around the ankles and wrists, the hands and feet still have their Band-Aid-colored skin, flesh-colored for white people anyway. But the rest of this kid's skin? God. It's not all the way gone, but it's pulled back from a slit made up his front side. The effect is like he's been caught undressing, just he was on too much meth, so got seriously carried away, kept going after the shirt and pants were off, and started unbuttoning the skin from his muscle. Just not unbutton, but unzip. The skin on his face isn't off either, but it's definitely not where it should be. The eyes don't line up anymore, quite, and the mouth, that bright blue vomit running down from it. Something's wrong with the mouth, too. Jade doesn't look long enough to be sure, can't, she's gagging, is suddenly aware of her own skin's connection to her muscle in a way she's never had to be. Does she have the same marbling in her meat, though? It looks like he's laced with tapeworms, almost. It makes Jade's soul crawl. It makes her never want to eat meat again. It makes her consider Leatherface in a whole new way. And again, it makes her retreat, feeling behind her, sure with every step that her blind fingers are going to stub into a thigh like a tree trunk. "You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here," she hears herself muttering, like she wants to be snatched up, be squeezed hard enough that her pink and blue insides erupt out and her boots slide off and her skin gets loose, ready to be whipped away. She backs up again, is to that glorious front door now, only no, please. It's locked. Jade rattles it once, makes herself stop. She's crying with her whole body, every part of her except her eyes. A whimper escapes, a whimper she hates, but one she can't help. But you can't collapse. You don't give up. You keep moving. To the aisle on the right now, because Darkmill South can't be in all three aisles at once, can he? Jade makes herself small. As small as she feels, she hugs the shelves as close as she can without knocking cases off, and... There's a kid crouched there in front of her. His face powdered white, not from donuts, but it's frozen tears. And is this a dream? What? "You're the same color I am," Jade says in wonder, not even whispering, and what this feels like more than anything is that she has burrowed back into her safe place, the video store in her heart, and she's found a brother in there, one with the same skin as her. He pulls her to him, hugs her hard and close, his whole body shuddering, his breath so fast he can't be getting anything from it. They're all dead," he whispers. Jade slowly, hesitantly, this is new territory, pats his back, gives him all the safety and reassurance she has, which isn't much. And if he's whispering, then there's a reason to whisper. Not just the dead, but the one that made them that way. "What happened?" she asks. "Bobo. He plays football," the kid sputters. "He can take anybody down. He's strong, he's good, but... Jade shakes her head no. Doesn't need it said out loud to see it. Jason takes Manhattan, where that boxer guy tries his skills on Jason and gets his head punched off. But, everyone was already, the kid says, not able to pull his words together. I'm Jade, Jade says, touching the hollow of her throat to indicate herself. Jace, the kid says back, making him even more her brother, making this even more some dream she's having after she got conked on the head. She's probably laid out cold on the sidewalk, she knows. What she's walking through is the haunted house in her head. All her terrors come to life for her to traipse through. When you live and breathe horror, then your dreams, they can kind of match up with that, can't they? It's not called nightmare fuel for nothing. What do you mean they were already... Jade leads off, still holding onto Jace's shoulders to give him an anchor. Be the adult, which is another thing Jade never thought she would be. Not in this town. They were already dead. They were already dying, Jace says. I don't... And he crouches ahead, deeper up the aisle, his hand tugging on Jade's. She follows, not standing all the way up either, but then has no choice but to stop, transfixed. The wall beside her. This place does have videotapes. Her old ones. Don't go in the woods. Don't go in the house. The initiation. Graduation day. Stage fright. Final exam. Even just before dawn, which she left on the yacht. And A Bay of Blood, which Hardy never confiscated. And above them, neatly lettered, the category. Jade's Picks. Jade gasps, her hand covering her mouth, her face starred with pinpricks of wonder. She's reaching out to touch the red spine of visiting hours, which should wake her from this nightmare, when Jace tugs her ahead. To another dead kid. This one's not been skinned yet, but has been stripped for skinning. This time the cut goes up along the back, from crack to nape, instead of up the front. Because doing it the other way didn't work, Jade realizes out loud, the skin on her back now the most sensitive part of her body. Happy Death Day, Jace grandly announces about this dead, prepped kid. Quietly, grandly announces, which Jade doesn't follow. A joke? Is he trying to be clever? She looks from him to the dead kid, trying to track what Happy Death Day is supposed to mean. But is this about that frothy red splattered out from the dead kid's mouth? That's way too bright to be blood. Unless this is a Herschel Gordon Lewis flick? Jade's only seeing the dead's kid face, though. And when you get killed, you probably do throw up whatever you were just eating. She tells herself there's probably a screwdriver or railroad spike jammed into the back of his skull. The toolbox murders for 500. She tells the Alex, always waiting at the podium in her head, tapping his fingers index to pinky, index to pinky. Jade rolls the dead kid over, his dry muscles creaking against each other in a way she can feel in her bones, and... no screwdriver? So what is this on his lips? She asks, dabbing it onto the pad of her middle finger. Jace grabs her wrist hard, probably because he's seen too many movies, has some idea Jade is about to taste this. I can't eat cupcakes, he says, not looking at the dead kid, but leaning back to get a better angle on the long aisle they're so obvious in. Huh, Jade says. So you're telling me he choked on a cupcake? Happy Death Day, Jace says with more emphasis. I told you. It's a movie, don't you... I thought you watched horror. I do. I did, but I've been... Jace shushes her, scuttles them into the middle aisle, where, instead of a body, there's a body's wrapper. Someone's skin removed. It makes Jade 100% expect a high school senior, all his or her or their muscle exposed, to come screaming up the aisle for them. "This can't be. It can't be," she says. Beside her, though, landed perfectly upright, is a bright red cupcake with just one bite taken from it. "He came in right after Cinnamon left," Jace says, doing his eyes like this is the important part of all of this. "Cinnamon was here?" Jade asks. "She told us he was coming," Jace says, pulling them into the far aisle, which butts right up against the register, where 6 candles of a menorah are flickering. "He who?" Jade asks. "Can't you tell?" Jace says, not completely checked in, Jade can tell now. "The one who comes to collect the dead." "The Grim Reaper?" Jade whispers. In reply, Jace licks his fingers, reaches up to pinch each wick of the menorah out one by one, only his arm above the level of the counter. It's enough. A great hand reaches down, the fingers long enough to grab his head like an orange, and plucks him up as easy as lifting a cat, a small cat. Jade falls back, her whole body flushing. Darkmill South is perched on the counter by the register, just behind the smoking menorah. You, she says up to him. He grins a broken grin down to her, his lips pulled this way and that from scar tissue, his hair lank and dark around his face, his eyes twin wells, glittering with grim joy. The forearm past his hook hand is bloody nearly up to the elbow. Busy times. "He like you?" he asks, his voice practically a subwoofer, and Jade realizes that he might have never seen her over in Terra Nova. Just Letha, meaning he doesn't know who hammered the back of his skull in and dropped him through the floor of a living room, then left him buried under a house and lit it on fire. "Alive, you mean?" she asks. In reply, Darkmill South uses his hook to run some of his black hair out to the side. Somehow it means Indian. With his other hand, he rotates Jace this way and that, inspecting him. "No, he's not," Jade says. "He's not like us, not like you and me." Darkmill South fixes Jade in his glare, considers her. "I think I need to starve them down first," he says, his voice so bass. "It'll make the skin come off better." Jade knows she shouldn't. She hates herself for it already. This isn't her job. This is Letha's. This is Cinnamon's. But once again, it's all down to her, isn't it? God damn it. Fuck this place, this world, this life. Still, I haven't eaten for 2 days, she says, running her sleeve up so she can pinch her skin up, show how loose it is. Darkmill South considers this, then looks right into her eyes, her soul. "I've been, too busy," she adds, reaching up slowly to tap the back of her own head right where she hammered him. Darkmill South's nostrils flare when he connects those dots. He flings Jace away into a spinner rack of DVDs. Jade stands, knows she's dead already, that she's just spent her life to save some kid she doesn't even know, who could have been her brother in another life. But this isn't a thing you can do halfway, either. Sure to keep all Darkmill South's attention on her, she takes one long step back, and then another. He comes down from the counter, is so light on his feet for someone his size, his bulk, and is grinning about Jade's retreat, grinning like this is how he likes it. It's good when they run, when... A screaming comes from the darkness behind him. He's only turned around halfway when some tall boy, not as tall as Darkmill South, but tall for a normal human, rams him in the chest with a shiny chrome coat tree with a wide base. It knocks Darkmill South back a step, his rear foot taking his weight, and then... It's a UFO invasion? Bare DVDs are slinging in from the blackness, just silver lines of light, pretty much. "No! No!" Jade hears herself say. "Just run! Get away!" These last two kids are trying to make a stand, though. Bless them. One of the DVDs catches Jade above the right eye, opens her brow up. She X's her arms up, rolls back into the aisle, still enough of a sightline on Dark Mill South to see the no effect these desperate little discs from the future are having on him. An annoyance at best. He takes the coat tree base with both hands and yanks it hard to himself. It pulls the tall boy off balance, stumbles him ahead, which is all Dark Mill South needs. His hook hand gouges into the left side of the boy's head, and his left clamps onto the kid's right wrist, and then Dark Mill South pulls, the kid tearing open where the neck meets the shoulder, not all the way down through the chest, but enough. Dark Mill South tosses him aside and steps ahead. The base of the coat tree weighed it enough that when he dropped it, it fell standing. He lifts it by the top, draws it back, and swings that heavy base into the darkness. A girl goes flopping into the light, the left side of her head caved in, the fragile bones around her sinuses spilling from her mouth in a fast little river of blood. Not bright pink or icing blue. Go! Go! Run! Jade stands up to scream to Jace and any other idiots back there lined up to sacrifice themselves. Dark Mill South turns back to her. "Everybody's a hero," he says, and his voice is so deep, so bass, and the inflection, the accent, whatever, it's Fargo, pretty much. Which Jade only watched because she'd heard about the wood chipper bit, very Tucker and Dale, or the other way around. And, "You're doing it again," she tells herself, hiding in stupid movie shit, when she should already be running. Dark Mill South shrugs, like letting Jade make the first move here, and Jade takes it, running for all she's worth, and she falls immediately, like every girl who's ever run from a slasher. Only, this slip is on one of those stupid cupcakes. What are the chances? Just when Jade's up again, that dead kid on the wall's left arm stabs out, smears across her neck, his muscle warm, the skin of his hand cold. Jade falls the other way, into the shelves, dislodging all of the cases that haven't fallen off already, and when she fights up from that, he's gone. The dead kid who wasn't as dead as she thought. "What?" she says, then flinches, sure Dark Mill South is already going to be there. He's just watching this, though. Isn't very concerned about Jade's big getaway, it doesn't seem. More just amused by it. "Don't look at me like that!" Jade screams to him, and turns to seriously motivate out of here. Only, so that's what happened to the dead kid. Reaching his arm out to ride Jade away from this hellhole, he dislodged himself from the pegs or shelf supports, collapsed into the grossest tripping hazard. Jade's hands, trying to stop her fall, squinch into his insides, and he's still warm and slimy, and something in there's even still pulsing, maybe? All this in the sliver of a moment before Jade's face slams into his. She rolls away, spits automatically, and what she spits, she's pretty sure, is a tooth. Not one of her own, either. She starts to gag, but there's no time for that. So, still dry-heaving, she fights halfway up again, her hand planting on this dead boy's raw shoulder. And then she plants one foot on his pelvis, hard enough to feel it crack under her boot, which, with her foot functionally frozen, delivers this sensation to her in a way she knows is going to last as long as she does. Still, she gives herself maybe 5 more seconds here, before it's lights out for good. She vaults all the DVDs that want to land her flat on her back, comes down in some stupid way that locks her knee, making her next running falling step into a hip-jamming pole vault, meaning she's off balance, falling again, which is the only thing that saves her. The coat tree comes spearing through the air, close enough to where her head just was that it tugs at her, sends her sprawling. Unimpeded, the heavy base shatters the frozen front window, which is the whole front wall of the store pretty much. The glass hangs for a moment, with a ragged hole punched through it, and then it falls and falls, Jade's spread fingers scraping through it on her continued skid. She tucks into her best approximation of a roll, so hopefully her jacket can take these shards, and what finally stops her is the 10-inch little wall under that gone window, giving her a perfect view on Dark Mill South, stalking down the comedy aisle for her. From this low, he looms even larger. "No!" Jade screams, holding her hands up because what else can she do? But then, Dark Mill South is slowing? Jade crabs back, toward the center of the front of the store, where the door was, and she chances a look up into where the window was, which is where Dark Mill South is looking now. Standing there, her blonde hair lifting in the wind, her eyes twin points of fury, is Cinnamon Baker? "You killed my sister," she says into the store, to Dark Mill South, and lets the tip of the machete she's holding stand out from her leg like the worst, best promise. No, you're dead," Jade tells her inside. Except she's obviously not, right? She's standing right there, larger than life, as killer as Letha Mondragon ever was, meaning that is Ginger out there? Which can only mean that Ginger was impersonating her sister at the sheriff's office, after which she ran back to the truck, maybe for some big escape, for the next step in her master plan, only Dark Mill South. Before walking into this video store, he had to be outside this video store, didn't he? As for the new nicks in Ginger's scalp, at the sheriff's office, when Ginger was blasting off, maybe they'd already been there? Maybe she'd shaved her head one more time before slipping out of the nursing home? Maybe it was damage from Dark Mill South. Maybe there's no time to think about it anymore. Cinnamon Baker, the real final girl, is here now, probably delivered on the back of a history teacher's snowmobile. It's time for the big showdown between a 120-pound girl and a monster of a man. No, run! Jade screams up to Cinnamon with her whole body. "You can't! He's too—" But Cinnamon Baker is only tuned into Dark Mill South, her eyes practically shooting cat eyes of flame out from the side, because she just saw her sister dead in the snow. This slasher is about revenge, like all of them, but it's the final girl getting it this time. Clash of some badass titans indeed, the kind that grinds peons underfoot. Sensing this, the inevitability of this fight, Jade falls out the broken door, lands in the snow, her nose and eyes packed with coldness. Cinnamon Baker looks over to the comical loser Jade has to be, sliding on her ass now, the snow all the way up her sleeve, in her waistband. But who cares? This is almost over. "Kill the fuck out of him!" she screams all the same, having to lean forward, her whole soul behind this. Who are you?" Cinnamon says down to Jade, then does a little grin, steps through the broken window and into the video store. Who am I? Jade asks herself, not getting it. No. Who am I? Something was different about it this time, though. Something was distinctly wrong with the way Cinnamon said it. Oh, the emphasis, right? She should have said, Who are you? Like she or Ginger did on the yacht. Except she shouldn't have said anything at all, right? Maybe, I've got this, or this is where it ends. Or even Predator, if it bleeds, we can kill it. Except, it's Ginger who knew movie shit, not Cinnamon. And it's Ginger who led off the same way in room 308W, replaying the last time they'd seen each other. And it's Jade who's getting lost in her head, which is asking to lose it, She pushes away from the video store, is almost to the curb now, breathing hard. Any moment now, Cinnamon's getting tossed out through that open window, Jade knows. How else can it even go? All there is left to do, really, is put some distance. Jade stops, listens. Behind her, up the street, it's the buzzing of a snowmobile, isn't it? Armitage turning around, probably. They can go get Doc Wilson now, can't they? This can all still work out. It is. It is working out. Jade stumbles out into the road to flag Armitage down, only, who the hell is it? Mom? Jade says, shaking her head no. But it is. Kimmy Daniels is riding on the back of some woman's snowmobile. A daughter knows her mother's gaunt, angular features anywhere, even in a snowstorm. Jade looks left, like for an answer to this, which is when she's thumped forward, her mouth packing with snow again. It's Cinnamon flung into her, because, of course, she only weighs as much as a cheerleader. Jade rolls around fast, desperate, and Darkmill South is stepping out the gone window now. An angry red slash seeping across his chest, but not slowing him down. Probably making him faster, even. That's how it is with slashers. Jade turns to Cinnamon, trying to rise from the snow. Jade reaches out to give her something to hold on to, and she hates herself for it, but she has to be sure. She unaccidentally loops her index finger around a blonde tress, such that when Cinnamon's standing and Jade's backing away, she's also pulling Cinnamon's hair. It yanks Cinnamon's head over slightly, but the hair doesn't come away. Cinnamon doesn't even clock this, has more immediate concerns. Her mouth is bloody now, her teeth red, and the front of her sweatshirt hoodie is cut open on the diagonal. Behind it, Jade has to grin in appreciation. Under that hoodie is some sort of plastic armor. BMX, motocross, hockey, she's not sure, but Cinnamon didn't come here to die. She came here to kill. You got it! You got it! Jade hisses to her, backing off herself. Cinnamon looks over to her, her eyes narrowing in late recognition, it feels like. The bathroom's not even steamy, she says, sort of like a question, completely in her little girl voice, and then grins a sharp grin after, like flashing that this is a joke. It makes Jade's scalp prickle, probably because it had been that night, feeling the fibers of the towel it was wrapped in for the first time. Get them out of here? Cinnamon says, tilting her head to Kimmy Daniels, and whoever just idling on that snowmobile now, rubbernecking whatever this is. Jade flounders through the snow one way and Cinnamon steps ahead the other way, slipping immediately on the ice that must have formed from whoever shoveled, smushing snow into slush. In this kind of cold, though, that immediately freezes into a skating rink. Cinnamon goes down hard on her back, and now Jade's looking between her and Kimmy Daniels, standing on the back of that snowmobile, and Darkmill South, who's stepping in over Jade, not Cinnamon, stepping over and drawing his hook hand back for the slight effort this is going to take. Before he can do it, though, a brown leather purse explodes against his chest, floats receipts and gum wrappers and tissues all up around his face. Jade looks over to her mom in wonder. Her mom, who's come off the snowmobile, is rushing across the street to trade herself for her daughter, to stand between this bad man and her little girl. Damn the consequences. Only one consequence matters, and that's Jade. Mom! Jade screams, holding her hand up to stop her, which is exactly when the world stops turning for an instant, for all of them. Jade's back on one elbow, is reaching her open hand across. Darkmill South is standing there, his hook hand still half-cocked, a yellow credit card receipt adhered to the blood on his chest. And where they're both looking is to Kimmy Daniels, and the ghostly form coalescing behind her. The wooden spikes splashing up through her chest and her throat and out her mouth. The perfectly white elk that just impaled her bunches his great neck muscles, lifting Kimmy Daniels off her feet. He shakes his head, lowers his antlers, lets her slide off, then turns to the side to watch the snowmobile spinning away, folding itself and its rider into the storm. "Mom?" Jade hears herself ask. The white elk steps gingerly forward, sniffs Jade's mom's mouth, then huffs that scent back out, as if insulted or satisfied. And Jade doesn't want to, but she can't help falling back into how her mom would keep the kitchen door open in the mornings, when she was humming around the house, doing this or that. How she would scrunch her hand into the top of Jade's head, and Jade would hold tight onto her leg. How she let Jade skate out the dollar store with hair dye kit after hair dye kit all through high school, until it felt like she was working there, just so Jade could steal back everything she was owed. "Mom," Jade says again, and now the stupid white elk is studying her and smelling her, or trying to, his great head raised to a certain tendril of air. Jade pushes back, the snow plowing up behind her, and what stops her is Dark Mill South's solid knee. Exactly what she knew was going to happen 2 minutes earlier in the video store. She looks up and up to him, tracks where he's looking, the elk still. He's casting his blue eyes back up Maine, toward the lake, hearing something only he can hear, and then he trots off that direction, the storm taking him back into itself. And now, Jade can feel it, Dark Mill South is looking down at her, as if the vision that elk was, that killing was, has somehow opened a door for him, too. "Who even are you?" Jade says up to him. Before Dark Mill South can answer with a hook, moving at however fast his chest muscles can swing it, there's a scream like Jade's only heard once, when Letha did it over in Terra Nova, a death cry. The kind that tears your mouth open so your spirit can claw up, take this fight. It's Cinnamon Baker. She's pulled a shovel up from somewhere, the bed of Banner's truck maybe, who cares where it's from, and she's holding it before her like a pike, is running hell for leather at Dark Mill South, and she's screaming the whole way. Jade scrabbles sideways as best she can out of this, and Dark Mill South is clocking this attack with eyes that have seen it all before. "No," Jade says. That Dark Mill South doesn't raise a hand to stop this is a bad sign. The worst sign. He lets Cinnamon give that shovel all her cheerleader weight, all her high school senior momentum. The blade stops at Dark Mill South's hard upper stomach, right under the sternum, and it does make him take a half step back, but it doesn't open him up. It doesn't carve him back to the spine like Cinnamon was counting on. When he takes the shovel by the head, Jade sees why. It's one of those flat ones, for gravel. And the other end, now? Dark Mill South gives the shovel a sharp flick to free it of Cinnamon's hands, then jabs a quick thrust with the rounded handle, catching Cinnamon right in the hollow of the throat. Jade surges forward, but what is there to do? Cinnamon's fallen, is clutching at her throat, can't breathe, maybe ever again. Dark Mill South steps in, but stops at something. His eyes on Cinnamon, he kneels, digs his hand in the snow, and Jade is 1,000% certain he's about to come up with the machete. It's Ginger Baker. Humph. Jade's pretty sure she hears Dark Mill South grunt, like a question. He latches onto Ginger's shoulder and lifts her up to a sitting position so she's facing east up Main, to the highway. What Dark Mill South seems to be looking at is her face. He turns it left and right and stops when the screwdriver rolls into view. He considers it for maybe 3 seconds and then turns her again, so she's looking with her dead eyes at Cinnamon, spasming, still trying to stand, trying to fight. Dark Mill South grins, nods. The next thing is one Jade's seen, but it was only ever movie stupidity, was only ever slashers feeding the fan base the ridiculousness it craves. Dark Mill South drops Ginger back into the snow, as if done with her. But then his left hand comes up, holding both her ankles as one. He jerks her forward, to him, and slings her around once like the hammer throw, then twice, really getting this inertia going, and on the third time around, he slams Ginger into Cinnamon, like swinging for the highway. They both crash into the tailgate of the truck, Banner's aftermarket bumper catching Ginger hard in the back, so she folds the wrong way round, the crack wet and somehow mealy. Cinnamon's face shatters the taillight, exposing its reflective innards, the tight shards holding her up by the jaw and chin for a moment until the plastic gives, and she slumps down on top of her sister. She doesn't rise. The tailgate the rest of her body hit, jarred just right, falls open over her with a heavy clank, like it can keep the snow off. As if that matters anymore. Dark Mill South chuckles in appreciation, seems to have gotten what he needed from that little stunt. He steps forward to finish it, to really mash them together maybe, crush them back into a single egg, but now that buzzing the white elk evidently heard is whirring in fast. Dark Mill South looks up just in time to step away from the snowmobile coming for him, but not fast enough to avoid the line of red that driver opens across his torso, this cut crossing the one Cinnamon made, like now he's had coup counted on him twice. "Armitage!" Jade screams, falling to her knees again. Dark Mill South falls back, his left hand clutching this pain he's been dealt, his eyes never leaving this receding snowmobiler. 40 yards down, Armitage carves the snowmobile around and stands on the footboards, the engine puttering evenly, healthily, that wicked little scythe curving up from his right hand like the worst, best erection. He holds it up in victory, his right knee coming up with his arm a bit, and it makes Jade flash on the end of Breakfast Club again, John Bender's fist raised in victory, that movie imprinted on him deep, she guesses. Armitage settles back down onto the long seat and throttles up, and Jade doesn't care what movie's playing in his head, does she? So long as he can keep cutting. The snowmobile surges forward, throwing a rooster tail of snow, and now Armitage is a jouster, a knight, his buzzing steed rearing up. Enough cuts like that little scythe can deal, and even Dark Mill South has to fall. Doesn't he? "Go! Go!" Jade's pretty much chanting, Dark Mill South still on his knees, trying to hold himself together. Armitage speeds up at the end, half standing, the scythe held high and back, and manages to just slither out of the hook Dark Mill South tries to snag him with. Another line of deep red opens on Dark Mill South, this time on his side, and deep enough that his left hand automatically tries to hold it shut. He's on one knee now, and when he stands, he slips, probably on the ice Banner's truck pressed, or that got left from when Jade and Banner came this way earlier to collect Doc Wilson. Dark Mill South's bloody left hand stabs down into the deep snow to keep his face from planting, and more of that beautiful red slips down his side. "Yes," Jade says about that. This can be like how Jason Goes to Hell starts, with Jason Voorhees in the spotlights at last, being cut to ribbons by that SWAT team. Only, when Dark Mill South rocks back, getting his balance, no longer needing his left arm to hold him up, what his left hand comes up with is... "Can't be," Jade says. There's no denying it, though. It's the pistol Banner lost. And never mind that Dark Mill South only has one hand, and that one hand is his left. He expertly checks the mag, slaps it back in on his thigh, then uses the flat of his hook to cock the slide back, is 100% ready for an action movie. "But you're a slasher!" Jade yells across to him, like she's talking up to the screen in a movie theater. It's loud enough to get his attention. He looks through his hair at her, and she shrinks back, trying to make herself a smaller shooting dummy, but definitely some kind of dummy. Before, with his hook in the snow, it would take him a few bad seconds to get to her. Banner's pistol changes that for the worse. Now he can reach her at hundreds of feet per second. Does he not know the rules, though? Slashers aren't into guns. One of the papers she wrote for Mr. Holmes, even, back in the days of extra credit, was how the reason bullets never can take the slasher down is that they're not in the gun economy at all, are far outside it, like there's some unspoken deal in place. I won't use you, you can't hurt me. Darkmill South should know this at an instinctual level. He's got a hook hand, after all. He might as well be lurking around down at Lover's Lane, where you don't shoot people Zodiac style, Son of Sam style. You eviscerate them. You hang them up above cars. Freddy never uses a gun, does he? Ghostface? Michael? Jade can't even imagine Michael Myers using a gun. They're so impersonal, so all at once, instead of one at a time. Jason Voorhees? Come on. He'll use a spear gun, sure, but that's just for a 3D gag. No, any self-respecting slasher finding a pistol in his hand, what he's supposed to do is look down at it, like it's a strange bug, then shake his hand until this bitey, attention-drawing thing is gone again. Not Darkmill South. Instead of stabbing a line of flame across into Jade's forehead, he turns back to the snowmobile diving back at him. If Armitage realizes his target's armed, then he's braver than Jade thought, because he just keeps buzzing in, that short little scythe raised behind him for another dramatic slash. He's the one slaloming through a slasher fantasy, isn't he? Darkmill South waits until he's about 2 storefronts down to unload. Bam! 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 Main Street is volley after volley of ear-splitting thunder, loud enough that a lot of the snow that's found a way to hold on to the windows calves off, so it's like the whole street is melting around them, which only makes Darkmill South seem taller. By the time Jade's able to focus in on the zigging and zagging Armitage, the right shoulder of his puffy white jacket is spurting its whiteness up in a little plume that must be feathers. It spurts red a moment later, and Armitage, either collapsing or avoiding, yanks the front skids over hard enough that they catch in the deep snow, vault him up into the sky in what feels to Jade like the slowest slow motion. Slow enough that Darkmill South is still firing, trying to bring this unlikely bird down to earth. One of the shots catches Armitage in his right arm, it looks like, and spins him around midair so that when he lands, it's on his chin. The snow swallows him so completely, it's as if he never was. Jade can see Darkmill South still pulling that trigger, but since she's not hearing anything, that must mean he's empty, that all of Banner's rounds have been fired. Instead of tossing the pistol to the side, like the bad guys usually do, though, Darkmill South reaches behind him, tucks it into his waistband, then remembers Jade. He lowers the mangled plane of his face, as if tipping his head to her, telling her that this next dance, it's hers. How about that? Jade feels it in the base of her jaw, the pit of her stomach. And she's already running away, running downhill, which is towards the lake. When the ground seems to shake behind her, all around her, she knows that Darkmill South is on her heels, is running, which is also fucking undignified for a slasher. He's not following any of the rules, is he? Jade hates the whole falling while running away thing, too, especially since she's already done it once or 3 times in the video store. But she can't help it. The snow's deep. She's in some state of panic 2 steps past anything she thought she could be. She can pretty much already feel a hook reaching into her throat to pull her windpipe forward, share its glistening whiteness with the open air, and then, the ground really is shaking. Looking behind her, because Darkmill South has to be right on her, Jade falls one more time, tangling up with what's left of Armitage, but in the last moment, before the snow powders up around her again, she sees, it's not Darkmill South making Main Street tremble. It's that rusty, huge trash truck of a snowplow he came to town in, bearing down on him, throwing probably tons of snow to the side all at once, that snow blowing out every window on the north side of the street. Behind the wheel is Deputy Banner fucking Tompkins, a grimy bottle of something hopping on the dashboard in front of him, which he has to fling out of the way, exactly like the T-800 swiping a windshield to the side in a truck the same size as this one. Banner shifts up, a great gout of black exhaust coughing up from the pipes, and his monstrous huge blade catches Kimmy Daniels, flings her out to the side along with all this snow, her back breaking on a lamppost, which thankfully Jade doesn't have to hear forever in her sleep, since the scrape and thunder of the snowplow is filling her head and her chest. She grabs onto Armitage and rolls to the side with him as much as she can, hopefully out of the way, then prairie dogs up just in time to see that it's too late for Dark Mill South to dive out of the way. Banner's blade has to be 2 cars wide at least, and coming fast. And blades are the only thing that can ever put a slasher down, aren't they? This is all working out. Until Dark Mill South jumps up, snags his hook onto the top of that tall blade. His tree trunk legs instantly fly to the side with all the snow shooting out that way, and Jade's hypnotized enough by this that she forgets which side of the street she's on. She's reminded an instant later when the truck blasts Armitage into her, along with what must be thousands of pounds of snow, moving at the speed of some serious-ass bullshit. It pastes her to the wall of a storefront, and when she falls down, blind, deaf, stinging, snow sliding down all around, it's onto something soft, something groaning and convulsing, Armitage. Jade wants to tell him they made it. They made it. They shouldn't have, but they did. But first, she can't breathe yet. Second, her mouth is packed tight with snow. And third, her eyes are too full of crying for her to even be able to form words anyway. Banner Tompkins, former linebacker, 100% idiot, husband of the woman Jade secretly considers her best friend, he did it. He did the impossible. And somewhere down Maine, he's still doing it? Jade stands, unsteady on her feet, and stumbles out into the street just in time to see the big snowplow crashing through the parking lot, surely blind from the snow it's throwing, and then... It's too heavy for the pier. Can't drive down it like Crossbull Joe did so many years ago, so that great blade plows into the pier, the posts and planks arcing up over the truck and hanging in the gray-white sky. Jade watches that ejecta for a body, for a killer, for a slasher, but it's too fast. There's too much. And the snowplow isn't stopping. Can't stop. It's through the pier now, the frozen lake sending walloping, thunderous cracks out every which direction, like it's in a panic itself. Maybe a second after that, the truck finds the dark water under the ice. It keeps going, its weight making it ride the slope down, ride the lake bed until only the very back corner of the dump bed is cocked up out of the water, the front tires probably hanging over what used to be a cliff back before Proof Rock. Jade starts to run to the lake but stops. Armitage. She bounces on her toes with indecision, but finally goes back to him, situates him against the wall as well as she can, so maybe somebody can find him. There's frothy blood drooling from his mouth, and then she's running, falling every few steps, calling Banner's name ahead of her, a thing she would never in 100 years have thought she might be doing. Halfway across the parking lot, she finds him on his knees in the snow, one side of his face scraped raw, his left hand shattered in his glove. She hugs him around the neck so hard they both fall, and she keeps hugging him, doesn't ever want to let go, never, ever. Finally, the world quiet again, he sits them up, holding his left hand at that height you hold throbbing pieces of yourself. You did it! You did it! She's telling him. The same as the last one, Stacy Graves, got buried in the lake. So does this next one share that same grave now. Ezekiel's probably already got Dark Mill South by the ankle, to pull him down and down, because that holy choir down in Drowntown, it needs a baritone after all these years. Doc Wilson wasn't there, Banner's saying. Just that Abby Grandlin, and she's... He doesn't need to finish. Jade can hear it. She's dead, left behind on the gym floor. Letha's tough. She'll make it, Jade says, about Doc Wilson being missing in action. Her shoulder won't stop bleeding, Banner says. Then his whole body stiffens, and he's guiding Jade behind him. But it's just Hardy, struggling through the snow toward them, that long shotgun strapped across his chest. Jade guesses what just happened to the pier must have been loud. Probably has all of Proof Rock opening their front doors. What do you think they'll call this one? Banner asks with a sick chuckle. It's better than crying, sort of. It's putting it off anyway. The Tribute Killer, Jade says matter-of-factly. Like a tribute band? Banner says, peeling out of his long black jacket and wrapping Jade's shivering self with it, one-handed. Except for movies, Jade says, accepting this unasked-for warmth for once in her life. Letha will tell you when she can. And it wasn't really him, either. She chins out in the direction of the lake, to Dark Mill South. But it wasn't all him, Jade corrects. He was just back there, the video store. I don't think he killed them. I mean, not all of them. Then who? Banner asks, then answers himself hesitantly. Ginger, you mean? Jade shrugs a reluctant yes, says, Sometimes it is who you think it is. Why does this keep happening? Banner asks. I used to pray for it to, Jade says, her tears sputtering out again, God damn it. It was high school, Banner says, taking the top of her hand in his unbroken one. We were all stupid, right? We didn't know what we wanted, we just knew that this, Proof Rock, wasn't it. Jade nods, keeps nodding. It's one way to keep your crying down. Hardy's maybe 10 yards closer. The shotgun is awkward, evidently heavy. I should help him, she says, hauling herself around for Hardy. Banner stands, pulls her up. I need to, he says, tilting his head to the station. Letha, Adrian. Get the coffee machine in there going? Jade says. You wish, Banner says, already a step away. Jade flips him off, which is as close as they can come to anything real, and then, Sheriff, she's saying, trying to wade across to Hardy all at once, because the strap of the shotgun's gotten itself cinched on the right handle of his walker somehow, and he's about to fall forward. But it's not because of the shotgun. It's because he's got his right hand lifted, is pointing to the lake. Jade and Banner both look. They can't not look. And no. Dark Mill South is walking across the ice, his hair frozen to his face, his chest rising and falling with anger. He just tilted against a dump truck and won. Shit, Banner says. Go now, Hardy says to him, waving Banner back behind him. Behind him and the shotgun he's working up, the long barrel plowing through the deep snow. Except Jade's to him, is trying to turn him around, which he's not having one little bit of. You go too, he tells her. I'll never make it in time. Look at me. He's right. Jade knows he's right. But still, Sheriff, you can't. I need you, she says, her arms around him. My mom, I already lost. I can't lose you too. You're the only one left who... It's just birdshot in there, Banner calls out, already wading away to his wife, his child, his life. Hardy looks down to the shotgun, shakes his head like, oh well. I already told you, he says to Jade. Go. His eyes never moving from Dark Mill South. and Jade can read it on her old sheriff's face. The Lake Witch slayings were on his watch. This is his chance to make up for that. You can't, Jade tells him, pulling, but he's solid on that walker. Come on, for Letha, Banner says, standing a few yards away, holding his good hand out. Jade tells herself to let Hardy go, but her fingers aren't listening, are still clutching the woolly lapels of his old man jacket. Sheriff, she's still saying, pleading, crying. Go, Hardy tells her again, his voice harder now, gruffer, in charge again, and she finally does. And it's less like walking, more like collapsing. Banner meets her halfway, and they're stumbling to the station, Banner holding her up each time she tries to fall from looking back to Hardy. She doesn't want to see what's going to happen to him. He's going to have to let Darkmill South get so close if the birdshot's going to do anything. Jade shakes her head no. She can't let him do this, and she rips away from Banner, falls hard in the snow, is already running back into Proof Rock, right up Main, the heavy black coat dragging in the snow, but never quite tangling her legs all the way up. Jade! Banner booms behind her, using every bit of his cop voice. It doesn't work any better than Hardy's ever did. Jade just shakes her head no, is a snowplow herself now, fighting through, pushing her numb legs, reaching back into the past for... She falls into the line of hedges a few feet out from the post office and digs. She comes up with her old litter stick, the one with that sharp, grabby point on the end. I'm coming, sir, she screams across the parking lot to Hardy, loud enough that he actually looks back. Because she's running the path the real snowplow carved, it's faster now, and downhill. She commits to it, completely out of control. No chance to stop, even if there was traction. But she's not going to stop. She's not going to stop until Darkmill South is... She's holding the litter stick clamped tight to her side like a lance, the dull butt forward, and maybe 10 steps out, Darkmill South clocks this, and grins one side of his mouth wide enough that Jade can see how perfect his new teeth still are. He's leaning on Melanie's bench, but, special for Jade, he pushes away to take this blunt impact the same as he took the unsharp leading edge of Cinnamon's shovel, even going so far as to hold his great arms out to the side. Only at the last moment, with her last step, Jade flips this handle around, twirling the litter stick at her hip so the sharp end plunges not just into Darkmill South, but through him. It's exactly what she tried to do to her father once upon a July 4th massacre, but couldn't. It draws her face inches from Darkmill South's, so that when she screams and can't stop screaming, it's right into his open mouth. Her scream comes back at her, along with his hot, oddly clean breath, and his big left hand wrapping around her throat. Jade's vision constricts along with her breathing, but instead of trying to claw his vice grip of a hand down, she wrenches hard on the litter stick, trying to nudge it into some part of him he actually needs. The human part of him that has to be in there somewhere. Behind her, she thinks she can hear Hardy booming something, his voice, not the shotgun. But that world, it's already falling away. It's already slipping back into the blackness seeping in all around. Jade can't even scream. Doesn't have the air to. Killing a slasher, it comes at a price, doesn't it? In the movies, you get to walk out into dawn breaking over this reclaimed serenity, some gale weathers packaging the night's horror into a proper lead-in. But in real life you don't just push the slasher over the edge into death. In real life, he stabs a hand back up, takes you with him. Jade's chest jerks, her lungs clawing for air that isn't there, and she puts all the weight she has into that litter stick, angling it up and up until it's over. Blip. Nothing. just a velvet sort of thrushing softness, either like she's really, really small, is just some hopeful maggot wriggling across the deep, soft face of some giant flock velvet painting. Or else the painting itself is vast, and on this side of things you don't need arms or legs anymore. You just have to keep wriggling ahead. Maybe somewhere in these soft black stalks there will be another maggot too. They'll nudge blindly into each other, and for a moment neither will be alone. Both will be part of something bigger, and a warmth will suffuse up and down the two of them and... Yes, that, please, Jade says inside, already wriggling the body she still has in anticipation, and that side-to-side action makes the litter stick finally find the off switch deep inside Darkmill South. He falls back and back, his slowing down mouth and last breath shaping what sounds like Paternoster quies in Kailis, in a rhythm Jade can almost clock, and he keeps on saying it, but the words are hardly making it past his lips now. All Jade can tell of them, it's that it's an apology, the kind you make when you're afraid of dying. His massive hand lets her windpipe go, and she gasps the air that's probably his dying breath. Jade breathes in deep, and it's cold enough to burn her lungs, but that doesn't matter. She can't quit pulling more and more in. It's the best thing ever, and also the worst. She rolls to the side, into the snow, is nestled up to Darkmill South now, her hands up under her face, her eyes only open so she doesn't lose herself. Slowly, like a thing alive, having to bulge and try before soaking into each next cell, each next hollow, Darkmill South's blood stains the snow around them into a spilled cherry slurpee, the same bright icing red as in the video store. And Jade can feel her chest heaving with something between relief and hilarity, but a distinct regret, too, that she never got to see the design painted on that velvet painting she had been caught in with her mother. But she knows, too, it was a map of Indian Lake, wasn't it? Proof Rock on one side, Terra Nova on the other, Camp Blood halfway around, Drown Town out there in the middle. This is her life. She closes her mouth because her teeth are freezing, sucks air in through her nose now. It chills her sinuses, but she's thankful to be able to do it. Minutes or hours later, the creak and smush Jade's been distantly aware of turns into Hardy on his walker, coming in as fast as he can. Jade sits up, her arms hooking around her knees. Hardy studies Darkmill South, nudges him with the barrel of the shotgun, his finger on the trigger the whole while. He's gone, Jade says. Hardy has to agree. Wish Bear were here to see this, he says, looking out across the ice. Jade bites her lips, has to blink fast, and sneaks a look up into the sky, because she might see Mr. Holmes up there, buzzing around in his sky go-kart. Hardy lifts his walker, plants it alongside Jade for her to climb, and falls back onto his daughter's memorial bench. By the time Jade's up, Hardy's cleared a place for her to sit. She collapses beside him. Your neck's bruising, he says across to her. And I don't guess you're getting any younger, Jade says back to him. He plants his left hand on her knee, shakes her whole leg. We're Brody and Hooper, she tells him. We're sure as hell something, Hardy says, and works his pack up from his chest pocket, shakes a smoke out for Jade, then takes one himself. When his old fingers can't get his match going, Jade takes over, lights hers, then lights his off of hers. Jennifer goddamn Daniels, Hardy finally says. It's Jade, sir, Jade says back, and breathes all the corruption in her lungs out. Well, not the blackness, she supposes. Not the horror. Never that.
Slasher 102. Hope you don't mind me calling this penultimate paper that, Mr. Armitage. As Edmund Leach says, history tends to sacrifice totality in the interest of continuity, and of course you get the continuity I'm reaching for with a title like that. Who wouldn't want to stand alongside the girl finally able to take Dark Mill South down? And yes, I mourn with you that your cell phone was lost on that fateful day, all its irreplaceable footage going with it. But I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that a custodian of Henderson High and Golding Elementary is rumored to have a certain recording from December. I phrase it vaguely because slander is a concern here. While nothing can replace your recordings, of course, still the tangible is to be trusted more than our collective memory, is it not? While history is never certain, is always narrative, artifacts can and do make their arbitrary way into the future, don't they? Supposedly, this particular artifact is going for $75. But the topic of the day: theories surrounding Dark Mill South's demise. Preview, Mr. Armitage. They've all adapted to include Jennifer Daniels. First and perhaps most obvious, was she able to succeed where the federal government and state authorities and a long line of victims before her had failed because, of them all, she was the only one to have previously encountered such a killer? Did her participation in the Independence Day massacre imbue her with a special insight or aptitude? To this I say, not likely. Granted, it takes determination and grit and no small amount of luck to survive one killer, much less two. But if we allow this dynamic, previous encounters not counting as experience but something more magical, then wouldn't the military have already discovered and harnessed it? There would be snipers who are incapable of missing, wouldn't there be? Granted, extending this possibility borders on the ridiculous, but as you've told us, it's at the extreme where theories show their true colors. Second, and less obvious, remember Sally Schallenberg, the Shoshone woman who took Dark Mill South down for the first time? The common assumption about how she was able to do that is that her Native American status granted her dueling privileges with Dark Mill South, himself Native American. Jennifer Daniels, then, also being of Native American extraction, would be similarly privileged, according to this theory. However, to extend this, wouldn't each task force assigned to track and apprehend killers need to then be as varied in ethnicity as a children's cartoon? One rabbit, one aardvark, one turtle, and so on, just because the killer could be a rabbit, an aardvark, a turtle. As history has taught us, of course, this is never the case. Police forces are by and large as Caucasian as you or I, and they have been for decades now, if not centuries. And none of them have had any problems with their lynchings, their burnings, or the consequences of those acts. Yes, there is a certain elegance to both Jennifer Daniels and Dark Mill South being Native American, but if anything, this should be celebrated, not reduced to an explanation. Celebrated because the Native American population has evidently recovered enough that, in a remote hideaway like Proof Rock, Idaho, there can be 2 Native Americans, not just one. The third theory I find, Mr. Armitage, I hesitate to even commit to email. That DM South birth certificate from my earlier submission, the one that never actually says Dark or Mill, those names coming instead from a memory extracted from a Leech Lake tribal member over the course of an interview of questionable integrity. I never mentioned where it was found, as it wasn't pertinent then. It matters now, Mr. Armitage, at least on the internet. That birth certificate was recovered from the Morris Industrial School for Indians in, you guessed it, Minnesota. Though most of the students enrolled in this residential school, current sentiment which I subscribe to, would prefer abducted to, were from the Turtle Mountain Band. There were, of course, children from many of the other surrounding reservations and communities, including Leech Lake. The Morris Industrial School for Indians was, like many such boarding schools, run by religious concerns. In this case, the Sisters of Mercy, Catholic. Conditions were, as was common then, regrettable and often punitive. Hardly America's proudest moment, but such is an attempted genocide. So, if Dark Mill South actually is the DM South from Morris's records, then corollary to that is the distinct possibility that he was repeatedly disciplined by those nuns, thereby programming him, in a sense, to submit to their authority. The idea on the internet being that inside every male serial killer is a scared little boy ready to repeat the prayer he's been forced to memorize on threat of more and more extreme punishments, up to and including privation, starvation, and various forms of sexual abuse. While fine as far as internet theories go, where the threshold for acceptance has more to do with entertainment and unlikeliness than with anything verifiable or even possible, the problem here is that Dark Mill South was never heard to utter anything even vaguely religious. Neither did Jennifer Daniels don a nun's habit and black robes in order to dial him back to being a scared little boy. How would she know to? This theory is as unlikely as the one that posits that the reason she was able to take Dark Mill South down had everything to do with the composition of the staff she impaled him with. Evidently, Native Americans, being pre-modern, are supposed to be susceptible to implements composed of materials they don't know to ward themselves against. In this case, fiberglass. We can take none of these seriously, Mr. Armitage. If anything empowered Jennifer Daniels to dispatch him, I submit that it was neither magic nor fate nor shared genetics. It was simply that, in the absence of a father, she had come to claim former Sheriff Angus Hardy as that for her, and so would do whatever necessary to protect him, up to and including taking on a mountain of a man and winning. I say this as someone who lost her own father, Mr. Armitage. I know personal appeals and formal work are the definition of unscholarly, but neither can I deny that given the chance, I think all of us fatherless daughters would hope to have even a tenth of Jennifer Daniels' resolve, sir. Just a flicker of the fire raging in her. But, of course, as you now know, that doesn't mean that it all worked out for her. Just before dawn. Galatea Pangborn can't stop thinking about Toby Manx, dead yesterday. First his father, the principal, and now him? Gal can still see him jogging around the gym twice with the team before each basketball game. His stride so easy, his embarrassed grin so natural. His big sister, Bethany, is down at college, Gal's heard, trying to get far away enough from Proof Rock that she won't have to think about it anymore. Her little brother being dead probably won't help with that. As for the other one who died, Gwen Stapleton, yeah, Gal thinks she must be new to Henderson High, probably just showed up this year. At least Sin lucked through whatever happened at the motel, right? But of course Sin would find a way through. She's the one who found Gal and Jin in the closet on the yacht that night and told them to come with her if they wanted to live. Her eyes so hot they were practically steaming. Before that moment, Letha had always been Gal's hero, her model. That changed when Sin curled her lip at her sister, too scared to move, and then pulled Gal up and away into the massacre proper, where that construction worker was for some reason waiting. There are fighters in the world and there are floaters, right? Sin's a fighter, a doer, a survivor. Hell yes, she was able to make it through whatever meat grinder was chewing seniors up down at Trail's End. Which doesn't mean Gal hasn't touched Sin's face on her phone 80 times since lunch, trying to bring her voice through to reassure her that everything's going to be okay, that the meat grinder hasn't caught up with her yet, that Gal brought her the best and warmest and most stylish ski outfit. And no way is Sin still giving her statement 30 hours after the motel. No statement is that detailed, but it's not like Gal can go drag her home from the sheriff's either. Not like Sin would let herself be dragged away. What did Abraham Lincoln say? Something like, yeah, the chords of memory will swell when touched again by the better angels of our nature. Cinnamon Baker is that better angel, and she probably won't sleep until she's faced down whoever did that to Toby, her latest crush. The real reason Gal can't go collect Sin, though, is Donna Pangborn, Mom. Not only is there some bad actor out there carving through the student body, well, through 2 student bodies anyway, but there's also the ghost of Stacey Graves, who's more than real to Donna Pangborn. On top of all that, since Sin's misjudgment, there's another predator out there. Gal knows. One who likes to, say, have his office hours late in the day when the school's empty. One who has a taste for the young stuff, which Gal supposes she must technically be. But making those office hours one too many times didn't permanently chink Sin's armor, did it? It didn't tarnish it at all, as far as Gal's concerned. She's still her larger-than-life self, always ready to smile and lend a hand, overcommitting herself to this cause, that effort. Prom committee? Sure. Yearbook staff? Of course. Cheerleading and volleyball? Why not? Cinnamon Baker can do it all, unlike her sister. But the less said about Ginger Baker, the better. Still, Sin's there twice a week to spend time with her, keep her head shaved like she likes it, keep an hour or 2 of memories burbling about the way it used to be before that night on the yacht. The one time Gal went to see Ginger in her room to see if a familiar, non-sisterly face would prompt the response recreating their big swim across the lake was supposed to have. Nope. What she left with was the feeling that there was a wildness in Ginger Baker now, that she'd gone into the woods, but she hadn't come all the way out yet, and maybe never would. But Sin, God. First, like Jin, she's the spitting image of her mom, Macy Todd, even has her height, those cheekbones, that forever spill of golden blonde hair, but inside she's all Mars Baker, like her eyes are X-rays, her mind a steel trap. When she looks at you, it's always for about 1/10 of a second too long, like she's caught something inside you that you're not even aware of yet, and she's not sure this is the right time to tell you about it. Gal worships her. Letha's fine. Letha's great. Black Wonder Woman is alive and well in Proof Rock, Idaho, but Sin, at 17, not married, not a mom, is someone a freshman can aspire to. On top of all that, on top of all she does and is, Sin even finds it in herself to be casually kind, compassionate, caring, as if her happiness is dependent on the happiness of those around her. Which is why Gal, when she stands for the kitchen, picks her mom's saucer and mug up, says, "More?" "I couldn't, thanks," Donna Pangborn says, not looking away from the television screen. They probably shouldn't be running it, but this generator is strong enough for 2 houses, and they're only really using one room's worth of electricity. And this isn't some stupid singing competition they're watching over broadcast. It's the ongoing story about that killer who was being transported up the mountain to Montana and what might have happened to his convoy. It's all speculation at the moment, as no reports are coming in from the highway. None the journalists have access to, anyway. But Gal can tell from the way her mom keeps drawing her breath in that there's reason for concern. That's why Gal's going to the kitchen in the first place, to try to dial Sin up. When she gets there, though, the leftover hot chocolates deposited in the sink, there's no signal, of course, just like the living room. Gal looks back to the idea of the couch, her mom perched on the very front of it, not exactly holding a stopwatch over Gal's return. Taking advantage of this inattention, Gal slips out of her house boots, tiptoes upstairs. Their house is already high for proof rock, so if there's signal, they should be getting it. But higher's better, right? If only one tower's still functional, then maybe one high corner of the house will be better than another corner. Like she can logic signal into her phone. Yeah. That doesn't mean she isn't going to try, though. She stops on her floor, stands outside her door, waiting for just a single bar to appear. When it doesn't, she keeps climbing, goes past her mom's level. The house is tall but narrow, almost spindly, kind of has a Victorian feel even though it's completely modern, and finally ends up in what her mom calls the attic, where the madwoman lives. Sin. The reason her mom funds Sin about being that madwoman is that she never says no to a commitment. Though, Gal's noted, since the incident that didn't matter, that nobody should have even known about or talked about or believed, her mom's backed off the madwoman stuff somewhat. Maybe next week it'll be some other Charlotte Bronte joke. Gal stands in the tight hall between Sin's bedroom and her custom bathroom, and it's not that she hasn't been up here before, but with the lights off like this, she can feel it more than ever. She knows this tightness. It's the yacht all over, isn't it? It straightens Gal's back, almost elicits a shiver, even though that night is 4 years behind them already. Still, though, her last good memory from before is of Sin and Jin waking her that night, one of their hands already cupped over Gal's mouth so she wouldn't alert the parents. That was always Prime Objective 1. Prime Objective 2 that night had been significantly gigglier. Sin and Jin led Gal down to their floor, down the long hall past their parents' bedroom, past Letha's bedroom, past the scuba closet, as they called it, to the bathroom? Seriously? What? Gal said. Look, either Sin or Jin said, pushing the door open. It was probably going to be something gross, Gal knew. A used rubber again, something bloody. Please, no. It was hair. Who? Gal had asked in wonder, stepping into this darkness. Either Sin or Jin, thrilled beyond words, just shrugged. If they didn't talk, Gal could never tell them apart, which brought them endless satisfaction. Whoever had cut their hair in this bathroom, all of their hair it looked like, had tried to clean it up, Gal could tell. But they'd cleaned it up like you would in second grade, which was pretty much not at all. It just made it more obvious. Behind the single faucet of the sink, there was even a hank of blue? Gal whispered, just as thrilled as the twins now. They were practically hovering with excitement. Nobody on the yacht had blue hair. There was black too, though. Gal rolled it between her thumb and index finger, and it was dry enough to rasp, but greasy too. Here, either Sin or Jin said, offering, of all things, an actual magnifying glass. Gal, hesitant, inspected the hair she was holding, and the split ends had split ends. Not only did nobody on the yacht have blue hair, but everybody had access to the best conditioners. Even Sinijin's dad, whose incipient baldness nobody ever talked about. "Who is it?" Gal asked. "Let's see," one of them said. And that was how the investigation began. The one that had them on separate search missions on the lowest deck when the screams and thumps and gun blasts started. Had they not been on the case of the blue-haired intruder that night? Then they're in their beds on the upper decks. And then they're torn out of them. Gal, standing in the madwoman's attic, makes herself squeeze her eyes shut for a long 10 count to prove to herself she's safe, that nothing's going to get her, pull her back into the darkness again. When it doesn't, when she's paid her dues, she opens her eyes, expecting the trade to be complete, for there to now be at least 2 bars on her phone. None. She sags. "Gal?" She can hear her mom calling from way downstairs. "Just 1 minute," Gal calls back, leaning back to use the stairway as a funnel for her voice. Since the blackout, they've each been using the bathroom with the door left open because that feels somehow safer. So she tries to cant her voice up like she's sitting primly on a toilet. Speaking of, Gal leans back to look into Sin's bathroom, which is why Sin chose the small bedroom at the top of the house, the master-size bathroom, duh. Which Gal imagines Sin pirouetting across the floor on point like a princess in a Disney movie. Moving through it to the high window over the shower which faces the highway? That is the highest point of the house Gal can possibly hold her phone, isn't it? She nods, steps easily into that shower, promising herself to have eyes only for the clouded glass stall with the LED-lit rainfall. It would be very uncool to invade Sin's privacy when she's off saving the town, after all, wouldn't it? What if Sin has Toby's yearbook photo taped to the mirror? What if there's something unmentionable plugged in on the counter? A girl's bathroom is really the inside of her head. Gal knows full well. And if this space is a mess, if it shows how many outfits Sin goes through to get just the right one, then what will that say about Gal's hero, her idol, her savior, her role model? What it would say is that vicious rumor from October hit Sin a lot harder than she let on, that it fractured her sense of self-worth, her confidence. And even were that true, it would be none of Gal's business. She's a trespasser here. Anything she finds out, it's fruit of the poisonous tree. Nothing she can ever ask Sin about. Not if Sin doesn't bring it up herself. Anyway, Sin has enough to deal with, doesn't she? Not just her parents being gone, but Jin still being just there, and graduation looming, and unfair rumors circulating, and college applications, and Gal shakes her head, squints her way to the shower because she doesn't trust herself not to peek. When she steps in on the tile, though, to hold her phone up to the window, she can't help but feel. Again, she's right back on the yacht. There's hair crunching under bare feet. Gal steps back into the wall and directs her phone down, taps the flashlight on. "No, Sin," she says. But yes, Sin's cut all her blonde hair off. So now her and Jin, they're indistinguishable again, aren't they? Is this the ultimate kindness? Some aspect of sisterly affection Gal doesn't have access to? Is it supposed to show Jin that her and Sin are still the same under it all? Gal's breathing deep now. Too deep. It's making the blood rush in her head. It's making her eyes heat up. Maybe it's all of that, sure. But what if it's nothing like that at all? Some girls are cutters, Gal knows, and could this be another expression of that? Did what happened in October never stop happening for Sin? Or is cutting her beautiful hair off not about her at all, but him? Does making herself bald punish him? Gal has to nod, slowly, this new awareness taking hold for her. He is the one who put the scissors in Sin's hands, isn't he? Isn't he? But no. Gal insists, shaking her head to resist. Still, her IQ is what it is. She doesn't want to, but she's looking back to these last 30 hours since Toby and Gwen and trying to remember if it was one of them who started what should never be said about Sin and her hunky history teacher, as the writing on the bathroom walls would have it. And then Gal's looking far, far ahead to Sin, the returning hero, stepping back into the halls of Henderson High in March or so, her hair, bob short, and cute as hell, probably prompting all the other girls to chop their hair as well. It'll be the style. It'll be what all the survivors are wearing this post-massacre season. And all because of what happened to her in October. All because somebody put scissors in her hand, which is just a set of blades, is just violence, which shares an important V with revenge. But this isn't really Sin, Gal tells herself. It can't be. She's been turned into this. By him. Whatever she's doing out there right now, whatever she's done, whatever she needed to become someone else to do, it's not her fault. She's just responding the only way that feels rational, the only way that makes sense. If you wind a toy up and it crashes into a vase, then you're responsible for breaking that vase, not the toy. The toy is innocent. The toy is the victim here. Another V. Never mind the breakage all around it. Gal balls her right hand into a fist, her lips thinning down to a grim line. Just this once, she tells Sin, nodding. She can okay Sin doing this just once, if it's only once, and if they deserved it. She'll even cover for her if she has to. Probably by working her way into the confidence of the one who wound her up like this, and then tearing his ass down. Because now, from knowing all this, from figuring it out, Gal is a toy careening across the floor too, just like Sin. Okay then, she says, still nodding, which is when the tile beneath her bare feet trembles. The sound hits the house an instant later, a series of deep thumping pops from the lake? The pier? What? Galatea! Donna Pangborn screams from downstairs, the horror starting for her all over again, Gal can tell. The walls of the yacht closing in on her, tunneling her vision, dialing her mama bear instincts up and up. Coming! Gal yells back, already moving. Except this time, not even meaning to, she does look over to the counter, where her phone's flashlight is angled. And the first thing she sees, just like taking a picture, is herself in the reflection, in motion, all color drained from her face. The second thing is a serene, white mannequin head, its eyes painted in. Its scalp is plastic smooth, meaning the wig it was wearing is gone. Gal stops, has to look closer, and when she goes to run her hand along that smooth scalp, just to confirm it's real, her fingers bump into what she thought was a reflection. A second mannequin head, right behind the first, facing away. 2 wigs? And loose on the counter between them is an empty blister pack, The colors on the cardboard backing, dollar store garish. The exclamation points not exactly helping class it up. Spirit glue, Gal reads, considering this. Many gears turning in her head, opening more and more doors and possibilities. When she sets the tube back down, it's about 15 degrees off from where Sin left it. She swallows, nods to herself, and straightens it back, as it should be.
Jade is ashing into the chest pocket of her coveralls and staring out across the ice when she finally has to admit she can't deny the crunching coming in behind her and Hardy. "At least it's not going to be him, right?" she says, nodding down to the mound of dead Dark Mill South is. She sort of already knows who it's going to be, too. Cinnamon Baker. Partly because of that rule in slashers, of it always being the last person you'd think, but more because the main thing keeping Jade, or anyone, from thinking it could be Cinnamon is, she shaved her head for this masquerade? She sacrificed all that beautiful hair just for revenge? To kill all the proof rockers who should have died 4 years ago? Balance that scale with pounds and pounds of flesh? Probably, yeah. 5 minutes ago, Jade has to suppose, Cinnamon sat up from the hips back on Main. Sat up Michael style, all at once. Shards of taillight plastic embedded in her face, her body armor still intact. At the sheriff's office, with her conveniently slipping off wig, she'd been impersonating her sister impersonating her. And all to frame her sister, dead in the snow behind the truck, the demented killer of half the graduating class, and now, no longer a ball and chain on the ankle of the sister about to escape this town. Macy Todd's daughter, indeed. Jade's guess is that was Cinnamon in the Hannibal Lecter mask at the nursing home, too, racing ahead of Jade. And that had been Cinnamon as well, lying under Mark whoever's bed, holding that arrow. Her cold walking to the nursing home was her turning in her tracks to go back to the nursing home. And that had to have been her at the high school as well, and at the motel before, and running through the storm between all the buildings the whole time, playing the wayfish victim, the Calvin Klein final girl, here to save the day. But, according to Letha, Cinnamon read all Jade's old extra credit papers, meaning she has to know Jade would figure this out. Meaning Jade's a loose end now. She wasn't framed like Cinnamon as Ginger said the initial plan was, but she can still be dead. So of course those crunching footsteps have to be Cinnamon, right? But they're not running yet either, which means she's still carrying some damage from Dark Mill South. Well, she's either still carrying some damage, or she's carrying some serious beast of an axe, or a chainsaw she's waiting until the last moment to fire up, run into Jade's back so it can alien out her chest. Jade takes a deep drag, stares across the lake. The proof that it was all, or mostly, Cinnamon was that Dark Mill South didn't know that screwdriver was in Ginger's head, right? Or even before that, if he had killed Ginger, then wouldn't Cinnamon, Ginger's spitting image, stepping in with that machete have given him pause, at least? He would have no reason to know the girl he killed had a twin. Yeah, it was Cinnamon. The only part Jade can't figure is what that Jace kid in the video store was saying about the killer cupcake. Killer clowns, Jade can understand. Killer clowns from outer space makes perfect sense. But what horror movie would use a cupcake as a murder weapon? At the same time, why would Jace lie? Assuming he wasn't, then that cupcake must be from some movie that came out while Jade was locked up down in Boise. A recent one. Meaning, Dark Mill South couldn't have seen it either. When all the crime scene techs and true crime bloggers show up to sift through Prufrock's bloody laundry one more time, they'll be lining up these copycat kills with the years those movies came out, and they'll all overlap with Dark Mill South. Except this cupcake one. But because Darkmill South tore through the video store like he did, will anybody even bother with the poison cupcakes smushing underfoot? The bright red icing of that one mostly whole cupcake will make a nice foreground for some blood spatter, Jade imagines. But nobody will see Cinnamon Baker way in the background of any of those snapshots, wearing an apron and humming her way through a recipe. There's even less chance of any of those cops or bloggers buying the town rejects out their theory, Jade knows. First, she accuses the unassailable Theo Mondragon, the payer of 100 college tuitions, 1,000 tuitions. And, when that accusation doesn't stick, she points the finger at one of the daughters of Terra Nova, who barely survived not just one, but 2 massacres? Cinnamon Baker couldn't have planned on Darkmill South, no, that's pie in the sky. But she could use him when he showed up, couldn't she? What's that old black and white? The Leopard Man? Yeah. Some killer in a small town doing his dirty work and foisting it off on an escaped leopard. Or even better, what was that term Mr. Holmes used to quiz them on? Stalking horse? Jade had failed the quiz on that every time, because what a stalking horse should have been was the painted-up horse you let meander into some covered wagon camp in 1881. What those would-be settlers don't see until too late is that you're walking right behind that horse, your legs in its legs' shadows, your body behind its body. As far as they know, this is just some Indian pony wandered away from its people, a gift like the rest of this empty, empty land, so free for the taking. Until you stand still, let that horse keep walking past where you're now standing. And you're painted up, too, all the colors of night, so that the only flash of white they see is your teeth when you smile. And then it's on. Jade had explained this to Mr. Holmes, and he'd actually even listened until the end, by which time Jade had been bouncing on the balls of her feet, practically vibrating with the thrill of tearing through this camp with a tomahawk, a knife, her teeth. There's stalking horses, there's dark horses, and there's Trojan horses, Mr. Holmes had enumerated on his craggy fingers. His chair leaned back to maximum depth. And then there's guerrilla tactics, right? I mean, I could wear a gorilla costume, if you think that would make it better, Jade had told him, only sorta kinda playing. And the way he'd had to hold his lips together to keep from smiling at this? God. Jade's lower lip quivers, and she stabs her cigarette past it to still it. And she knew about that rusted open window, Jade adds out loud, in conversation with herself. In the women's? Hardy asks, all the same. Jade nods. In the ladies' room at his old office. Ginger Baker wouldn't have known ducking in there was the way out. Only Cinnamon would have, because she'd already gone that way, to kill Mark and Kristen at the nursing home, and then double back in her own tracks. Who knew about that window? Hardy says, ratcheting his head to the side to blow smoke, and Jade says it while turning around. Her. Hardy pivots in his seat, leading with the shotgun, and Jade's already squinting from the blood about to mist onto her frozen face. But then she remembers that chest armor Cinnamon's wearing, knows birdshot won't be enough to... Shit, Hardy says, disappointed. The snow gusts into Jade's face, and when she can, she sneaks a quick peek, and shit is right. Rexall. See a girl back there? Jade asks him. Blonde, bloody kind of killer? Rexall sneers. Evidently isn't here to be interrogated. Deputy wanted me to tell the 2 of you to come in out of the cold, he says back, not liking this cold task. What girl? Hardy asks Jade. You'll see, she says. She's the one who's really been... What stops her is what's materializing in the swirling white behind Rexall. Not unkillable Cinnamon Baker, but... Oh, Hardy says, his face slack. It's the spirit elk. And, this close, his eyes they're blue. And not just blue, Jade tells herself, but somehow girly, in spite of the massive rack branching up from his head. Rexall senses this, starts to turn, but it's too late. This elk already has his head down, is surging ahead to gore through him. Except Rexall's wearing insulated Carhartt coveralls, and layers under that, it looks like. The brow tines the elk's aiming with, they don't penetrate. Instead, Rexall lifts, and launches ahead, into Hardy and Jade on the bench, Hardy's aluminum walker crunching like a beer can, Jade catching a custodial boot heel to the cheek. For a flash, she sees stars, but the snow her face plants into keeps her all the way awake. Then, "Sheriff! Sheriff!" She's already screaming, trying to swim through the cold to him, because if this hurt her, then... All she can see is Rexall, though. He's already up, with Hardy's long shotgun. The spirit elk is just standing there, twin gouts of steam leaking from his nostrils, his skin jumping in folds, the muscles under there quivering. He snorts, he paws at the snow, and when he steps around the bench, his legs too long and regal, he stops for some reason, sniffs at the backrest. But his hot blue eyes never leave Rexall. "Las Vegas," Rexall says for strength, it sounds like, and Jade turns from the elk to Rexall to try to make sense of this, which is when Rexall fires. The storm's loud and all around, but this mutes it, mutes everything. Jade jerks back, sure the shotgun's exploded, but Rexall's still holding it just the same, the recoil nothing to him. "You think I don't know it's Friday the 13th, he says now, lower, his eyes shining with tears. Then, "I need a hospital. You're the one shot in the head." And he fires again. Jade finally looks to the white elk. His head is ground meat, dripping meat. No eyes anymore, hardly a nose. His right side antlers creak over, fall away, taking a large chunk of skull with them, and Rexall shoots again, wading through the snow to be even closer, snub that barrel right up to what's left. The next shot blasts the head completely off, and the next gouts chunks from the next stump, opening it up. He keeps firing after the shotgun's empty, just clicking. Jade climbs up, over to him, guides the hot barrel of the shotgun down. And Rexall's crying? Not just crying, blubbering, nearly hyperventilating with what? Joy? Pain? "What the hell?" Jade says to him, for the first time in her life feeling sorry for him. He looks over to her like surprised he's not alone. Like surprised this isn't Las Vegas? Has he ever even been outside Idaho? "You know Friday the 13th? Jade asks, timidly. "The day he died," Rexall says, and drops the shotgun into the snow, his chest heaving, tears rolling down his face, and from the reverent way he intones that, Jade can hear him, drunk in her living room, muttering about that rapper Tab was always giving him grief about. The only real fight Jade knows the two of them ever had was the time Rexall woke on the couch to her father with a bandana do-ragged on his head, tied in front. It's okay, Jade almost says to Rexall. Except, he's still Rexall, isn't he? And he's already walking away anyway, the snow nothing to someone of his size. Behind him, in front of Jade and Hardy, the elk wavers, finally falls over on his side, puffing the lightest particles of snow into Jade's lungs. Oh, Hardy says, when Jade's still watching Rexall trudging away. Instead of following where Hardy's looking, Jade steps over to hold him up. His lips are bloody, but the look on his face, it's wonder? "No," he says, bringing his right hand up to point. Jade does, and the spirit elk? It's dead, yeah. Jade says, obviously. Hardy tries to stagger ahead to the elk all the same, and falls to one knee heavily, in spite of Jade. She manages to get him to the bench, his thick index finger still pointing. Jade finally looks to the dead elk again for whatever he means, and the elk's trashed, yeah. He took 5 shotgun blasts to the head. There's nothing left. Big whoop. Except, what is that? Some weird roundness in the gore? Like this elk's neck had been attached to a giant ball joint that's only now exposed. But that's not how elk are put together, Jade knows. That's not how anything with a spine is put together. She shakes her head no, that this is too much. This can't be, this doesn't happen. But Hardy doesn't care. He's already trying to walk over there again and falling almost instantly, trying to climb back up. Here, Jade says, helping him to the elk. They both fall on their knees before him. Blood still seeping from the neck stump. Hardy reaches in for that roundness that shouldn't be there, his old hands to either side of it, cupping it. And Jade can see now. She can see how wrong this is. It's a head. A human head. Hardy holds onto it, pulls delicately but with force, and Jade reaches into the gore with him, pulls too. And the insides of this elk? It's not real meat somehow. It's already falling apart, like it's just made from dreams and lake water. Hardy grunts to pull harder, and then, when it finally gives, he falls back, pulling what Jade knows has to be this elk's lungs and heart and liver up onto him. He cradles it like a child, though, his whole body shuddering. Jade's mouth is opening and closing because there aren't any words. You came back. She can just hear Hardy saying, and the way he's saying it, the tenderness in his voice. Melanie? Jade whispers, her face going warm in all this cold. And she can see it now, can see that this is a little girl curled up on her father's chest. This is a little girl who drowned nearly 30 years ago in the lake, come back for her daddy. That's why she stabbed her antlers through Jade's mom. Because Kimmy was there that day. Lonnie, too, twisted up out on the ice, and Rexall. Jade looks up to the idea of him, but he's already gone. When she comes back to Hardy, he's sitting up, his large hand cupping the back of Melanie's head, and her face is right to the hollow of his throat. And she's weak, like the just born, but it's more. At the edges, she's coming apart, is made of the same gossamer nothing the elk was, just memory and lake trash, as fine as hair, but already falling apart. We've got to get her back in the lake, Jade says, and Hardy looks down to his daughter, to what's happening. He says, No, she's already back. It's not fair, no, but it is happening. Here, let me, Jade says, holding her arms out, and it takes Hardy about 3 lifetimes to finally pass his only daughter over. Jade takes her, the weight nothing, less than nothing. Melanie nuzzles into her collarbone, and Jade whispers down to her, It's okay. It's all right. Your dad's here. And she stands, the snow calving off her. Because Hardy has no walker anymore, and because the shotgun's buried, can't be a crutch, Jade lowers a shoulder for him. He latches on, pulls himself up, and her legs nearly buckle from it. But she once climbed the bluff behind Camp Blood in her underwear, she reminds herself. She once stopped a forest fire from burning her home down. Ready, she says, and then takes one step through the snow, Hardy heavy on her, Melanie shivering in her arms. And then Jade takes another shuffling step, and and after what has to be 20 minutes, she feels the lake's ice finally under her feet, and she walks them out onto it, farther and farther, the swirling white swallowing them, and she knows the only place there's still going to be open water is over by the dam, where the turbine draws, and that's too far away to possibly get to like this, in this cold, after this day. But Hardy is clamped tight to her shoulder, and a little dead girl is coming apart in her arms, is only holding herself together with memory, it feels like. So Jade steels herself like she always has, like the final girl she is, and she keeps walking.
The Final Terror. On December 15th, a Sunday, the highway was finally opened, and the authorities streamed into blacked-out, snow-blanketed, cell-signal-deprived Proof Rock to warn us that there was a fraction of a sliver of a chance that a potentially dangerous prisoner being transported up the mountain might find his way to town. The person they met, stationed in a tall brown pickup truck at the top of Main Street, was Rexall Bridger. At that time, I believe you and our school custodian were on a nodding recognition basis, Mr. Armitage. Both worked in the education mines in different capacities, but you weren't yet speaking. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, so I can rescind. Rexall Bridger climbed into the federal and state authorities' snow coach and directed them down to Indian Lake, where many of the rest of us were gathered, minus you, of course, in triage at the sheriff's office, along with Letha Mondragon and Cinnamon Baker, the three of you under the care of Dr. Lionel Wilson, retired but conscripted back into active duty by Deputy Banner Tompkins, supposedly at gunpoint. But, as you say, time is the great exaggerator. A generation or three between an incident and its latest retelling is enough time for legends to be born, and the communal game of telephone will often introduce enough noise into the transmission that the story can become more a product of supposition and wishful thinking. My suspicion is that Deputy Tompkins either strongly encouraged Dr. Wilson or otherwise enticed him, perhaps with assurances of his heroic status, should he manage to save all three of you. As for what transpired once Rexall delivered those officials and authorities down to the shore of Indian Lake, however, I was there, Mr. Armitage. As the ruins of the pier had become a sort of pilgrimage destination for Proof Rock, my feet were on that ground. And I use ruins in the loosest sense here, as any actual remains of what had been the pier were obscured under the frozen lake. Or perhaps, in situations like this, ruins can be taken to be the ghostly images our memory insists should still be there. For example, were the Statue of Liberty to be removed in toto for maintenance, I can well imagine those habituated to its presence to still, in a manner, see it on the horizon, or at least have a pungent sense of its absence distinct from those who had never seen it. So the pier, for those of us venturing down to the lake, was both there and not there. I can only imagine what its wavering absence felt like for longtime residents, who had taken for granted not only that the pier would always be there, but that it always had been, perhaps even accepting the dim notion that when Glenn Henderson and Tobias Golding had forged into this unnamed valley, they found these posts and planks high up the slope and assumed it to be a viewing platform built and maintained by the indigenous inhabitants for purposes they would leave it to others to scry into. It had been shaved off, though, and now the empty shore was something you had to see to believe. It was as if Indian Lake had been dialed back to its more pristine state. Jutting up through the ice out past where the pier used to end was the high back corner of the rampaging snowplow that rumor, since verified, told us had done this. It was as much a wonder to imagine that giant truck submerged out there as it was to see the pier missing. My mother kept her hand on my shoulder as we stood there, even though I had no impulse to prove the pier's absence by attempting to run out onto it. In the weeks following the pier's destruction, however, proof rockers, young and old, would venture out onto the ice singly and in pairs, either in ice skates or snow boots, to move back and forth across where the pier had been, as if this could all be an optical illusion. As if their shins would, at some point in the investigation, bump into the weather-worn butt ends of those wooden planks. Many of us were there when Rexall Bridger delivered the authorities down to this section of the shore. Jennifer Daniels was sitting on the bench that faces the lake. She was smoking a cigarette, as she had been since using the radio in the control booth of the dam to call Deputy Tompkins to come get her in the snowcat. What she had been doing that far out she wouldn't say, though Deputy Tompkins has remarked that it's a good thing Melanie's ladder had been there for her when she needed it. Jade looked only briefly to the federal agents and state troopers stepping down from the snow coach, after which she inhaled another chestful of smoke. Standing up from the hump of snow just past her feet was a tall fiberglass handle, as if Jade, Proof Rock's erstwhile custodian, had stopped mopping before the storm settled in and her mop had frozen in its bucket. Perched on that wooden handle was a small bird that chirped its displeasure when it had to fly away due to the approaching officials and authorities. Jennifer Daniels nodded for them down to the hump of snow she had apparently been guarding, and the less senior of these officials and authorities swept carefully around that handle and then got on their knees and dug, uncovering the frozen corpse of one Dark Mill South. Jennifer Daniels turned her head to let her smoke out. Though we couldn't hear what she might be saying in response to the questions being asked of her, we could nevertheless track her shrugging and facial expressions as she took these officials and authorities through her version of events, surely documenting the high school seniors lost over the last 36 hours, even if she didn't know them all by name. Toby Manx and Gwen Stapleton in the motel parking the night of the 12th, followed the next day at the assisted living facility by Mark Costins, Kristen Ames, and Philip Cates. Then, at the high school, Abby Grandlin, Winona Fleming, and Jensen Jones, all leading to the video store massacre on Main, which claimed Bo Richardson, LaSalle Fredrickson, Penny Wayne, Meg Goldberg, Tristan Thomas, and Jeff Sulks, 6 of the 8 volunteers. The way Jennifer Daniels chucked her chin out to where the pier used to be suggested she didn't forget to count Lonnie Chambers in. The way her eyes dialed back to emotionless at the end of this sad tally strongly suggested that she also included her mother, Kimmy Daniels. Sheriff Hardy, Jade had cryptically told Deputy Tompkins, was together in eternity with his daughter, whatever that means. My searches just turn up song lyrics. Hardy's body, as of this writing, and not counting Sheriff Rex Allen and Deputy Francie Mullins, whose bodies have been recovered, along with the county bronco, is the only one still missing. So, as it turned out, yes, there had been a fraction of a sliver of a chance that Dark Mill South would find his way to Proof Rock. The officials and authorities taped Dark Mill South off, stepping timidly out onto the ice to do the same to the snowplow, and Pleasant Valley Assisted Living, Henderson High, and Proof Rock Video all had fluttering cordons as well. When the officials and authorities came back to Jennifer Daniels on her smoking bench, their follow-up questions had to do with how the injuries to her mother and Lonnie Chambers weren't consistent with the injuries sustained by all of the seniors, save Jensen Jones. Jade just shrugged their questions off. Though the pilgrims gathered on shore weren't as many as before, still, with the power not back yet, the goings-on at what had been the pier functioned more or less as our news programming for the day. We were rubberneckers, yes, and not too proud to say so. I should note, too, that the holdouts, the Proof Rockers reluctant to leave the area of the erstwhile pier, were probably 2/3 comprised of grieving parents standing a sort of vigil, perhaps thinking that if they punished themselves with the elements and with deprivation, then a mistake could still be righted. Their children returned to them. And though I can't attest Jennifer Daniels was parked on that bench for the whole day, what of food, warmth, facilities? I can attest that she was there both times my mother and I ventured down. For our second sojourn, we had blankets, lawn chairs, and thermoses of soup and coffee. On the walk down, my mother proposed the possibility that the parents of the children who were killed could be finding that the continual sight of the pier being gone fit with their current circumstances. That it was a visual reminder that yes, indeed, this was a new world they were now marooned in. My mother's use of nautical terminology, of course stemming from the yacht whose presence, before it was scuttled, had been a constant reminder of what had happened the night before the Independence Day massacre. If only someone had thought to bring us hot coffee in our time of need, right? She added, waggling a neighborly thermos. So we were there distributing warmth when the helicopter landed. It was a state copter. Deputy Tompkins clamped his hat on tighter and ran out to meet these passengers. And if you're feeling any tension reading that, then understand that this is 4 months ago already, nearly to the day. Had these passengers flown in to investigate certain Abelard and Heloise allegations between a history teacher and his formerly favorite student, then you yourself would have probably come to, handcuffed to a hospital bed railing. If you're worried that that helicopter may yet be hovering too, it isn't. Instead, let's pretend that a different student, one, say, working on an independent study with you this semester very much without the approval of her mother, that she sifted through auction sites until she found your profile. And though users' purchases are, of course, private, the feedback you leave isn't. Such is the nature of feedback. It's meant to be perused. So, had I printed all this out, there would now be physical records of your slasher collection taking shape, item by item. In and of itself, this is innocent, is just an enthusiast accruing what he loves. However, you recall my 8th submission towards this project you thought you were in charge of, Mr. Armitage? Slasher 102 from 3 weeks ago. I elliptically mentioned in there someone we both know, whom I surmised might, if rumor were accurate, have footage of Dark Mill South before he surfaced on Main Street. Rexall Bridger, school custodian. I don't believe you knew him then except to nod to, and your lingering injuries are keeping you from school grounds. But I would imagine you made his acquaintance shortly thereafter, your collector's mania unable to leave footage that priceless unclaimed. But of course the two of you found a price, did you not? While Rexall doesn't operate in the world of cash receipts, I warrant that, if pressed by the authorities, he would trade confirmation of any transaction with you for leniency. Meaning, you could hide or delete or throw away that footage, and the story of it will yet remain. And that story won't be of a history teacher hoarding collectibles. It will be of an upright, never accused of dalliances citizen, withholding what could be crucial evidence associated not just with a murder case, but with 17 murder cases. The products of this independent study could, in retrospect, be used in court as a series of stepping stones, could they not? Provided, of course, that history teacher were still in town. No, provided that history teacher were still in Idaho, or still teaching, or otherwise having contact with minors, or, as he sees them, the nubile, bouncy, unthinking victims in a slasher movie, there solely to be exploited. But this is all hypothetical, of course. Cinnamon, when she comes back to town, would never want the rumors about her and you made public through a court of law. For the moment, only she and I and you are aware of any factual basis of those rumors. And the only reason I even know is that I found her in the town canoe crying about it over Thanksgiving break, saying how she was going to paddle out there and kill herself. I don't know if she meant Indian Lake or Terra Nova or Camp Blood or Drown Town, but whatever the intended final resting place, she didn't have a paddle, so was just bobbing there at what used to be the pier, scolding herself for not even having been able to do this right. Just so you can understand where I'm coming from. And no, she has not been proofing these papers. Is more concerned at the moment with graduating from her hospital bed down the mountain so she can in turn graduate from high school. However, were she and I in communication, I proposed that she might clue me in about the price you proposed for access to Jennifer Daniels' high school papers and how knowledge of them, simply put, costs too much, even for a daughter of Terra Nova. So, unless you wish it otherwise, only you and I are aware of the content of this independent study. And since World Health Organizations have raised certain alarms and put in place certain protocols, leaving us no option but to communicate solely by email, all of this is locked forever in email, should it be needed. Unless I hear that you wish to pursue this further, I will consider our independent study done, and there will be no need to petition any administrators or higher legal authorities about a grade change, which would probably require further investigation. But I wouldn't have you grade me without finishing the project, Mr. Armitage. I believe I had walked those officials and authorities back to Jennifer Daniels in late afternoon Sunday the 15th of December. She's sitting on that memorial bench between the parking lot and the shore, and while there should be cigarette butts all around her, they're instead carefully collected in a styrofoam coffee cup. Deputy Tompkins is moving among us, or I should say he's using us as a pretext for keeping an eye on Jennifer Daniels and these helicopter passengers. I'm stationed partway between, as I was just chasing a blowaway Christmas napkin that was much too quick for me to catch, at least before it delivered me right where I needed to be in order to eavesdrop. What the state officials from the helicopter are pressing Jennifer Daniels on is that police tape fluttering on the ice out there. Evidently, her story doesn't match what Deputy Tompkins has told them. Deputy Tompkins' version has him careening the snowplow down Main Street and then, unable to stop it, barreling it into the lake. Jennifer Daniels' story has Dark Mill South driving it into town the night of the 12th and abandoning it to the lake, perhaps as a way to hide his presence in Proof Rock. Why does it matter? Jennifer Daniels asks these two state officials, looking back and forth between them. We just need the facts, ma'am, the woman says. Ma'am? Jennifer Daniels says back with a smirk, her eyes cutting past me to, I have to think, Deputy Tompkins. It's going to be there until thaw, the man says. He has no hood or beanie, is still trying to get his comb-over combed back over from the windstorm of the helicopter rotors. Bet so, Jennifer Daniels says, inhaling deep and meaningfully on her cigarette. We just need to know who's responsible, the woman says. For him, Jennifer Daniels says, pointing with her ember down to Dark Mill South. For that, the man says, tilting his head out onto the ice. Reports from the townspeople have the sound of the pier being destroyed as Friday at dusk, not Thursday noon. Which aligns with the deputy's version, the woman adds. Why does this matter so much? Jennifer Daniels asks the two of them. Because he says he did it, the man says. What, he have to pay for it or something? Jennifer Daniels asks, not turning away to exhale, but not needing to. The breeze off the ice is enough. Our supervisor doesn't like reports with conflicting elements, the woman says. doing her eyes like, what can you do? Bosses. He's not even a real deputy yet, Jennifer Daniels says about Deputy Tompkins, kind of confidentially. He's still in his probationary period, I mean, and his hand, you saw it, it's a mummy hand. So, the man leads off, putting this together. You're saying that a mark on his record, like wrecking a snowplow into the lake and destroying town property, the woman cuts in with a tolerant grin. Wrecking a state snowplow, the man goes on, you're saying that won't exactly help him become a permanent deputy? You tell me, Jennifer Daniels says, looking from face to face. Not our concern, the man says for both of them. He's a good one, though, I think, Jennifer Daniels says. Then she shrugs, adds, he wasn't always, but he's a husband now, and a father, and if you lock him away... Nobody said anything about jail time, the woman says. If you lock him away from the job he's taken to, Jennifer Daniels says, then who's wearing the badge around here, with both our other sheriffs gone? Around here, the man repeats. Proof rock, the woman clarifies. Not our concern, the man reiterates. And if he's out submitting applications, Jade goes on, stretching the word out like that, as if using the time it takes to think of what to say next. Then, bam, he's not there for his daughter, his wife, and she needs him right now. So does Aid. So does his little girl. You're a friend of the family, I take it, Ms. Daniels? The man asks. Small town, Jennifer Daniels answers back. And it's Jade. We just need to... The man and the woman say in accidental unison, glancing over at each other in apology. I did it, Jennifer Daniels says then, crushing her cigarette out on her bandaged palm and then depositing it in the styrofoam cup, her gauze smoking until she rubs it out with her fingers. You did it? The man asks. Girl can't drive a truck, what? Jennifer Daniels says to him, offering her wrists to be cuffed. You're just taking the fall for him, the woman says, her voice especially no nonsense. Ask anybody, Jennifer Daniels says right back. You can't trust me. I'm a bad bet. The worst bet. Someone does have to be responsible, the woman says to the man. It didn't just get there by itself, the man says back after considering. And so Jennifer Daniels is, after drilling her styrofoam ashtray into the mounded snow, led away to the helicopter, and what I can't help but wonder is if, in the moment she claimed this act, she remembered the conditions of her parole, that she would destroy no city, county, state, or federal property for a period of 6 months, lest she serve the full term with no trial, no takebacks. Due to the cold and the elevation and the injunctions about limited traffic during the state's largest snow removal effort to date, there was no media on hand to snap an iconic photograph of Jennifer Daniels, Jade, being perp-walked to that helicopter, Mr. Armitage. But I can tell you, her newly long hair was lifted slightly in the updraft from the rotors starting up again, bouncy like you see in shampoo commercials, and that she shook her head harshly to Deputy Tompkins when he started to rush out to her, shook her head and thinned her lips, and flashed her eyes at him to stay. To stop. Perhaps this is the true cost of being what she would call a final girl? You know the genre better than I do, of course. I should say, too, that there is actually one photograph of this. I snapped it on my phone. The light's poor, the composition happenstance, but the focus is good. We daughters of Terra Nova always have the best phones. In that snapshot, Jade is leaning forward to look past the woman holding her by the wrist. She's looking to the left, out across the lake, perhaps taking a snapshot of her own. Please find on your porch, Mr. Armitage, a 3x5 glossy print of that. It's tucked into the styrofoam cup of ashes and butts I collected from beside the memorial bench that cold day in the snow. Consider it your parting gift, along with what no photograph could have captured. Jade, shrugging free of the two state officials holding her by the upper arms, shaking free and stepping ahead, reaching her right arm back to her waistband. When she thrusts her right arm up in victory, what she's holding there for all the gods to see, for the whole world to know, for you to never have in your sacred collection, it's a hook. From the killer she killed. Because she's Jade fucking Daniels. And 1,000 men like you can't even reach up to touch her combat boots.
Acknowledgements. I'm 6 years old. It's 1978. I'm either living at my grandparents' house 5 miles south of Stanton, Texas, or I'm there for a weekend, a week, the month, that year, I don't know. Their place was home base for my mom and my brothers and me. It was where we always fell back to. Back then you could stand on the porch at night and not see a single light in any direction. Just darkness, maybe a butane pump popping out there somewhere, and the coyotes yapping. The house was on a 10-acre plot, and way at the corner of it, my uncle and his new wife were living in a little trailer. They were either still in high school or just out of it. And to a 6-year-old kid, they were the most amazing people ever. Just titans on my landscape, able to do no wrong. I think I'm still trying to be my uncle from back then, even. Down-at-heel boots, pearl-snap shirts, faded jeans, shaggy hair, old trucks, a looking-away smile. Darren from Mongrels, pretty much. But also Gabe from the Only Good Indians. Anyway, I'm sleeping on the floor of the living room one night when a knock comes on the door. I stay wrapped in my blanket, shuffle over all bleary-headed, and haul the door open. Standing there wrapped in their own blanket are my aunt and uncle. This is winter, so it's cold. "Hey, Stevie," they say, "we come sleep on the floor with you, maybe?" I shrug, sure, but have to ask, why? What's wrong with your trailer? They kind of look at each other, then smile embarrassed smiles. Tell me they just went to town and saw this movie called Halloween, and now they can't sleep in their place anymore. I step aside enough to let them huddle past into the house, and you know those moments when your world is kind of crackling all around you like crumpled paper unfolding, so you can finally read what's on that page, what you didn't even know was there hiding, had been written all along? This is that for me. It's my life going this direction, not that direction. I distinctly remember standing there while they huddle past in their blanket. I'm kind of sideways so I can hold the screen door open for them, and there's a breath or two after they've passed where I'm still standing there, where I'm looking out into the darkness of the pasture and wondering what could possibly be scary enough to drive these two amazing people to come sleep on the cold floor with me. I've been looking into that darkness ever since, waiting for Dean Cundy to roll that big dimmer switch over just enough for me to see the contours of Michael Myers' pale face. All of which is to say thank you, Bruce and Tammy, for going to the movies that night, for saying Halloween in that reverent, powerful, embarrassed way. Thank you for introducing me to slashers before I'd ever even heard that term. But my aunt and uncle aren't the only ones I owe for introducing me to slasher kind. There's also my friend I grew up with, Brett Watkins. When we were 12, I'm not sure I'd ever actually been to a movie theater, and didn't have any movie theaters on my horizons either. We lived way out in the country. I wasn't driving yet. Nobody in my house went to movies, so that decided it. Brett had an older brother, though. This brother took him to see The Terminator. The week after that, in Brett's living room, he acted the whole movie out for me. I remember so well him dragging one leg to get the end right. Yes, Michael's the first slasher I sort of heard about, but that T-800 was the first sort of slasher I ever saw, and I never forgot. I also owe Mr. Jerry Reed, though, not for slashers, but for a certain name in Reaper. The song Amos Moses has a person in it, Doc Millsap. I've always heard as Dark Mill South, and probably always will. Thanks also to Greg Green for asking me what story or two I considered to kind of be at the base of who I am as a writer. This was for his Cathonica podcast. The two stories I knee-jerked up were Mona Simpson's Lawns and Tony Early's The Prophet from Jupiter, neither of which I'd actually read for a few years. So I dove back in, kind of wanted to see who I might be as well, and one story turned out to be Jade in Utero, and the other story's Indian Lake, right down to that dam, just proving I'm more thief than writer, really. Chainsaw and Reaper also owe a lot to The Watcher in the Woods, the first horror movie I ever saw. 25 or so years after watching it on a VCR rented from the gas station, I would publish a story called Raphael and Cemetery Dance, my first horror story. It's about a girl who goes missing years and years ago, but then comes back. Pretty much, it's Watcher. Just the way I did it was that some boys throw this young girl into the lake, but instead of sinking, she lands on top of the water. Which is to say, I've been writing about Stacey Graves as long as I've been publishing horror, which really means I've been writing about Jade. Some characters are your best heart, aren't they? Jade's mine. Like her, I was a high school janitor. Like her, I was sent home over and over for my t-shirts. Like her, I used to try to color my hair. Like her, I was the only Indian at all the schools I went to. Like her, I was always getting hauled into a cell, an interrogation room. Like her, I was really into blades, was always coming away cut. And, talking Jade, Mr. Holmes, which is to say, teachers I've had. The first one to thank is from what should have been my senior year. I was 17, day one at another new school, government class. This teacher walks in, cases the place, sets her books down on the desk, sighs, then zeroes in on me way in the back in a way that I kind of feel my throat swell a bit, because she's going to recognize me in some way, or is going to introduce me all around, plug me into this new place. I don't know, anything can happen, right? What she says once the room's quieted down, though, is for me to get my greasy head off her clean chalkboard. I lean forward like she wants, everyone sneaking looks back to me, logging me as that kid. And after class, I'll walk out this teacher's door, down the hall, and out of high school forever. Which was wonderful research for writing Jade. So, thank you, government teacher. And yes, I am that student who showed back up at the end of that semester to ace the final, just to prove to you I could, even if I was way past credit or graduation. The next teacher is Dr. Jill Patterson. I'm a senior again, but this time at college, which I never meant to go to. I meant to be driving tractor, chopping cotton. But here I am in fiction workshop somehow, and I'm pretty much levitating in my seat. I'm reading everything I can get my hands on, and writing every minute of the day. I can't get enough of books, of writers, of reading. This is a world I didn't even know could be real. In class early in the semester then, wanted to show off what all I'd been packing into my head. I proudly say something about Yeats. Except, to the chorus of a few embarrassed for me chuckles, I pronounce his name Yeats, not Yates. Jill, you probably don't remember this. Instead of telling me to get my greasy head off your clean chalkboard, you just grinned to get your words right, and said you're pretty sure it's pronounced the other way, Stephen. But yes, it does look like Yeats, and so, instead of walking out again, back to where I belong, I stick with this whole reading and writing thing until I get my PhD like you, and I'm here, doing this. Even using Yeats's The Second Coming, the poem I was halfway citing in workshop that day via the police, and this novel about a girl with a heart bigger than her body. Thank you, Jill. And thank you to my next writing teacher, William J. Cobb, for telling me about this new novel he just reviewed, Galatea 2.2 by Richard Powers, which stuck with me enough that I named a background character Galatea in Chainsaw. And then, when I needed someone to write essays for Reaper, here she was, raising her hand politely but insistently, telling me, like that guy at the end of Hoosiers, that she's got this, coach. 2, Bill, every line I write, I hear your prose cadence under it. It's the only one I know. And thank you to my next writing teacher, Janet Burroway. Janet, one day in workshop, you had us do an exercise on what lines we would and wouldn't cross in fiction. The novel I wrote as a result of that 5-minute exercise was All the Beautiful Sinners. But after a publisher used that title for a serial killer novel I'd done, I called this novel Demon Theory. There's a character in it, Nona, who knows all the horror trivia. A character I'd do again in The Last Final Girl is Izzy Stratford. And then she finally looked up from the sink she'd been dyeing her hair in all along, saw herself in the mirror as she really is, Jade Daniels. I'm thinking I'd never find her without Demon Theory. Without you, Janet, asking us what lines we would and wouldn't cross. Thank you. But thank you, too, to Dean Fontenot, and a Composition 2 instructor at Texas Tech whose name I've lost, for typing up my first ever story and submitting it for an award, getting this whole thing started. And thanks to Thea Lucas, my great-granddad, Pop, for walking with me along fence lines the same way Hardy walks with Jade along the top of Glen Dam. Never mind how old you were, how much it probably hurt you to walk out there with me. Thank you to Adam Bradley for guiding me through Tupac Shakur's catalog and life. Thanks to Larry McMurtry for Lonesome Dove. Without a structuring device you use in there that I'm stealing here, I never find my way through Reaper, I don't think. Thanks to Mike Flanagan's Midnight Mass for a scene that told me how to do a key thing with Jade and Letha. Just let them talk, dude. Thanks to Tim Sale and Jeff Loeb's The Long Halloween and Scott Turo's Presumed Innocent for carving a path Reaper could follow. Thanks to Dorothy Allison's Bastard Out of Carolina for carving another path, one with light at the end. Thanks to Laylee Longsoldier for her amazing poem 38. Thanks to Mackenzie Kiera for reading Reaper I don't know how many times, helping me to shake it straight and feeding me good ideas besides. Thanks to Jesse Lawrence again. You're always there for the early reads, man. Thanks to Jesse Peters for cueing me in about the Morris Industrial School for Indians. This really helped the revision figure itself out. Thanks to the endless cans of yerba mate pineapple coconut energy drinks I lived on for the 10 weeks I wrote Reaper. You taste like suntan lotion, only I can drink you and not die. Thanks to my local blood bank, which always lets me get away with another bag of, not blood, I've got plenty of that, well, but what they call tails. The ends of all the different colored tape rolls they wind around your arm after donating. These tails hold the armrest together on my 22-year-old, possibly stolen office chair. Thank you to The Empire Strikes Back and The Two Towers. Both of you were where I went when I was trying to navigate the middle installment of a trilogy. But thanks as well to Jerome Sable and Ellie Battalion's short film The Legend of Beaver Dam. I go back to you whenever I need to remember to sing my heart out and splash blood on every wall. Thanks to the Gorley and Rust podcast for doing episodes twice as long as the slashers themselves. That kind of enthusiasm is infectious. Thanks as well to Ryan Turek for spreading the slasher gospel far and wide every chance you get. And a special huge thank you to a certain bookseller at Mysterious Galaxy, one R.J. Crowther Jr. You may not remember, Rob, but 10 or 12 months ago I posted a screen cap of, maybe it was one of the Child's Plays? I posted it just for the Elk Antler. It was a thing I was doing, a service I thought needed providing, documenting any and all elk racks and slashers. At which point you replied with Silent Night, Deadly Night, which I completely spaced on. But maybe a quarter into Reaper as I was, it wasn't too late. I reshaped the book from there on out to account for Linnea Quigley's character's death on those antlers, and it kind of let everything lock into place in a way I hadn't even been suspicious of. I don't know what Reaper might look like had you not chimed in, Rob. Thanks too, I guess, to Cream's Ginger Baker for letting me use your name. I should have clocked that back when during Chainsaw, but I only heard it here in Reaper when Jade was going down the hall to see her, and it was way too late to undo it at that point. Thanks too to that Grease Live production that somehow heartened me while writing Reaper. Thank you to the Redfern Groves for what you do with that axe at the end of the story. Ever since 4th grade, I've felt I could do something similar if I really, really tried, so that scar Jade sees in the door of the dam's control booth in a book that comes out when I'm 51. Thanks to Jeff Messineo for help with terminology regarding a feather hat band. Thanks to Tyler Mahan Coe of the Cocaine and Rhinestones podcast for help with an Armitage part of Reaper that I think might be gone now, but it's still sort of a strange attractor, disturbing the narrative from a point just past the margins. Thanks also to my daughter Kenzie, who interrupted me writing Reaper one afternoon with the best break ever. Half a shredded bison Indian taco from Takabi, all the way over in Denver. It fueled me through a scene that was giving me no end of grief. Thanks also to my son Rain for taking me to Gorehound's Playground up in Fort Collins. When I walked in there, I instantly knew I was standing in what Armitage wanted to build, or no, what he had in his heart. So I ran home, wrote that, hadn't even realized how obviously it had been missing. But novels are snowballs rolling across the landscape, aren't they? They pick this up, they pick that up too, and they just make it part of them. Or that's the thief's excuse anyway. And finally, thanks to everyone at Saga and Gallery and Simon & Schuster for believing in this trilogy. Sydney Morris and Kaylee Webb and Bianca Ducasse for getting Chainsaw and Reaper out there. Jayla Luder for somehow keeping all the slightly different versions of Reaper stacked correctly. Lisa Litwack, yet another killer cover. Can't wait to see the third. And of course, Joe Monty, my editor. You were right, 100%, again. I'm not half the writer it maybe looks like I am without you pushing me to be better. Which is to say, Dark Mill South never becomes what he is now without you telling me he's not quite there yet. And thanks to my superstar of an agent, B.J. Robbins, for wrangling with me over Reaper for 2 or 3 months before we even gave it over to Joe. Used to, there were all these long, winding interviews between Gal and Armitage, but you were right, B.J. And then Joe. There was a better way waiting in the wings, if I would just slow down for a moment, maybe look over there. A better Galatea. And thanks finally, and always and forever, to my beautiful wife, Nancy. I've told you the dream I had once of how being dead wasn't actually death. It just meant you and me get to hold hands and roller skate all through the college campus we met on forever. Yeah, the Reaper's coming for us all. There's nothing we can really do about that. But if I do get to roller skate into eternity holding your hand, then there really isn't anything to be scared of, is there? Here, take my hand. I want to be sure not to lose you. Stephen Graham Jones, Boulder, Colorado, February 1st through April 10th, 2021.
Don't Fear the Reaper was written by Stephen Graham Jones and read by Isabella Starr LeBlanc, Jane Levy, Alexis Floyd, Pete Simonelli, Timothy Andres Pabon, Marnie Penning, Dan Bittner, Corey Brill, Matt Pittenger, Jesse Valinsky, Migazi Pensino, Lee Osorio, Gail Shallon, Alejandro Antonio Ruiz, and Angela Gotholz. It was recorded by Jim Schnobrick at Audio Ruckus in Minneapolis, Riley Large at Dave and Dave Studios in Valley Village, California, David Wilson and Charles Carroll at the Invisible Studios in West Hollywood, and Terry Hogan, Aidan O'Reilly, and Andre Beido at Simon & Schuster in New York City. Author acknowledgments recorded by Taylor Marvin at Coop Studios in Boulder, Colorado. Editing, mix, and post-production by Ponderosa Post. The associate producers were Claire Tadakoro and Julia Terry. Don't Fear the Reaper was produced and directed by Michael Noble. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Don't Fear the Reaper, the Indian Lake Trilogy, Book 2, is available in print from Saga Press. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, My Heart is a Chainsaw, the Indian Lake Trilogy, Book 1, by Stephen Graham Jones, read by Kara G. And The Babysitter Lives, an audio original by Stephen Graham Jones, read by Isabella Starr LeBlanc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.